Worlds of Labor. Further studies in the history of labor. E. J. Hobsbawm. Contents. Title page. List of illustrations. Preface. 1. Labor history and ideology. 2. Notes on class consciousness. 3. Religion and the rise of socialism. 4. What is the workers' country? 5. The transformation of labor rituals. 6. Man and woman, images on the left. 7. Political Shoemakers, jointly written with Joan W. Scott. 8. The 19th century London labour market. 9. The new unionism in perspective. 10. The formation of British working class culture. 11. The making of the working class 1870 to 1914. 12. Debating the labor aristocracy. 13. The aristocracy of labor reconsidered. 14. Artisans and labor aristocrats. 15. The 1970s, syndicalism without syndicalists. 16. Should poor people organize? 17. Labor and human rights. Notes. Acknowledgements. About the author. By Eric Hobsbawm. Copyright. Preface. This is a further volume of studies in the history of labor. It follows, after a lengthy interval, the collection first published in 1964 under the title Laboring Men. The major theme of these studies is the formation and evolution of working classes in the period between the late 18th century and the mid-20th, and the relation between the situation they find themselves in society, and the consciousness, ways of life and movements they generated. As in Laboring Men, I am not so much concerned with labor and socialist organizations, ideologies, and policies as such, though I believe them to be an essential dimension of working classes, but with their roots in working class reality, including that of working class militants. Some of those I write about have names which are known to the wider world, most of them have not. Still, they were all part of a wider world, and I have tried to take account of their relation to it. The history of any one class cannot be written if it is isolated from other classes, from the states, institutions, and ideas that provide their framework, from their historical heritage, and, obviously, from the transformations of the economies that require industrial wage labor and have therefore created and transformed the classes of those who perform it. I have found it helpful to divide the history of the relation of the working classes to the rest of society into three broad phases: a transitional phase of early industrialism when an industrial working class with an independent way and view of life emerges from the former lower orders or laboring poor, a phase of highly developed separatism, and a phase of relative decline of separateness, cf. the formation of the industrial working classes, some problems in Third International Conference of Economic History, Munich 1965, pages 175 to 80. The studies in this book deal essentially with the first two, but especially the second, of these phases. They only touch the fringes of the contemporary developments in the working classes of the older industrialized countries, i.e. those since the 1950s. Since the general theme, in one way or another, runs through most chapters, their subject matter is not always clearly separable. I have done my best to eliminate duplications which are to be found in the papers as originally written or published, except when a little occasional repetition seemed useful in underlining some points or arguments of importance. Nevertheless, the book falls into three main parts. The first 7 chapters are general and comparative. They deal with the ideological assumptions of those who write labor history and with the specific nature of working class consciousness as distinct from that of other social groups. These chapters are followed by more specific comparative discussions of the relation between socialist movements and religion, or rather irreligion, of labor and nations, and the transformations of labor ritual and iconography. Another chapter explores the links between social existence and consciousness in the case of a particular occupation traditionally and internationally typecast as workshop intellectuals and radicals, the shoemakers. It is written jointly with Professor Joan Wallach Scott, who has kindly consented to its publication here. Chapters 8 to 15 deal essentially with the British working class, though Chapter 9 sees it in comparative perspective. Chapters 10, 11, and 14 form the core of this part, since they attempt to survey important aspects of the development of the British working class as a whole, or of crucial parts of it, over a lengthy period. This part also takes up two themes explored in Laboring Men which are relevant to working class development in general, and which happen to have given rise since 1964 to further historical research and lively debates, the new unionism and the aristocracy of labor. The final two chapters reflect on the connection between the existence of working classes, their struggles, and the ideas implicit in them. Labor history has been transformed since the 1950s, when most of the essays in Laboring Men were written. It is no longer true to say that there has been comparatively little work about the working classes as such, as distinct from labor organizations and movements. On the contrary, every aspect of the study of working classes has flourished as never before, both in Britain and abroad. What is more to the point, it has produced a number of historical works of major importance, without which the present book could not have been written. The past 20 years have undoubtedly been a golden age for labor history. The present volume cannot therefore hope to do as much pioneering as its predecessor. Nevertheless, some of the ground it covers may still not be universally familiar. About half the studies have not previously been published, at least in English, or are, like Chapter 13, expanded and rewritten so extensively as to constitute new texts. They were given originally as lectures or papers to various conferences or at various universities. The rest were published in the Journal for Social History, Marxist Perspectives, say author, the Journal of the Irish Labour History Society, History Workshop Journal, Past and Present, New Society, the New York Review of Books, and in two books, Chapter 2 in Imazaros, ed., Aspects of History and Class Consciousness, Routledge and Keegan Paul 1971, and Chapter 8 in London, Aspects of Change, MacGibbon and Key 1964. I am grateful for permission to reprint. Where it seemed necessary, the published papers have been brought up to date. The dates of original composition and publication are given. I am much indebted to Dr. Ronald Avery and especially Susan Haskins for help in research. With the exception of Chapter 10, which was written for a French public and therefore assumes little or no prior knowledge, all papers were originally addressed to an academic public. Nevertheless, I hope they will be comprehensible to, and may perhaps be read with enjoyment by, people who have no professional interest in labor history, or possibly in any kind of history. 1. Labor history and ideology. Labor history is today flourishing in most countries as never before, at least quantitatively. As to quality, it is difficult to judge the present against the past, and some of us would not be too happy to step into the ring with, say, Sidney and Beatrice Webb or Gustav Meyer, but we are fortunately not obliged to confront them face to face, since we can stand on their shoulders. The expansion of labor history as a field of study has overwhelmingly, but by no means entirely, taken the form of its transformation into an academic field. The typical labor historian is a university researcher or teacher, though this is also not universally true. As such, he or she stands at a point of junction between politics and academic study, between practical commitment and theoretical understanding, between interpreting the world and changing it. For labor history is by tradition a highly political subject, and one which was for long practiced largely outside the universities. All the studies of labor were of course political since the subject began to arouse systematic scholarly interest, say in the 1830s and 1840s with the various inquiries into the condition of the new proletariat. When practiced by academics, i.e. social scientists, they were essentially problem-solving, the problem being what to do about the workers. But though the academic study of labor problems, e.g. in late 19th century Germany, produced a substantial fallout of historical work, its basic orientation was not historical, and conversely, The academic historians until, say, World War II, at least in the developed European countries, took little interest in labor during the industrial period, though substantially greater interest in subjects relevant to labor history in the pre-industrial period, e.g. journeymen, guilds and such like. The bulk of the labor historians, whether or not they were or eventually became academics, came from within, or from the close proximity of, the labor movements themselves. Initially a great many of them were not in fact academics at all, even when their scholarship and erudition were impeccable, the Webbs in Britain, Mering, Bernstein and Meyer in Germany, Deutsch in Austria, Dalians in France. It is worth remembering that as late as 1963 a major non-university work appeared in our field, E.P. Thompson's Making of the Working Class, for Thompson produced it while he was a teacher in the working class adult education movement and did not become a university teacher until after its publication. Of course the great majority of labor historians are even today members of or sympathizers with the labor movement, and represent one or other of the ideological or political tendencies within it, the major exception being the historiography of communist parties and the labor movements of the Third World, which generated an enormous output of anti-red research, mostly practiced or financed by the USA from the period of the Cold War on. But most of us are both on the left and academics. And perhaps one might add that, with the gradual ideological or political disintegration of the great socialist movements, whether social democratic or communist, in most of Europe, even the more committed historians of this kind now have more room for scholarly maneuver than before. Labor history from within the movement and largely outside the universities tended to have certain characteristics. In the first place, it tended to identify the working classes with the labor movement, or even with a specific organization, party, and ideology. It thus tended to identify labor history with labor movement history, if not actually with the history of the ideology of the movement, and the stronger and more unified the movement was in a country or period, the greater the temptation of such identification. Until very recently, Italian labor history has had this characteristic to a marked degree and still has to some extent. It thus neglected the history of the working classes themselves, insofar as they could not be subsumed under that of their organizations or even the rank and file as against their leaders. This was a substantial gap. In the second place, as with other essentially patriotic fields, provincial history, the history of jazz or railway buffs, business history, even national histories, labor history from within the movement tended to be both a little antiquarian and preoccupied with giving to labor movements the importance which nobody else seemed to accord to them. Both are understandable motives, and the second was justified. For if those who don't live in Ipswich, ENG or Massachusetts, cannot understand that foreigners do not find all facts about their town as fascinating as they do, it is undeniable that Orthodox history paid quite insufficient attention to labor movements, let alone to the working class. And yet, two somewhat undesirable results followed from this attitude. 1. It led to a failure to distinguish the relatively important from the relatively trivial. For example, the British Socialist League of the 1880s was a small and impermanent organization among other small but more permanent ones, and hardly deserves the very heavy weight of scholarship which has been placed upon it. It briefly attracted a few important personalities, it acted as a pioneer of socialism in a few provincial towns, and it broke up rapidly and was never heard of again. But because it was associated with Engels, with William Morris and other notable figures, it has been given historical attention quite out of proportion to its importance. To some extent this applies to most other socialist bodies. Labor movement historiography is full of monographs of the sort of organization of which we have all had some experience, small sects which never get beyond that role, groups, journals, or whatnot which live and die within a decade without ever playing much of a part. The ones that do have not necessarily been treated with greater attention than the ones which don't. The little group of British De Leonites, for instance, the SLP, deserves more attention than the Socialist League because of its function as an activator of industrial militancy in Scotland. 2. It leads to a certain self-isolation of labor movement history from the rest of history, which incidentally makes it easier to lump the important and the trivial together without discrimination. For instance, it seems clear that in the 1880s British bourgeois observers of the new socialist movements were not particularly worried about Karl Marx and his followers, at all events until these started to agitate among the unemployed, rather less so than about the anarchists. They were mistaken, though not much, for if there was no anarchist movement of significance at the time, there was not much of a Marxist movement either. But if we are to see the labor movement in the setting of the class struggle, which is a two-sided relationship, or in the broader setting of national history, we cannot treat it as though it operated in isolation. In short, classical labor movement history tended to produce an esoteric version of history. In the third place, and this follows from what has already been said, classical labor movement history tended to produce both a model and an accepted version of history, both national and international, which ranged from an informal but not very flexible to a formal and highly inflexible orthodoxy. We need not concern ourselves much with the more formal and inflexible versions, though they are of decisive importance to historians in some socialist countries, and the political element in historical interpretations associated with particular parties or organizations is not to be underestimated, even when it reflects not political judgment but the prejudices, personal memories or self-defense of particular leaders. Even in the pre-1914 German Social Democratic Party the question of Lassalle and Schweitzer was one which historians found sensitive. Nobody stopped Mering and Meyer, but Babel himself intervened to criticize at least the latter. However, even the informal orthodoxies must be recognized for what they are. I myself pointed out long ago that the traditional model of the development of the labor movement was a partly loaded selection from the facts, classifying some as central and relegating others to the margin or excluding them. Even today students still tend to pick their research subjects in labor movement history from among the accepted ones and according to the accepted periodization, thus producing those long queues of applicants competing for thesis subjects somewhere within the overexposed areas of the revival of socialism in the 1880s, Chartism, the militant movements of World War I, or their equivalents in other countries. I do not say that the orthodoxy is entirely wrong. If it did not reflect a good deal of what really happened, it could hardly have established itself. Nevertheless, it is a historically evolved construct. For example, the Independent Labour Party is still taken largely at its own valuation, as the first independent working-class party, though in fact an impartial view would suggest that it failed quite dramatically to become anything of the kind. Conversely, the old radical democratic type of labor politics, Chartist rather than lib-lab, which were far from negligible in the 1890s, tend to be overlooked. And yet when it was launched on what turned out to be its brief career, the National Democratic Convention of 1899 started under most impressive auspices and for a time looked like a strong rival to the new Labor Representation Committee, the later Labor Party. For every student who has even heard of the NDC there must be 50 who can write an essay on the ILP. Finally, and perhaps somewhat surprisingly, traditional labor movement historiography was technically and methodologically rather orthodox. It produced a great deal of traditional narrative and institutional history, only its subject matter was unusual. A striking example of this is P. Spriano's Storia del Partito Comunista Italiano, which is an admirable and highly impressive piece of scholarship, unlike most other histories of communist parties, either official or hostile. Yet it reads very much like any other piece of first-rate political history. It is the history of party policy and its political activities, of its ideological debates, of its leadership and its peripeties, of its relations with the Comintern, and of all manner of interesting and important things. But the whole story is seen from above, we only glimpse occasionally what the rank-and-file militant or supporter thought or how he/she conceived the movement. 1 We are told very little about who these members and supporters were, or what their relations were with non-communist militants or with non-militants, or about the role and function of the movement and the party in particular cities and regions. The sort of things that we now know about, say, the Guestists in France, to cite a monograph by an Orthodox CP historian in that country too, we are not told. I make these remarks with no intention of diminishing the value of a really first-class and indeed epoch-making work, but to point out the difference between one kind of labor history and another. 2. The growing academicism of labor history has corrected some of the biases of traditional labor history, and the changing political conjuncture on the left has corrected others. Getting a PhD today implies a competence in research and a capacity to thread one's way through a large literature of varied views, which was simply not mandatory in the old days, and exposes the writer to considerably more varied criticism. Some trade union histories are still written, at least in Britain, in the old way, but they are exceptional. Traditional historical myths are today weaker in many labor movements and hence defended with less emotional commitment, except when still within living memory, as the 1930s still are. At the same time, the change in the situation of organized movements has tended to widen the perspectives of labor historians. They are increasingly preoccupied with the rank and file as well as with the leaders, with the unorganized as well as with the organized, with the conservative working man as well as with the radical or revolutionary, in short with the class rather than the movement or party. This is a good thing. Nevertheless, the force which has expanded labor history has remained largely political, the radicalization of generations of students and, in due course, junior professors in the 1960s. In Britain, in the USA, in West Germany, where there has been a remarkable revival in such studies, in Italy among the New Left, and doubtless elsewhere, radicalization has produced a substantial crop of new labor historians, whose interest in the subject is basically that of political commitment, though their competence as researchers may be greater and their scope somewhat wider. They all produce something of interest, but the approach of some of them is disappointing and of others open to question. To dip into the past for inspiring examples of struggle or the like is to write history backwards and eclectically. It is not a very good way of writing it. I don't wish to enter into the debates about American New Left history, but to some of it at least these strictures apply. Again, to recapture what we can of the ways in which the laboring poor lived, acted, and thought, is important, and insofar as it is now producing a spate of oral history or even, as with the History Workshop publications, memoirs actually written by men and women from the working class, an essential widening of our perspective. And yet these things are not ends in themselves, however excited we may feel at discovering what has been hitherto unknown. If we do not formulate questions first and look for the material in the light of these questions, we risk producing merely a left-wing version of antiquarianism, work which is the equivalent of that of amateur folklore collectors. I do not wish to discourage such work, though if it is done, it had better be done with as much system as Child collected his ballads or Nettelo his anarchist materials. It has evident political value, especially when the material is such as to appeal to a non-academic public. Recapturing a forgotten, inspiring, or memorable past is a fit task for historians. Who would not wish to have a book like Studs Terkel's Hard Times, 3 but when a recent reprint of J.T. Murphy's Preparing for Power, 1934, for a book which throws light on the militants of a certain period of British labour, but is not a good history of the labor movement, is justified on the ground that it is the sort of thing that trade union militants today would understand and like, a red light should be flashed. There is a difference between history and inspirational or propagandist material, though good history may be both. It is equally dangerous to fight old ideological battles over again, a temptation which few who have written about the ideological history of socialism and about communist movements have resisted. Not because all such disputes are unimportant or obsolete, though some of them are, but because they may need to be reformulated, and placed into a new setting, if they are to be sensibly discussed by historians. Thus the celebrated debate on Bernstein's revisionism retains its interest and practical significance today, at any rate for Marxists. Yet it must be misunderstood if it is divorced from its contemporary ideological and political context. It was not a simple deviation from true Marxism, to be approved or rejected according to taste, but a moment in the formulation of Marxism itself, out of the heritage of the founders, which simultaneously created both orthodoxy and its corollary, heresy. Moreover both, at least in the developed countries of Europe, attempted to cope with a specific situation, an apparently stable, flourishing and expanding capitalist economy and stable political structures, thus diverging from the Marxism of regions in which economies and regimes were neither. Such considerations are by now commonplace for the period of the Second International, partly owing to the excellent work of Georges Haupt in Paris 5, mainly because the controversies of that era are no longer politically incendiary. But the history of labor movements since 1917 is still discussed in a less historical spirit. One special word of warning may be useful. The old ideological battles have always been fought historically, not only in a priori ideological terms, often read into the record retrospectively, e.g. the conceptions of centrists into the pre-1914 International, but also by means of a loose and highly speculative version of counterfactual history. I need merely mention such discussions as those about the pros and cons of anarchists and communists in the Spanish Civil War, about the reasons for the failure of the German Revolution in 1918-19, about whether the French Popular Front government of 1936 ought to have settled the mass strikes of that year, or whether the French or Italian partisans ought to have made a bid for revolutionary power in 1944-5. All these arguments, like the more formalized exercises of the cliometricians, rest on the assumption that we can estimate or calculate how different the history of the world would have been if Cleopatra's nose had been an inch longer. Now two things may be said confidently about counterfactual, or if my grandmother had wheels she'd be a Greyhound bus, history. First, that its interest lies entirely in methodology and or in the present and future. History is what happened, not what might have happened. The railroads were built, the German Revolution of 1918 failed. The interest in thinking about what might have happened if these things had not happened lies in clarifying what hypotheses can properly be formulated about historical events, and in deciding between alternatives which are real and not imaginary, e.g. whether it is more efficient today to develop nuclear or non-nuclear energy, or how to choose tomorrow between alternative policies of labor movements. A third proposition may be also suggested, namely that in our field, unlike the narrower field of cliometrics, counterfactual speculations are not theoretical exercises but pretend to investigate actual alternatives, and that we rarely know enough to do so convincingly. Vogel never supposed that not building the American railroads was a genuine possibility, but when we speculate about what the effects of a German-Soviet revolution might have been, we are assuming that such a development might have taken place. Now sometimes the probabilities are so high that we can speculate with some realism, normally about what couldn't have happened rather than what could. For instance, in assessing the development of the British labour movement since the 1880s, we can exclude the possibility that a mass Marxist party could have developed instead of something like the Labour Party, before or after 1920, and we can therefore criticize the SDF or the CP not for what they could not seriously hope to have achieved, but within the limits of what it was not so impracticable for them to achieve, example greater success in local government elections. However, sometimes there is no consensus about probabilities, or more likely improbabilities, and then we are in danger of drifting into endless and fruitless retrospective argument. Thus Stautenland in a recent Article 6 suggests that the American CP would have done better to maintain its line of independent revolutionary unionism after 1934 instead of putting its energy into the policy which was to produce the CIO. We may or may not sympathize with his view, but there are two basic things wrong with it. In the first place, it is formulated in terms far too vague and imprecise for all of us to know clearly what exactly it is that is being discussed. In the second, and even if it were formulated in a more satisfactory manner, I cannot see any way of settling this argument. Doubtless all of us will go on applying the question if only to labor or any other history. But when we do so, we ought to be very lucidly aware of just what we are doing, why we are doing it, and what we can hope to achieve by it. 3. The dangers and temptations of the committed left-wing historian of labor movements are different from those which beset the academic technician. I will not dwell on those which are also ideological, though often, perhaps generally, concealed behind the assumptions, methods, and jargons of some academic specialism. Enough has been written about the ideology implicit, and sometimes explicit, in certain schools of the social sciences, notably those which prevailed in the USA in the 1950s, and in such terms as integration or modernization. The ones I am concerned with are due chiefly to inexperience and unclarity. Like all history, labor history has widened enormously in both scope and method, partly through an extension of its field from the narrowly political, ideological, or even economic to social history in the broadest sense, partly through the consequent necessity to exploit entirely new sources by means of apposite, and largely novel techniques, partly through contact with the social sciences, from whom it has borrowed freely. This does not mean that traditional methods are exhausted, even in countries in which they have long flourished. In countries without a serious tradition of labor history, or where the subject has been largely mythologized, the scope for even the most old-fashioned straight historian is still enormous. Nothing could be more ultra-traditional than G. Nepi Madanasio Pero, Podere Politico e Magistratura 1870-1922, Bari, 1972, a simple attempt by a historically trained lawyer to trace the changes in Italian law on strikes and in the attitudes of government and judges to trials arising out of labor conflicts. It does not contain so much as a single table of statistics. Yet it adds considerably to our understanding of that neglected aspect of labor history, the other side of the class struggle, because nobody had hitherto done this simple job. Indeed, some of the most impressive pieces of labor history in the past 10 years are technically rather traditional, e.g. Peter Nettle's Rosa Luxemburg, Royden Harrison's Before the Socialists or JFC. Harrison's Robert Owen and the Owenites. 7. Still, much of labor history, especially the social history of the working class, must use new methods and techniques, e.g. any work which touches on historic demography. Much of it has indeed launched itself with more or less enthusiasm into new, and especially quantitative techniques, notably in the USA and France. These provide three temptations. The first is to become ends in themselves rather than tools. Little need be said about this. The second is to exaggerate the value of the data to which the new techniques can be applied and neglect those to which they can't. This is a great danger in quantified comparative labor history, which selects out what is statistically comparable and tends to omit what is not. Thus a great deal is comparable about miners in different countries. Yet it is relevant to, say, Indian miners in the Andes that going to work in mines is one of the few methods available for peasants to accumulate cash for the purchase of land in their villages, and that therefore, a. they may be originally recruited from among the peasant proprietors rather than the landless peasants, and b. that ex-miners may become kulaks. This is evidently not relevant to English miners in the 19th century. The third temptation is to overlook the ambiguities and conceptual difficulties of the data. Consider the presently fashionable studies in public disorder and violence, which can be readily quantified. This is based on the application of two convergent assumptions, a. that there is a sharper distinction between violent and nonviolent acts than within each category, and b. that certain kinds of violence are singled out for attention, mostly on administrative, legal, political, or moral grounds by the authorities or the upper classes. Now these assumptions and criteria may be quite external to the events they measure, and may therefore completely mislead us as to their nature. Thus if we were to take the point of view of moderate miners on strikes we would apply quite different criteria. The worst offense would be scabbing, and there would be no substantial moral difference between peaceful picketing, the pressure of public opinion and physically stopping scabs going down the pit. Beating up a scab or two would be relatively venial and might be inevitable, but an uncontrolled riot of the germinal type might be regrettable, and sabotaging the pumps or the safety arrangements would be generally condemned. Some kinds of violence would be classified with nonviolent actions, since they would become distinct from them only because of outside intervention in an otherwise peaceful activity. The crucial criterion would be the distinction not between force and nonviolence, but between different kinds of force or violence, and the crucial variable not the miner's willingness to use force, but the employer's or the authorities' determination to resist strikes and the means they were prepared to use. Only when this has been separated out would we be in a position to assess the curve of the miner's own violence, i.e. to distinguish between different national or regional propensities to violence, or between different phases of the miner's movements. The application of new concepts, generally drawn from the social sciences, is also dangerous, if we are not clear in our own minds what we are trying to discover and explain, or if you prefer the jargon, what our model is. The danger is all the greater, because, as Ernst Gombrich has recently pointed out, the nature of the academic profession is such as to put a premium on originality and fashionableness. The most implausible views can be certain of making all subsequent footnotes and bibliographies, if they are new enough, however easily they may be dismissed. It is only a question of time before someone analyzes craft unions in the light of the anthropological discussions on artificial kinship, if they have not already done so, and I dare say someone has already analyzed labor unions as systems of patron-client relationships. Obviously some such borrowings are likely to be rejected for ideological reasons, e.g. the analysis of relationships within labor movements as a form of market. Political scientists have played about with this, and others will at the moment seem irrelevant, but might one day become fashionable, e.g. the application of Levi-Strauss binary opposites to working-class language. But in all cases, the test of new concepts and ideas is not simply that they are new, or seem interesting, but that they are relevant to our own basic questions. This implies knowing what these are. And, as so often in this paper, I have once again to insist that labor historians have frequently lacked methodological and conceptual clarity. I do not wish to impose any particular model or theory on them, Marxist or otherwise, but merely to suggest clarity about whatever our approach happens to be. Nevertheless, whatever this is, I suggest that we shall all go wrong unless we bear in mind three important considerations. 1. The history of labor is part of the history of society, or rather of particular societies which have specifiable things in common. Class relationships, whatever the nature of class, are relationships between classes or strata, which cannot adequately be described or analyzed in isolation, or in terms of their internal divisions or stratifications. This implies a model of what societies are and how they work. 2. The history of labor is a multi-layered affair, though the levels of reality or analysis form a whole: workers and movements, rank and file, and leaders, socio-economic, political, cultural, ideological and historical, both in the sense that they operate within a context given by the past and in the sense that they change over time in certain specifiable ways. We cannot abstract one or more from the rest, except for purposes of temporary convenience, nor can we practice an excessive reductionism. The political level of analysis cannot simply be subsumed under the socio-economic. Even at the most elementary level there is a difference in working class life between capitalist economies virtually lacking a state social security system and those which have one, and the nature of this system may be equally important. 3. Some aspects of our subject are quantifiable, others are not, at any rate in comparable terms. The problem of labor history, as of any other social history, is how to combine different kinds of quantification with qualitative statements. Some time ago a team of Swedish workers, who are preparing an ambitious and comprehensive study of the working class in 19th century Stockholm, put this problem to me concretely. They said, "We are producing a series of quantitative studies of everything for which material is available, from demography, family reconstitution, crime, prostitution, wages and economic fluctuations to strikes, riots, and labor organization. But how can we fit into this picture what it was actually like to be a bricklayer in 19th century Stockholm? What workers thought and felt and why? In other words, how can we find a common denominator for what one might call labor history as E.P. Thompson writes it and as Stefan Thernström writes it? All except those most brainwashed by the dream of being some kind of retrospective behavioral scientists are aware of the problem, but can we say that it has been adequately solved? Clearly the solution is to some extent a matter of scale. If we have as much scope as, say, a French state doctoral thesis, we can do both, as Roland Tramp has shown in her magnificent study of the miners of Carmo. 8. But probably the days of the academic blue whales are numbered, and works on the scale of this, or of Edward Thompson's great book, will in future necessarily be the work of teams. And teams by the nature of their work tend to break up rather than synthesize research. The problem is particularly acute for comparative studies. But even if in the future there may be a greater division between researchers and synthesizers, the difficulty will not disappear. Perhaps it is an essential difficulty of all history and all historians. It is about human beings, and we cannot abstract from their humanity. These remarks are moderately platitudinous, but perhaps there is room for an occasional reassertion of platitudes, because they are easily forgotten. Let me conclude with yet another. Labor history, like all the social sciences, is concerned with changing as well as with interpreting the world. If they were not, economics would be merely a sub-branch of mathematics. Now there are two things to be said about the relation between interpreting and changing the world. In the first place, the interpretation must be objectively valid, whether or not it suits us, or rather it must be communicable to anyone. There is no such thing as a labor history which can only be written or understood by manual workers, any more than, I am sorry this has to be said, there is an Irish, Black, or Chicano history which is only valid when written by Irishmen, Blacks or Chicanos, or accessible to them. That people who feel directly identified with it will load their own history with an emotional weight which others do not find there is quite another question, itself also distinct from the fact that they will be more tempted to misread it. The history of the miracle-working practices of the kings of France and England will have a meaning for a French legitimist or a British Jacobite which it cannot have for us, but the late Marc Bloch who wrote it cannot be criticized because he was a French Republican, but only, if at all, because he got it wrong. In the second place, and more importantly, we ought to know what we mean by changing the world. The wrong kind of social scientists, including de facto labor historians, have tried to change the world in a bad way, as witness Vietnam, where a lot of policy was based on certain theories about the nature of urbanization, or the heavily financed American attempts in the 1950s to break up one form of labor movement in numerous countries and substitute others. Were these bad because the theories were wrong, or were the defects of the theories due to the desire to implement bad policies, or both? At all events, there was and is a direct relation between academic theory and policy intentions. It is easy to see this when we have no sympathy for either the theories or the policies, and especially when the results are as horrifying as in Southeast Asia. It is less easy to detect the analogous dangers in our own interpretations. Yet they exist, even though obscured by our own bias and the autonomous operations of the academic mechanism in which we are enmeshed. In what ways and directions do we want to change the world, or do our researches imply changing it? Are we in danger of forgetting that the subject and the object of our researches are people? We ought not to be, since people, not labor but real working men and women, though often ignorant, short-sighted, and prejudiced men and women, is what our subject is about. For many of us the final object of our work is to create a world in which working people can make their own life and their own history, rather than to have it made for them by others, including academics. 1974. 2. Notes on Class Consciousness. The title of this paper is taken from the well-known but largely unread book by George Lukács, History and Class Consciousness, a collection of studies published in 1923, strongly criticized within the communist movement, and virtually unobtainable for some 30 or 40 years thereafter. In fact, since no English version of it was in print until recently, it is still little more than a title to most people in this country. I want to reflect, as a historian, on the nature and role of class consciousness in history, on the assumption that we are all agreed about one basic proposition, that social classes, class conflict, and class consciousness exist and play a role in history. We may well disagree on what role they play, or on its importance, but for the sake of the present argument further general agreement is not necessary. Nevertheless, in fairness both to the subject and to the thinker whose name is so obviously associated with it, I ought perhaps to begin by explaining where my own reflections connect with Lukács's own extremely interesting argument, which is, of course, derived from Marx, and where they do not. As most people with a moderate acquaintance with Marxism know, there is a certain ambiguity in Marx's treatment of social classes, which is perhaps due to the fact that he never wrote systematically about this subject. The manuscript of Capital breaks off at the very point where this systematic exposition was due to begin, so that chapter 52 of volume 3 of Capital on classes cannot even be considered an outline or torso. Elsewhere Marx used the term class in two rather different senses, according to context. First, it could stand for those broad aggregates of people which can be classified together by an objective criterion, because they stand in a similar relationship to the means of production, and more especially the groupings of exploiters and exploited which, for purely economic reasons, are found in all human societies beyond the primitive communal and, as Marx would argue, until the triumph of proletarian revolution. Class is used in this sense in the celebrated opening passage of the Communist Manifesto: the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, and for the general purposes of what we might call Marx's macro theory. I do not claim that this simple formulation exhausts the meaning of class in the first sense of Marx's usage, but it will at least serve to distinguish it from the second sense, which introduces a subjective element into the concept of class, namely, class consciousness. For the purposes of the historian, i.e. the student of microhistory, or of history as it happened, and of the present as it happens, as distinct from the general and rather abstract models of the historical transformations of societies, class and the problem of class consciousness are inseparable. Class in the full sense only comes into existence at the historical moment when classes begin to acquire consciousness of themselves as such. It is no accident that the locus clas sicut of Marx's discussion of class consciousness is a piece of contemporary history, dealing in years, months, or even weeks and days, namely, that work of genius, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. The two senses of class are not, of course, in conflict. Each has its place in Marx's thought. Lukács's treatment, if I understand him correctly, starts with this duality. He distinguishes between the objective fact of class and the theoretical deductions from this which could be or which are drawn by men. But he makes a further distinction, between the actual ideas which men form about class, and which are the subject matter of historical study one, and what he calls ascribed, zugerechnete, class consciousness. This consists of the ideas, sentiments, etc., which men in a given situation of life would have, if they were able to grasp in its entirety the situation, and the interests deriving from it, both as regards immediate action and as regards the structure of society which, would, correspond to those interests. Point 2. In other words, it is what, let us say, an ideally rational bourgeois or proletarian would think. It is a theoretical construct, based on a theoretical model of society, and not an empirical generalization about what people actually think. Lukács further argues that in different classes the distance between actual and ascribed class consciousness is larger or smaller, and may be so large as to constitute not only a difference of degree, but one of kind. Lukács derives some very interesting ideas from this distinction, but these are not my concern here. I do not say that the historian qua historian must only be concerned with the actual facts. If he is a Marxist, or indeed if he tries to answer any of the really significant questions about the historical transformations of society in any way, he must also have at the back of his mind a theoretical model of societies and transformations, and the contrast between actual and rational behavior cannot but concern him, if only because he must be concerned with the historical effectiveness of the actions and ideas he studies, which, at least up to and including the era of bourgeois society, do not normally correspond to the intentions of the individuals and organizations which undertake them or hold them. For instance, it is important to note, as Lukács and Marx did, incidentally, that the class consciousness of peasants is normally quite ineffective, except when organized and led by non-peasants with non-peasant ideas, and why this is so. Or it is important to note the divergence between the actual, i.e. observable class consciousness of proletarians, which is programmatically rather modest, and the kind of wider class consciousness not merely ascribable, in the Lukácsian sense, to them, but actually embodied in the working class through the socialist labor movements which this class developed. However, though historians cannot overlook such matters, they are naturally more concerned professionally with what actually happened, including what might under specified circumstances have happened, than they are with what ought really to happen. I shall therefore leave aside much of Lukács's discussion as irrelevant to my purpose, which is the rather modest one of the historian. The first point I wish to make is one which was also made by both Marx and Lukács. While classes in the objective sense can be said to have existed ever since the breakup of a society based essentially on kinship, class consciousness is a phenomenon of the modern industrial era. This is familiar to historians, who have often traced the transition from the pre-industrial concept of rank or estate to the modern one of class, from such terms as the populace or the laboring poor to the proletariat or the working class, via the intermediate the working classes, and the, historically slightly earlier, formation of such terms as middle class or bourgeoisie out of the old middle rank, of society. In Western Europe this change occurred roughly in the first half of the 19th century, probably before 1830–40. Why is class consciousness so late to emerge? In my view, Lukács's argument is persuasive. He points out that economically speaking all pre-capitalist societies have incomparably less cohesion as a single entity than the capitalist economy. Their various parts are far more independent of one another, their mutual economic dependence far less. The smaller the role of commodity exchange in an economy, the more parts of society are either economically self-sufficient, like the parts of the rural economy, or have no particular economic function except perhaps parasitic consumption, as in classical antiquity. The more distant, indirect, unreal are the links between what people actually experience as economy, polity, or society, and what actually constitutes the wider economic, political, etc. framework within which they operate. Point 3. Contrariwise, one might add, the relatively few and numerically small strata whose actual experience coincides with this larger framework may develop something like a class consciousness much sooner than the rest. This is true, for instance, of nobility and gentry, who are few in number, interrelated, and who function in part through their direct relationship to institutions which express or symbolize society as a whole, such as king, the court, parliament, etc. I note in passing that some historians have used this phenomenon as an argument against Marxist interpretations of class and class struggles in history. As will be evident, it is in fact specifically provided for in Marxist analysis. In other words, under capitalism class is an immediate and in some sense a directly experienced historical reality, whereas in pre-capitalist epochs it may merely be an analytical construct which makes sense of a complex of facts otherwise inexplicable. This distinction must not, of course, be confused with the more familiar Marxist proposition that in the course of capitalist development class structure is simplified and polarized until, in extreme cases such as Britain at some periods, one can operate in practice with a simple two-class system of middle class and working class. This may also be true, but that is part of another line of thought. Incidentally, it does not imply, and Marx never suggested that it implied, a perfect homogeneity of each class. For certain purposes we need not trouble about their internal heterogeneities, as, for instance, when defining certain crucial relations between classes, such as that between employers and workers. For other purposes we cannot leave them out of account. Neither Marx nor Engels neglected the social complexities, stratifications, etc., within classes in their directly historical writings or their analyses of contemporary politics. However, this is by the way. If we try to look at the consciousness of social strata in the pre-capitalist epochs, we therefore find a situation of some complexity. At the top we have groups such as the high aristocracy which come close to class consciousness on the modern scale, i.e. on what, using an anachronism, we might call the national scale, the scale of the large state, or even in some respects the international scale. However, it is highly likely that even in such cases of class consciousness the criterion of self-definition will be primarily non-economic, whereas in modern classes it is primarily economic. It may be impossible to be a noble without holding land and dominating peasants, and abstaining from manual labor, but these characteristics could not be enough to define a noble to the satisfaction of a medieval society. This would require also kinship, blood, special legal status and privileges, a special relationship to the king, or various others. At the bottom of the social hierarchy, on the other hand, the criteria of social definition are either too narrow or too global for class consciousness. In one sense they may be entirely localized, since the village community, the district, or some other limited area is in fact the only real society and economy that matters, the rest of the world making only remote and occasional incursions into it. So far as men living in such circumstances are concerned, the man from the next valley may not merely be a foreigner, but an enemy, however similar his social situation. Political programs and perspectives are by definition localized. I was once told by a political organizer in Latin America who worked among Indians, it is no use telling them the tiller has a right to the soil. What they understand is only this: you have a right to this piece of land which belonged to your community in your grandfather's day and which has since been stolen from you by the landlords. Now you can claim it back. Yet in another sense these criteria may be so general and universal as to exclude any properly social self-classification. Peasants may be so convinced that all the world, except for a marginal few, consists of them, that they may merely define themselves as people or, as in Russian language, Christians. This leads to unconscious historical ironies, such as that of the revolutionary atheist libertarian leader in Andalusia who told his defeated comrades, every Christian had better hide in the hills, or the Red Army sergeant who was overheard during the last war addressing his platoon as true believers. Or else they may simply define themselves as countrymen against the cities, campesinos, contadinos, paysans. One might argue that the well-known affinity of peasants for millennial or messianic movements reflects this social reality. The unit of their organized action is either the parish pump or the universe. There is no in-between. Once again confusion must be avoided. What I have been talking about is the absence of a specific class consciousness. This is not the same as that low degree of class consciousness which Marx and other observers have noted, e.g. among the peasantry in the capitalist era. Marx ascribed this, at any rate in the case of 19th-century France, to the fact that being a peasant implied being exactly like a great many other peasants, but lacking mutual economic relationships with them. For each peasant household is, economically speaking, largely isolated from the others. This may well be true under capitalist conditions, and it may help to distinguish peasants as a class from workers as a class, for concentration in groups of mutual cooperation is the basic social reality of proletarian existence. Marx's argument suggests, in my view correctly and fruitfully, that there are degrees of class cohesion. As Theodor Shannon once put it, the peasantry is a class of low classness, and conversely one might say that the industrial proletariat is a class of extremely high classness. It is, after all, the only class which has developed genuine political mass movements held together specifically and primarily by class consciousness, e.g. as parties of the working class, labor parties, partis ouvriers, etc. However, the point I have noted about pre-capitalist societies is not this, but a different one. In such societies, it may be suggested, the social consciousness of the lower ranks or subaltern classes will be fragmented into local or other segments even when their social reality is one of economic and social cooperation and mutual aid, as is the case in several kinds of village community. There will frequently be not high or low classness, but, in the sense of consciousness, no classness at all, beyond the miniature scale. Alternatively, it may be suggested, the unity felt by the subaltern groups will be so global as to go beyond class and state. There will not be peasants, but people or countrymen, there will be not workers, but an indiscriminate common people or laboring poor, distinguished from the rich merely by poverty, from the idle, whether rich or poor, by the compulsion to live by the sweat of their brow, and from the powerful by the unspoken or explicit corollary of weakness and helplessness. Between the top and the bottom of the pre-industrial social hierarchies, we find a conglomerate of local, sectional, and other groups, each with its multiple horizons, and far too complex for cursory analysis, or for that matter for more than the rarest common action on the national scale. Within a locality, such as a city-state, these may in fact be profitably analyzed in terms of class and class struggles, as indeed contemporaries and historians have habitually done from the days of the ancient Greek cities. However, even here the realities of socio-economic stratification are likely to be overlaid, in the minds of men, by the non-economic, e.g. the legal, classifications which tend to prevail in such societies. This is obvious where the new reality of a society divided frankly by economics comes into conflict with the old models of an hierarchically stratified society, the reality of socio-economic transformation with the ideal of socio-economic fixity. Then we can see the conflicting criteria of social consciousness locked in battle, e.g. the declining corporate or guild consciousness of journeyman craftsmen and the rising class consciousness of proletarians, skilled or otherwise. How far such consciousness of status, which is, of course, itself economic, insofar as legal or quasi-legal privilege implies economic advantage, persists or can revive under modern capitalism is an interesting subject for inquiry, which I cannot pursue. Lukács has a few suggestive observations on this point, to which I draw your attention. Point 6. Can we therefore say that class consciousness is absent from pre-capitalist societies? Not entirely, for even if we leave aside the history of small and locally enclosed communities such as city-states, and the special case of ruling classes, we encounter two types of social movement which plainly operate on a more than local and less than ecumenical scale. These are, first, those of the common people or laboring poor against the top people, when Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman, and, second, the phenomenon of peasant wars, sometimes actually recognized and named as such by contemporaries. The absence of class consciousness in the modern sense does not imply the absence of classes and class conflict. But it is evident that in the modern economy this changes quite fundamentally. How? Let me begin with a general but very significant observation. The scale of modern class consciousness is wider than in the past, but it is essentially national and not global, that is to say it operates within the framework of the territorial states which, in spite of the marked development of a single interdependent world economy, have remained to this day the main units of economic development. In this sense our situation is still analogous to that of pre-capitalist societies, though on a higher level. The decisive aspects of economic reality may be global, but the palpable, the experienced economic reality, the things which directly and obviously affect the lives and livelihoods of people, are those of Britain, the United States, France, etc. It is not impossible that we may today be entering the era of a directly global economy. Some numerically small strata of the population do indeed already function internationally, subject to linguistic limitations, as, for instance, scientists and some other types of academics, a fact both expressed and symbolized by their rapid movement between jobs in different parts of the world. However, for most people this is not yet the case, and indeed in important ways the increasing management of the economy and of social affairs by governments has intensified the national character of social consciousness. To this extent global classes are still the same sort of theoretical constructs as they were in pre-capitalist days, except at rare moments of global revolutionary ferment. The real and effective classes are national. The links of international solidarity between French and British workers, or even between their socialist movements, are far more tenuous than the links which bind British workers to one another. Within these limits, what of the consciousness of the different classes? I do not want to go through the list of the classes and strata which historians and sociologists might or might not agree to recognize as the major ones. Instead, I wish to draw your attention to two aspects of the problem. The first is the question of the relation between class consciousness and socio-economic reality. There are class slogans and programs which have very little chance of realization, because they run dead against the current of history, and others which are more practicable, because they run with it. Peasant movements and those of the classical petty bourgeoisie of small artisans, shopkeepers, petty entrepreneurs, etc., belong to the first kind. Politically these strata may be extremely formidable, because of their numerical strength or for other reasons, but historically they are inevitable victims, even when they ensure the victory of whatever cause they attach themselves to. At most they may become powerful sectional vested interests of negation, and even these have rather limited strength in countries where the dominant economic or political forces are extremely dynamic. The immense political strength of the North American farmers and small towns has not significantly slowed down the decline of either the farmers as a class, or the economic concentration against which the populists fought so strenuously. The Nazis, who were born to power on the mass mobilization of such strata, and some of whom actually tried to some extent to realize their program, turned out to be a regime of monopolist and state capitalism, not because they set out to be, but because the program of the little man was simply a non-starter. If the socialist perspectives of the working class movement are excluded, then the only alternative in Western industrial states is a regime of big business cum big government. The relation between peasant movements and the regimes they have brought to power in the 20th century is analogous. These revolutions, as Eric Wolf has pointed out, have been victorious primarily because they have mobilized the peasantry, and above all the most traditionally minded strata of the peasantry. 7 Yet the actual social outcome of these transformations has been very different from the aspirations of the peasants who made them possible, even when they received the land. History has more than confirmed the Marxists against the Narodniks. Post-revolutionary systems have not been constructed on the foundations of the pre-capitalist village communities, but on its ruins. However, it is only fair to add that they confirmed the Narodniks against some of the Marxists on another point. The most effective rural revolutionaries have been neither the proto-capitalist kulaks nor the proletarianized village laborers, but the middle peasantry. More interesting than such cases of what might be called blind alley class consciousness is the situation of classes whose relation to social reality changes. The case of the bourgeoisie is both instructive and familiar. Around, say, 1860, bourgeois class consciousness, even in an unsophisticated form, did in fact reflect and, at a very superficial level, explain the reality of bourgeois society. In 1960 this was plainly not so any longer, even though our society can still be described as capitalist. We can still read the sort of opinions which every good liberal paterfamilias took for granted at the time Lincoln was assassinated, mostly in the leader columns of the Daily Telegraph and the speeches of a few backbench conservative MPs. They are indeed still taken for granted in good suburban homes. It is patent that today these views have about as much relation to reality as the speeches of William Jennings Bryan about the Bible. Conversely, it is today evident that the pure program of 19th-century economic liberalism, as put forward, say, in the presidential campaign of Barry Goldwater in 1964, is as unrealizable as the peasant or petty bourgeois utopias. The difference between them is that the Goldwater ideology did once serve to transform the world economy, but no longer does so, whereas the other ideologies of the little men never did. In brief, the development of capitalism has left its former carrier, the bourgeoisie, behind. The contradiction between the social nature of production and the private nature of appropriation in this system has always existed, but was, economically speaking, secondary up to a certain point. Unrestricted competitive private enterprise by owner-managed family firms and state abstention was not merely an ideal, or even a social reality, but at a certain stage the most effective model for the rapid economic growth of industrial economies. Today the contradiction is dramatic and obvious. The capitalism of vast corporations intertwined with vast states remains a system of private appropriation, and its basic problems arise from this fact. However, even in its ordinary business operations it finds the economic liberalism of the 19th century quite irrelevant, and the class which carried it, the classical bourgeoisie, unnecessary. The point I wish to make is this. Some forms of class consciousness, and the ideologies based on them, are, as it were, in tune with historical development, and others not. Some, having once been in tune, cease to be. Who, if any, are today the rising classes whose consciousness and ideology point to the future? The question is important not only in political terms, but, if we follow Marx, for our understanding of epistemology, at least in the social sciences. I cannot, however, pursue it further here. The second aspect I want to discuss concerns the relation between class consciousness and organization. Let me begin with some obvious historic differences between bourgeois or middle class and working class consciousness. Bourgeois movements were based on a very powerful class consciousness. In fact, we can probably still say that the class struggle is normally fought or felt with much greater or more consistent bitterness on the bourgeois side of the front, where the menace of revolution is the dominant sentiment, than on the proletarian side, where hope, a civilized emotion, is at least as important as hatred. However, they were rarely explicit class movements. The few parties which have called themselves specifically middle-class parties, or by some similar title, are normally pressure groups for particular and generally modest purposes, such as keeping down rates and taxes. The bourgeois movements waved liberal, conservative, or other ideological banners, but claimed to be socially classless or all-embracing even when they were visibly not. Proletarian movements, on the other hand, are based on explicit class consciousness and class cohesion. At the same time, bourgeois movements were organized much more loosely and informally, often apparently for limited purposes, and involved much less loyalty and discipline than working class ones, though in actual fact their political perspectives might be very ambitious. In this respect the contrast between the Anti-Corn Law League, the prototype as it were of bourgeois class movements, and the Chartists, the prototype of mass proletarian ones, is instructive. As we have noted, the difference is not necessarily in the scope of the political objectives pursued. Both may be equally ambitious in so far as they aimed at the overthrow of one kind of society and its replacement by another. The difference may lie in the nature of the social experience of the classes or strata, their composition, and their social function. This point could be formulated in various ways. The bourgeoisie or upper middle class was or is an elite group of cotters, not because its members are specially selected for ability or enterprise, as they always felt sure they were, but because it consists essentially of people who are, at least potentially, in positions of command or influence, however local, of people who can make things happen as individuals or in small numbers. This statement does not apply to the petty bourgeoisie or lower middle class as a group. The characteristic campaign of the modern British professional strata, against the location of an airport, the routing of a motorway, or some other piece of administrative steamrollering, is effective out of all proportion to the number of persons involved in it for this reason. On the other hand, the working class, like the peasantry, consists almost by definition of people who cannot make things happen except collectively, though, unlike peasants, their experience of labor demonstrates every day that they must act collectively or not at all. But even their collective action requires structure and leadership to be effective. Without a formal organization for action, except under certain circumstances at the place of work, they are unlikely to be effective. Without one which is capable of exercising hegemony, to use Gramsci's phrase, they will remain as subaltern as the common people of the pre-industrial past. The fact that history may, as Marxists argue, have cast them as the grave diggers of an old and the foundation of a new society, although this requires some rethinking or at least reformulation, does not change this characteristic of their social existence here and now. In other words, bourgeois or middle-class movements can operate as stage armies of the good, proletarian ones can only operate as real armies with real generals and staffs. The matter may be put another way. Each class has two levels of aspiration, at least until it becomes politically victorious, the immediate, day-by-day specific demands and the more general demand for the kind of society which suits it. Once it is victorious, the second demand turns into conservatism. There may, of course, be conflicts between these two levels of aspiration, as when sections of the 19th century bourgeoisie, whose general demand was for government abstention from economic interference, found themselves appealing to government for specific aid and protection. In the case of a class like the bourgeoisie, both these levels of aspirations can be pursued with only relatively loose or ad hoc kinds of organization, though not without a general ideology to hold them together, such as economic liberalism. Even the 19th century class parties of liberalism were not mass parties or movements, except insofar as they appealed to the lower orders, but coalitions of notables, of influential individuals or small groups. On the other hand, working class consciousness at both levels implies formal organization, an organization which is itself the carrier of class ideology, which without it would be little more than a complex of informal habits and practices. The organization, the union, party, or movement, thus becomes an extension of the individual worker's personality, which it supplements and completes. When working class militants or party supporters, faced with some novel political situation, refuse to express their own opinion and send visiting journalists to the union, or whatever else the title of the organization may be, it expresses not the abdication of their private judgment before some superior authorities, but the assumption that the union's words are their words, they are what they would say if they had the private capacity to say it. Nevertheless, the types of consciousness and organization which correspond to each of the two levels are normally distinct, though sometimes linked or combined. The lower level is represented by what Lenin called, with his usual sharp and realistic eye for social realities, trade union consciousness, the higher by socialist consciousness, or possibly, but much more rarely, some other consciousness which envisages the total transformation of society. The former is, as Lenin also observed, the more spontaneously generated, but also the more limited. Without the latter, the class consciousness of the working class is incomplete, historically speaking, and its very presence as a class may, as in the USA, be, quite mistakenly, questioned. Without either, the workers may, for political purposes, be completely negligible, indeed invisible, like the very substantial mass of Tory working men who have always existed in Britain, without affecting, in more than the most fleeting and marginal way, the structure, policy, and program of the Conservative Party, which could not win a single election without them. Once again, the distinction between proletariat and peasants must be made. The latter, also a historically subaltern class, require even the most elementary class consciousness and organization on the national, i.e. the politically effective, scale to be brought to them from outside, whereas the more elementary forms of class consciousness, class action, and organization tend to develop spontaneously within the working class. The development of significant trade union movements is almost universal in societies of industrial capitalism, unless prevented by physical coercion. The development of labor or socialist parties has been so common in such societies that the infrequent cases where they have not developed, as in the United States, are commonly treated as in some sense exceptional, and requiring special explanation. This is not so with autonomous peasant movements, and even less with so-called peasant parties, whose structure is in any case rather different from that of labor parties. Proletarian movements have a built-in potential for hegemony, which peasant movements lack. Socialist consciousness through organization is thus an essential complement of working class consciousness. But it is neither automatic nor inevitable, and what is more, it is not class consciousness in the obvious sense in which spontaneous trade unionist consciousness is, whether in its moderate reformist or in its politically less stable and effective radical, even revolutionary syndicalist form. And at this point the problem of class consciousness in history turns into an acute problem of 20th century politics. For the necessary mediation of organization implies a difference, and, with greater or smaller probability, a divergence, between class and organization, i.e. on the political level, party. The further we move from the elementary social units and situations in which class and organization mutually control one another, e.g. in the classic case, the socialist or communist union lodge in the mining village, and into the vast and complex area where the major decisions about society are taken, the greater the potential divergence. In the extreme case of what left-wing discussion has baptized substitutionism, the movement replaces the class, the party the movement, the apparatus of functionaries the party, the, formally elected, leadership the apparatus, and, in well-known historical examples the inspired general secretary or other leader of the central committee. The problems which arise out of this, to some extent, inevitable divergence affect the entire concept of the nature of socialism, though it may also be argued that, with the increasing irrelevance to contemporary capitalism of the old type of 19th-century entrepreneurial bourgeoisie, controlling significant quantities of the means of production as individuals or families, they may also be arising within the present system. They are problems, partly of the apparatus of administration, planning, executive and political decision, etc., which any complex modern society must possess, and especially one of economic and social planning and management under present circumstances, i.e. problems of bureaucracy, and partly of the nature of societies and regimes arising out of the labor and socialist movements. These are not the same, though the loose and emotional usage of such terms as bureaucracy in left-wing discussion tends to confuse them. They are congruent only where a formal bureaucracy is ex officio a ruling class in the technical sense, as perhaps among the imperial Chinese scholar gentry, or today among the senior managers of corporate capitalism, whose interest is one of ownership as well as salaried management. The crucial problem for socialists is that revolutionary socialist regimes, unlike bourgeois ones, arise not out of class, but out of the characteristic combination of class and organization. It is not the working class itself which takes power and exercises hegemony, but the working class movement or party, and, short of taking an anarchist view, it is difficult to see how it could be otherwise. In this respect the historical development of the USSR has been quite logical, though not necessarily inevitable. The party became the effective and formal ruling group, on the assumption that it stood for the working class. The systematic subordination of state to party has reflected this. In due course, equally logically, the party absorbed and assimilated the effective individual cadres of the new society as they emerged, its officers, administrators, executives, scientists, etc. So that at a certain point of Soviet history success in almost any socially significant career implied the invitation to join it. This did not imply that these functional recruits acquired an equal possibility to form policy with the old members for whom politics was a career, but then there was an analogous difference in the bourgeoisie between those recognized as belonging to the ruling class and those within this body who belonged to the governing group. The fact that the original social basis of the party, the small industrial proletariat of Tsarist Russia, was dispersed or destroyed during the Revolution and Civil War, obviously facilitated this evolution of the Communist Party. The fact that, after a generation of the new regime, the individual cadres of the new society were largely recruited from men and women of worker or peasant origins, who had made their career entirely in and through it, and only in a rapidly diminishing proportion from the members or children of former bourgeois and aristocratic families, whom the regime naturally tried to exclude, speeded the process up further. Nevertheless, it may be suggested that a process of this kind was implicit in the proletarian revolution, unless systematic countermeasures were taken. The moment when proletarian revolution is successful is therefore the critical one. It is at this moment, when the formerly reasonable assumption of a virtual identity between class and organization opens the way to the subordination of the former to the latter, that substitutionism becomes dangerous. So long as the organization continues to maintain its automatic general identity with the class, and denies the possibility of more than the most temporary and superficial divergences, the way to extreme abuses, up to and including Stalinism, lies wide open. Indeed, some degree of abuse is hardly to be avoided, for the organization is likely to assume that its views and actions represent the real views, or in Lukácsian terms, the ascribed consciousness, of the class, and where the actual views of the class diverge from it. These divergences are due to ignorance, lack of understanding, hostile infiltration, etc., and must be ignored if not suppressed. The stronger the concentration of party-cum-state power, the greater the temptation to ignore or suppress, and conversely, the weaker this concentration, the greater the temptation to strengthen it. Hence problems of political democracy, of pluralist structures, freedom of expression, etc., become more important than before, a statement which does not imply that the solution of such problems must or should be those of bourgeois liberalism. To take an obvious example, if under socialist systems trade unions lose their old functions and strikes are outlawed, then, whatever the general justification and the possible overall gains for the workers, these have lost an essential means for influencing the conditions of their lives, and unless they acquire some other means for the purpose, theirs is a net loss. The classical bourgeoisie could defend the equivalent of its trade union conscious interests in various more or less informal ways, where they conflicted with the wider interests of the class as interpreted by governments. The working class, even in socialist systems, can do so only through organization, i.e. only through a political system of multiple organizations or through a single movement which makes itself sensitive to the views of its rank and file, i.e. through effective internal democracy. But is this exclusively a problem of proletarian revolutions and socialist systems? As we have already noted in passing, similar problems are arising out of the changing structure of the modern capitalist economy itself. Increasingly the constitutional, legal, political, and other devices by means of which people were traditionally supposed to ensure some influence over the shaping of their lives and their society, if only negative influence, are becoming ineffective. This is not so merely in the sense in which they have always been ineffective for the laboring poor in any but a trivial manner, but in the sense that they are increasingly irrelevant to the actual machinery of technocratic and bureaucratized decision. Politics are reduced to public relations and manipulations. Decisions as vital as war and peace not merely bypass the official organs for them, but may be taken, by a handful of central bankers, by a president or prime minister with one or two backroom advisors, by an even less identifiable interlocking of technicians and executives, in ways which are not even formally open to political control. The classical machinery of 19th-century real politics increasingly revolves in a void. The leading articles of the heavy newspapers are read by backbench MPs whose opinions are negligible or by ministers who are dispensable, and their respective speeches are only a little less insignificant than their private démarques with those who actually take decisions, assuming they can be identified. Even the members of the establishment, or ruling class, may as individuals be little more influential than the shareholders in whose interests capitalist firms are still, in legal theory, conducted. Increasingly the real members of the ruling class today are not so much real persons as organizations, not the Krupps or Rockefellers, but General Motors and IBM, not to mention the organization of government and the public sector, with whom they readily interchange executives. The political dimensions of class consciousness and especially the relation between members of the class and organizations are therefore rapidly changing. The problems of the relations of the proletariat with working-class states, or even the large-scale organizations of their movement under capitalism, are only a special case within a more general situation, which the imperatives of technology and large-scale public or corporate management have transformed. This observation should not be used merely to score debating points. Nothing is more futile and infuriating than pots calling kettles black and assuming that in so doing they have solved the problem of blackness. Classes continue and have consciousness. It is the practical expression of this consciousness which is today in question, given the changes in its historic context. But at this point the historian may fall silent, not without relief. His professional concern is not the present or future, though he ought to throw some light on it, but the past. What is likely to happen, and what we can or ought to do about it, cannot be discussed here. 1971. Since this was written, such backwoodsmen have formed governments in both the United States and Britain. Once again, this does not apply to parties of the lower middle class, which tended and tend to be mass movements, though, reflecting the socio-economic isolation of the members of these strata, mass movements of a particular kind. Marx's prophetic insight into the relation of the French peasants with Napoleon III is relevant here. They cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. Their representative must at the same time appear as their master, as an authority over them. The most striking instances of such identifications are normally found in the comparatively early stages of labor organization, before labor movements have become part of the official political system of operations, and at times or in places where the movement consists of a single organization which represents, i.e. literally stands for, the class. A ruling group may or may not be bureaucratized, though in European history it has rarely been so. It may operate with or through a bureaucratized administrative system, as in 20th century Britain, or an unbureaucratized one, as in 18th century Britain. The same, allowing for the different social status, ruling parties are not classes, may be true in socialist societies. The CPSU is bureaucratic, and operates through a very bureaucratized state and economic administration. The Maoist Cultural Revolution has, if I understand it correctly, attempted to destroy the bureaucratization of the Chinese CP, but it is a fairly safe bet that the country continues to be administered by means of a bureaucratic system. It is not even impossible to discover examples of a bureaucratized ruling group with a non-bureaucratic, i.e. without an effective, administrative system, as perhaps in some ecclesiastical states of the past. I am not discussing the possible developments which might lead large numbers of the individual cadres, in particular historical circumstances, to prefer not to join the formal organizations of top people, i.e. the party. At a lower level, it also seems that the difference between formally liberal democratic and other political systems may be diminishing sharply. Neither President de Gaulle, whose constitution guaranteed him against excessive electoral or parliamentary interference, nor President Johnson, who was not so safeguarded, were significantly affected by the pressures recognized in liberal systems. Both were vulnerable only to quite different pressures, operating outside such systems. 3. Religion and the rise of socialism. The modern working-class socialist movement has developed with an overwhelmingly secular, indeed often a militantly anti-religious, ideology. The first condition of membership of the Communist League, even before Marx joined it, was freedom from all religion, practical independence from any church association or any ceremonies not required by civil law. 1 Conversely, religio-political versions of socialism and communism have always been marginal and generally not very important phenomena, perhaps forerunners of the movement, like Wilhelm Weitling, perhaps on its eccentric fringes, where the vegetarians, the advocates of free love, and the other enthusiasts for what we would today call counterculture and commune living flourished. There were indeed a few labor movements, notably the British, whose activists largely came from or passed through Protestant sectarianism and nonconformity, and some parts of which show an interesting confluence of religion and class struggle. But these movements also have the marks of archaism, and in any case, there was no important working-class Christian socialism, merely the standard socialism, elaborated by secular thinkers and translated into the familiar biblical terminology. 2. Now, secularization appears strange at first sight, for in the world in which the modern labor movement was born, religion remained inseparable from the ideology of common people and provided the main language for its expression. We should expect the attempts to formulate new social programs in religious terms to be at least as prominent as social heresies and radical sects had been in earlier centuries, and still were in many rural areas. Were not many workers villagers themselves or peasants' children? Would we not expect them to be open to archaic ideological arguments like that secretary of a Komsomol cell in the Soviet Russia of the 1920s, who was convinced by evangelists that Christianity had been distorted by the priests for the sake of gain, and that the gospel was really socialism preached by Jesus, and who thereupon took his whole cell to church and read the gospel there. 3. Conversely, would we not expect men and women brought up in an atmosphere imbued with religion to show considerable resistance to movements so visibly, and often militantly, godless. In fact, we do often find such mass resistance. The anti-Jacobin popular insurrectionaries of Naples who, we may recall, believed that the man who has bread and wine, must be a Jacobin sang. Naples won't stay a republic. Here's an end to equality. Here's an end to liberty. Long live God and His Majesty. Point 4. A major peasant war was waged in Mexico in the 1920s in the name of Christ the King against the godless city revolutionaries. And the universally free-thinking left in Muslim countries discovered, as Rodinson recalls, that attacks on religion were in general useless or even harmful. They have often been tempted to make use of the ideology which they were attacking. Point 5. Yet even in the traditionalist peasant zones and among the traditionalist menu people of the ancient big cities, godless movements sometimes made dramatic progress. In the rural areas of Spain captured by the anarchists, in former Catholic monarchist southern France after 1830, in Catholic Vienna after 1870. In short, religious ideology proved recessive, secular ideology dominant, even though once the labor and socialist movement had conquered the mass of those who did not seriously resist its secularism, it discovered the mass of those, mostly non-proletarians, who did, and rather effectively. The problem before us is why the movement itself tended generally to be committed to irreligion, and why the active or passive resistance of the masses to this irreligion was not stronger. This raises the wider problem of secularization in the modern world. The process of secularization is as yet far from clearly understood. Its most obvious symptom or result is the decline in the voluntary membership of religious bodies and in participation in their rites and activities. We know something about this decline in quantitative terms, though only patchily for the 19th century, especially outside France. But quite apart from gaps in our information, what does it mean? Does the sometimes impressive fashion for civil marriages in parts of Victorian Britain tell us something about popular attitudes to religious rites of passage, or merely about the technical difficulties of nonconformist marriages? 6. To take a more dramatic case, in France civil burial was plainly a major break with traditional Catholicism. Proudhon claimed that burial outside the church is the symbol of social resurrection. Point 7. That is, in spite of the ambivalence of the phrase, he saw it, in the manner of later militants, as a gesture of secularism. But how far can we regard the desire for cremation as a deliberately secularist gesture, even though German Social Democrats clearly saw it in this light? 8. Yet the genesis of civil burial appears to have been more complex in early 19th century Provence. Point 9. The Church refused religious burial to unbelievers as to other sinners. But in the eyes of the people, at this stage far from secularist, death in itself requires solemnization, and every man has equal right to the religious ceremonies normally supplied by the Church. It was wrong of the Church to refuse this right on grounds of doctrine or morality, at least to respected members of the community. Consequently, the people supported non-religious burial in the absence of religious ceremony, and thus the secular ritualization of what was to become a militantly anti-religious demonstration began in Provence. The initiative in secularization came from the Church, which defended the modern position that Catholicism is one option among others, while its adversaries, ancestors of the modern secularist left, demanded that it provide a universal public service. The popular attitude was not secular. It rather implied that the real religion was the cult of the dead, whereas the Church was a ceremonial machine, more particularly one designed to produce ritual funerals. In fact, a crack opened in the traditional syncretism of popular religion and doctrinal Christianity into which the wedge of secularism could henceforth be inserted. We need hardly add that secularists were quick to widen this crack. No social occasion radiated more powerful and solemn vibrations, and concentrated the mind more intensely on the human condition, than the ceremonials of death and its commemoration, especially the commemoration of leaders and martyrs. Even if some secular revolutionaries, like the Blanquists, had not systematically used the civil burial movement to get access to the Parisian working class, eventually developing the political cult of the dead into a flourishing revolutionary ritual. 10. The potential of death for collective manifestations did not take much discovering. If death was no longer everyone's right but only of those approved by official religion, it could also express other ideological options, such as those of the motto of the Austrian Social Democrats' cremation society: the flame, proletarian in life, proletarian in death, and buried in the spirit of cultural progress. Probably more than anything else, the emergence of secular ceremonials of death which could be associated with secular movements, allowed secularist labor and socialist movements to acquire the ritual dimension to which their rank and file was accustomed. We should therefore beware of crude facts and statistics alone. What we require are indications of attitudes, for instance towards the major religious holidays, some of which survived secularization unscathed, perhaps, like Christmas, through conversion into private family festivals, while others, like the two spring festivals 11, showed signs of ideological reinterpretation before turning into simple vacations. As so often in social history, new questions reveal or create their own sources. They may be qualitative, like Abel Kevika's pioneer investigation of 19th-century Lincolnshire, or quantitative, like Vauvel's important analysis of Provençal wills and funeral inscriptions, or the study of onomastics, which has only just begun. Thus, Agulhon has made an interesting start by discovering that among the numerous social clubs of the Var in 1830-48, those with saints' names were already exceeded in number by those with secular names, generally not so much ideological or political as literary, humorous, absurd. 12 In short, the historian of this difficult subject must, for the time being, proceed with caution. Still, membership of religious bodies and participation in rites must be a main indicator, whatever exactly it means. There is little doubt that from the middle or perhaps the late 19th century religious practice declined everywhere, although there were occasional or localized recoveries in the zeal for religious vocations. 13 Even the British nonconformists, after a period of rapid growth from the mid-18th century, lost ground relatively from the late 19th century before declining absolutely in the 20th. 14 The extent of religious non-participation before the mid-19th century is obscure, though in some areas it was substantial, as in Paris where by 1875, 12% of children were unbaptized, and 12.6% of marriages and 21% of funerals non-religious. 15 Dechristianization was patchy, with large variations in religious practice, though in the 20th century even some of the most pious grew apathetic. 16 The decline in religious practice should not be confused with formal conversion to unbelief, which always remained a minority phenomenon confined mainly to the political left for which it was a symbol of commitment. A substantial atheist minority is an almost certain sign of a strong local left-wing tradition, as in Emilia, in Zolingen, with just under 14% are atheists in 1950, or in parts of the Netherlands. 17 The opposite is not necessarily true, in the Basso Mantovano, one of several regions in which agrarian class struggle has tended to dechristianize the rural proletariat, Friesland, the Alemteju, and Andalusia are others. 18 The Christian Democrat Party did not even succeed in getting the vote of all practicing Catholics. 19 However, the figures of official atheism, even when available, are generally below actual unbelief, as indicated by opinion surveys. The 1.6% of Austrians declaring themselves non-religious in 1934 clearly do not represent the extent of unbelief in the notably atheist Austrian Socialist Party. We may note in passing that the period of most rapid growth for official atheism coincides with the heyday of the Second International, 1890 to 1914. The percentage of freethinkers in Denmark, the Netherlands, and Italy roughly doubled between 1900 and 1910, and more than trebled in Norway. In absolute numbers it was large only in Italy and the Netherlands. 20. A few generalizations about this decline can be made with confidence. It was invariably far more marked among men than among women, so that the degree of feminization of religious rites provides an excellent indicator of the degree of religious indifference, but not of the progress of free thought. Men and women seem to have been converted to secularism together. 21 For whatever reason, it was probably earlier and more marked in cities, and more marked in large towns than in smaller ones. 22 the question of working-class religion becomes confused, partly because the characteristic workers of proto-industrialization, handloom weavers, journeyman artisans, miners, etc., were much given to religious excitement or heterodoxy, partly because much of industrialization took place in villages and small towns. Yet beyond any possible doubt 23 workers in cities took less part in formal religious practice than others, and relative working class indifference or irreligion is recorded by practically all inquiries at all dates. Thus, in Spain, factory workers were at the bottom of the ranking table in both areas of high and of low religiosity. 24 In short, we can agree with the 19th century clergyman who had no doubt that the introduction of a factory brings to Christianization. 25 Though this was not always true of the mine, until class consciousness took miners into movements associated with irreligion. Migration, normally from country to city, and contact with the city, led to a decline in religious practice, in certain cases even among the peasantry. 26. This generalization amounts to little more than that in traditional societies religion forms part of the structures of both authority and community which are disrupted, destroyed, or transformed by the development of modern capitalism. As Elam shows, Neapolitan religiosity even today mirrors the failure of Gesellschaft to replace Gemeinschaft. 27 This change does not in itself produce a growth of secularism and rationalism among the masses, except to the extent that religion ceases to have the virtual monopoly of forming and communicating ideas among the common people. It does lose this monopoly, but, however historically inevitable, secularization is not spontaneous. It occurs both because of changes in the authority structure, example the substitution of a bourgeois for a feudal state, by changes within community, society, and ways of life that bring secular languages of ideas closer to the common people, example through literacy and secular writings, and through collective experiences that precipitate changes in popular ideology, example revolutions. Where these do not occur, the erosion of religion is not automatically accompanied by active scepticism. Consider the possible centers of critical independence and alternative ideas within the ranks of the common people. There are always some potential centers of this kind, apart from those merely outside the structure of community and authority and therefore not likely to influence it, traveling people and other marginals. Thus, in 18th century France there were the innkeepers, cabaretiers, the natural antiquaires of the village because they were in competition for the same customers at the same time. Since Puritanism goes with temperance, they were not normally so significant in countries with a sectarian radical tradition such as Britain, but very important for the socialist movement in both Germany and France. 27% of Marxist, GUSDIST, militants in Roubaix, and 2/3 of the local socialist councillors in the mid-1890s were cabaretiers. 28 There were the wine growers, so permanently associated with free thought that piety in these quarters caused surprise. The men of Sancerre, said one of Lebras' clerical informants, used to be very fervent, even though they were wine growers. 29 Catholicism is undoubtedly weak in all major French wine-growing areas. We may read what we wish into this correlation, which does not, by the way, seem to hold good in other countries. More generally, there were the artisans, notoriously independent of landlord control in the village. 30 And especially what Matron called the sedentary crafts which allow a man to philosophize while he performs familiar tasks. 31 Notably of course those well-known worker intellectuals and dissidents, the shoemakers. We do not know when they exchanged religious speculation à la Jacob Boehme for atheism, but their interest in the natural sciences was already a joke in Metternich's Austria. And it was only natural that when such men were potential nuclei of the anti-establishment, they would be attracted to doctrines and movements specifically criticizing authority in the religious form that rather naturally seemed to them inseparable from its other forms. Sebastian IV, speaking for all rank and file anarchists, reminds us that in society today authority takes three principal forms which produce three forms of coercion: 1. The political form, the state; 2. The economic form, capital; 3. The moral form, religion. 32 Tom Paine, as we know, was by no means an atheist. It was not God but churches and religious institutions he regarded as engines of power and devices attempting to terrify and enslave mankind, and monopolize power and profit. 33 Still, the distinction was not very clear to many. Whether the activists and leaders of plebeian and labor movements were secularists or religious dissidents, they were almost by definition critics of the establishment in both its lay and its religious forms. Yet we cannot simply treat such men and groups in isolation from the rest of society. Class is not merely a relationship between groups, it is also their coexistence within a social, cultural, and institutional framework set by those above. The world of the poor, however elaborate, self-contained, and separate, is a subaltern and therefore in some senses incomplete world, for it normally takes for granted the existence of the general framework of those who have hegemony, or at any rate its inability for most of the time to do much about it. It accepts their hegemony, even when it challenges some of its implications because, largely, it has to. Ideas, models, and situations in which action becomes possible tend to reach it from outside, if only because the initiative that changes conditions on a national scale comes from above or because the mechanisms for diffusing ideas are generated outside. Only in the 19th century did the working class itself generate, or become identified with, a potentially hegemonic force, the organized labor and socialist movement, with the potential, for instance, to transform itself into a system of national rule, as in the case of communist parties after revolutions. This is an historic novelty. Yet even this potential hegemony, though it rests, at least before the transfer of power, on the mobilization and active support of the masses, derives its ideology, its programs and strategies primarily from people and sources outside the world of the subaltern classes, from mostly bourgeois intellectuals like Marx and Engels, from German philosophy, British political economy, and French socialism. The reasons need not concern us here. When we analyze the process of secularization, we must bear in mind both the significance of decisions from above, which change the scenery among which the subaltern classes form their opinions, the role of the elites in the hegemonic system, and the role of hegemonic culture and ideology. Thus secularization in Sesto Fiorentino, the first socialist commune in Tuscany, depended closely on national unification, the creation of the national state, in which the mass of the inhabitants was not much actively involved. As its historian, the late Ecobedo Reggianieri, has put it, the first approach to this change came from the liberal bourgeoisie. Though it did not impede the clergy in its ideological control over the popular classes, it could hardly not undermine it. Having constituted the national state and bourgeois state, the bourgeoisie could not help but provide an initial and decisive stimulus for the disintegration of parochial life, whether deliberately or, more often, involuntarily. 34. For instance, by the reinforcement of the autonomous authority of secular organizations such as the municipality, symbolized for example, by the new town hall and the transfer of the markets from the church square to a new square. In the mid-19th century the priests of the Orleans diocese were in constant friction with such lay institutions, simply because these, though by no means secularist, resented church interference in their affairs, with the municipalities, the musical societies, the fire brigade. 35 Such bodies were, as it were, functionally anti-clerical. Or to take a more dramatic example, secularization took a spectacular turn upwards in France during the years when anti-clericalism dominated French politics, from 1880 on, and especially during the years that culminated in the separation of church and state. In the Diocese of Limoges, a notoriously dechristianized area, there were only 2.5% of non-baptized children, 5.75% of civil burials, and 14% of civil marriages in 1899. In 1907 there were 25% of non-baptisms, 23% of civil burials, and 48.5% civil marriages, after which the figures settled down somewhat. 36 We may well argue that the Limousin was ready for dechristianization, but it is evident that a series of national, not local, events precipitated the mass defection. Again, the influence of the elites is significant and may be decisive, particularly in the countryside, as Agulhon demonstrates very clearly for the Var. At a later stage the French bourgeoisie was largely recatholicized, but by then the class conflict and consciousness reinforced the anti-clericalism of its workers. The influence of or deference to elites should not, however, be confused with the other reasons that drew plebeian and middle-class culture together. More generally, the popular classes fall under the influence of the hegemonic culture because it is in a sense the only culture that operates as such through literacy. The very construction of a standard national language belongs to the literate elite. 37 The very process of reading and schooling diffuses it, even unintentionally. The most traditional repertoire of popular literature inevitably contains thick deposits of upper-class origin, as in the Bibliothèque Bleue of the 17th and 18th centuries. 38 Minocchio, the village atheist of the 16th century, whose story has been brilliantly told by Carlo Ginzburg. 39 is interesting precisely because as a literate he could bring books into confrontation with the oral tradition in which he had grown up. Books, especially the Voyages of Mandeville, Ginzburg begins, were for him primarily the catalyst of his own ideas drawn from the popular tradition. Yet in fact the most important popular function of books was not thus to fertilize a few lonely and original autodidacts, who are impressive but rarely influential. Most popular readers, like most readers of any class, are followers. I am far from claiming that this makes all high culture an agency of class propaganda, that books are, as it were, bourgeois by their very nature. Rather, popular ideas cannot be understood without recalling the hegemony of high culture. Take, for instance, the phenomenon which Raggianieri for his Tuscan village dates in the last decades of the 19th century and above all the first 15 years of the 20th, the practice of abandoning Catholic first names for secular ones, which has obvious ideological and political implications. True, the militants sometimes hung well-known political manifestos round their hapless children's necks, Spartacus, Galileo, Benito Mussolini or, to remind you of another particularly ironic case, Walt Whitman Rostow and Eugene V. Debs Rostow. But mainly they chose names from opera, drama, and literature, Rigoletto and Rigoletta, Aida, Tosca, Torquato, Dante. Significantly, high culture becomes the medium for the break with ancient tradition at the grassroots. This possibility exists only because 19th century bourgeois culture is, at least in theory, open to all, and indeed an invitation to be shared by all. The famous village freethinker Konrad Dübler in the remoteness of Goisern, Upper Austria, would not have had Shakespeare in his well-stocked bookcase if bourgeois culture had not insisted on translating him. 40 It was not only possible but inviting for men who shared the ideology of new times for which tradition was an obstacle, i.e., the values of the Enlightenment. To the extent that they shared with the bourgeoisie and the educated elites a common goal and a common adversary in reaction, privilege and aristocracy, in short, until the discovery that the employer was the worker's main adversary, and perhaps even beyond this point, this alliance remained strong, perhaps decisive. To cite the case of Dübler again, this radical village miller and later innkeeper was both the friend and correspondent of bourgeois radical writers, scientists, and philosophers. The aged Feuerbach spent his holidays with him, the patron of the early salt workers' organizations that soon became Social Democrat, and the friend of the Koskeis. He thus confirms, incidentally, Agulhon's observation about the significance of the intermediate milieu, artisans, petty intellectuals, the intermediate status groups, property qualified and municipal electors, and the networks of intermediate influence, for instance, the activities of voluntary associations. Point 41. Traditional peasants on the whole spurned the new ideology, not only because they were traditional, but because the new times, and those who were the carriers, like townsmen, appeared to bring nothing except trouble. One might even argue that women were less tempted by secularization, for the new bourgeois world was primarily male-dominated. Point 42. Conversely, workers, and especially skilled artisans, responded positively because tradition offered them only disruption and misery, because the new world was the only one they lived in, or because, in spite of everything, their hopes had to lie not in a return to some idealized model of a past, which had no place for people like themselves, but in the future. The working classes were nonetheless interested in the new ideology not for itself, but only as part of a package that included the struggle for a better life, i.e., through something like the labor movement. Men did not become freethinkers but worker freethinkers. Just so certain left-wing villages in Provence do not practice religion because they are Republicans. They claim that in some way it is impossible for them to be both for the Republic and for religion. 43. Ideologically, socialist and bourgeois rationalist ideas therefore converged, though for the mass of ordinary people these had to be mediated through political commitment, action, and organization. The two were linked not only through a common ideology, but through the belief underlying it, in progress, education, science, and the need to overcome a tradition that stood in the way of both personal and collective liberation. No doubt these meant divergent things in bourgeois and working class minds. Jules Ferry, the anti-clerical, thought of science and democracy as a pair of twins. 44 Marxists thought the same way about science and socialism, and anarchists, convinced that everything could be achieved with a pistol and an encyclopedia. 45 included the immediate abolition of the state. All shared the confidence in science and enlightenment as against conservatives deeply suspicious of both, and all, notably Charles Darwin, shared a belief in the same science, about whose incompatibility with theology an American professor wrote a celebrated and massive book. 46 They shared the same faith in science, in print, and in education. English socialists, mainly from dissenting backgrounds, shared this attitude with the German Social Democrats, all officially Marxist. Caxton, Gutenberg, and Darwin were among the great world liberators. Not for nothing was a non-socialist anti-clerical work like Gödel's Moses or Darwin more widely read in German social democratic libraries than anything by Marx or even Koski. It recurs in many a German worker's intellectual autobiography. 47. To join a movement of emancipation, of self-liberation through class liberation, therefore implied a militant anti-traditionalism, whether or not that movement was atheist in ideology. There is much less difference between the reading of the British and German labor militant about 1900 than one might suppose. Since movements sought to change personal lives and hopes here and now, as well as to achieve political and economic ends, it had to be so. Labor movements, whatever else they were also cultural revolutions of this kind, and nowhere more so than among the rural anarchist laborers of Spain or in the villages of France and Italy. What was the effect of that which Agulhon rightly calls the relevation of the Republic among the cork workers of the mountains behind the French Riviera? Among other things, a mass participation of women workers in politics, the refusal by the women to let their children learn the catechism, and that symptom of cultural revolution we have already noted in Sesto Fiorentino, the naming of children with secular and militant names. 48 So I would suggest that the rise in atheism, noticeable in so many places before 1914, was perhaps accelerated but not explained by such events as the separation of church and state in France. It was both the byproduct and, so far as many of the militants were concerned, an essential content of the rise of the labor movement. Conversely, the visible decline of organized religion in the mid-20th century also led to a slackening of militant anti-clericalism on the left. Even in 1948 a French observer noted that declarations of faith in atheism, atheist behavior, are disappearing in the milieu of the extreme left in the cities. As the piety of right-wing zones declines to little more than the level of dechristianized left-wing ones abandon demonstrative non-baptism. 49 Religion and anti-religion cease to be the criteria of commitment. When God is dying, he can no longer be the great enemy of progress. There had always been limits to secularist militancy, for practical politicians were not content to leave potential supporters with religious prejudices or relics of ancient faith to the reactionaries. 50 Parties like the German SDP played down atheist propaganda, although without abandoning their rationalist convictions. For socialists the shift came, in theory, all the more easily since secularism for Marxists was not an end in itself, and they were rightly convinced that workers became rationalists not through godless propaganda as such, but through joining their class movement. Yet in fact, personal as well as social emancipation from tradition was what many militants got from joining the movement. Militant secularism grew from the grassroots where socialism, or especially anarchism, was seen not so much as a political program than as a personal conversion and cultural revolution. Faith was there to be destroyed on principle, not conciliated. That this intransigence sometimes isolated the activists did not matter. More significant, militantly godless movements had no difficulty in gaining mass support both among the workers and in some rural areas, though by that very fact they left other regions and groups which resisted in the hands of those who waved the banners or truncheons of God. Though irreligion might attract plebeian cadres, there is no evidence that in itself it had any special appeal to the masses. Moreover, though it may be argued that certain environments such as the big city inevitably tended to erode formal religious practices based on village and small-town community structure, much industrial development took place in small-scale communities far from unfavorable to religion, as is proved by the persistent tendency towards pietism and sects of many types of industrial outworkers, or even, although sometimes concealed by their massive adherence to godless labor movements, of minors. 51 In any case, even in the big city the constant influx of rural migrants should have counteracted dechristianization, but clearly did so only momentarily. The argument that immigrants are dechristianized by culture shock is so far unproven 52 and remains doubtful, though the removal of the tight social control of the village has an obvious effect. Our problem is not so much the positive appeal of irreligion as the feeble resistance of religion. Admittedly, the greater the religious apathy or indifference of an environment, the less resistance we may expect to actively irreligious ideologies, though extremely apathetic groups, such as the lowest laboring and sub-proletarian strata, may by that very token be resistant to any ideology at all. First, official, theological/church religion was always weak among the masses, as distinct from the unofficial ritual/magical religion which the churches either incorporated, accepted, or overlooked in order to prevent the formation of two religions. 53 To become militant, this religion had to be once again welded to both the official church, as the Catholic Church but not the Church of England succeeded in doing from the 1860s on, and to political resistance to parties that could be identified, among other things, with irreligion. This was not a spontaneous process, though historic tradition might facilitate it. 54 There are enough examples of pious, not to say superstitious or even classical populations voting for a godless left. 40% of people in Sicily and Sardinia in the polarized 1950s saw no incompatibility between Catholicism and communism. 55 For us to beware of simple equations. But we cannot assume that the skeptical and sometimes ferociously anti-clerical elements within this popular sub-religion bring it closer to the secularists. The Sicilian proverb, priests and friars, we go to mass and kick them in the kidneys. 56 has nothing to do with modern rationalism. Second, by the 19th century, in Western Europe at least, the religious ideology of revolt had already become recessive rather than dominant, perhaps because its communitarian, gemeinschaftlich, ideal had increasingly little specific political relevance. Religious revolt in defense of past against future, however revolutionary its implications, remains capable of mobilizing considerable rural masses, as with the Sanfedist, Carlist, or Cristero movements, but in the form of the good old religion. Religio-ideological reformation or dissidence, in the form mainly of sectarian growth, or specific religio-socialist bodies, can form and mobilize cadres, though their political attitude has nothing distinctively religious about it, but rarely masses. 57 The phenomenon of occasional mass revivalism is largely outside politics. Conversions to Protestantism in Catholic industrial society, though not absent 58, are of minor importance. Religious socialism or communism is a marginal phenomenon. Modern concepts may be translated into religious language. Christ was the first socialist, to make them acceptable or comprehensible, but remain stubbornly modern. The most notable example of genuine religio-ideological recreations of society since the French Revolution have, like the Mormons, no links with the secular or any other left. Third, the hold of traditional churches slackened as soon as, 1. The community they embodied, and therefore the class relations within it, were disrupted 59 and, 2. When therefore religion could be identified with the rulers, exploiters, and oppressors, unless, in countries with a strong sectarian radical tradition, dissidents took the form of sectarianism. That is how the Vienna artisans, famous in the 1850s for their piety, explained their defection in the 1890s. These very threats to the Church's position from a society identified with progress, liberalism, and modern civilization and, increasingly, from loss of state power, led it into alliance with the political right, which automatically drove anyone on the political left into an alliance with anti-clericalism and, in Catholic countries, irreligion. Even people without any prior commitment became hostile to the faith because it was hostile to their cause, or because their cause was hostile to it. 61. Thus, by the 19th century, if once the social fabric on which traditional religion rested grew frayed, religion itself had little effective means for protecting itself against mass movements that happened to bring secularism with them, although history and, as with the Irish and Poles, national identity helped. Where such movements had no secularist color, the question was simply not important. Though the religious origins and commitments of British Labour activists have much interest for historians, there is no evidence that trade unionists or Labour voters, unless disciplined Catholics, took much notice of whether their representatives were believers or agnostics. Wesley and Marx marked degrees of radicalism rather than attributes to God. These tendencies are now receding into the past, at least in Christian countries. The churches are left free to move left, for neither the right nor state support can any longer protect them against erosion. Some Christians may thus hope to retain or, more doubtfully, to regain the support of masses believed to be identified with the left. It is a surprising development. Conversely, parties of the Marxist left, seeking to widen their support, are more inclined to abandon their traditional identification with active irreligion. And yet whatever the political attitudes of religious people or bodies, religion remains mainly a conservative force, with a small c. Even the popular sub-religion of the masses was always conservative, for it embodied the defense of custom, the way things had been done in the past. The strongest religion remains the old-time religion. The tension between religion and progress persists where religion remains strong and where progress is believed to require those dramatic changes in personal behavior and social values which the mass of people are unwilling to make, or at least unwilling to make when required by their leaders. Thus, irreligion and anti-clericalism seem to be matters of life and death in countries launching upon rapid modernization as, in a sense, so many 19th-century bourgeoisies felt themselves to be doing, particularly so in countries in which progress comes through revolution, and governments feel themselves powerful enough to force the evident truth upon the more backward citizens. All the more so if their own activists have fought their way free from the darkness and superstition in which their fathers lived. In 19th-century Britain the most passionate secularists tended to come from the most strongly religious families. 62 There are no more ferocious destroyers of tradition than men and women, say, peasant cotters formed in some revolutionary army, who know the force of what they are trying to destroy, and hate it with both a personal and a social hatred. 63 The spirit of the anti-church militant, hammer of tradition, may be dying in Western countries with the spirit of the church militant. But there are places such as China in the 1960s and 1970s where it is still very much alive. 1978. Cf. A Belgian, answering the inquiry summarized by Pilat, social revolutions are always made by a minority. Only afterwards will the masses understand. 4. What is the workers' country? If it is wrong to assume that workers have no country, it is equally misleading to assume that they have only one, and that we know what it is. We talk of the French, German, or Italian working classes, and in doing so we indicate, quite rightly, that much the most important forces defining any particular working class are those of the national economy of the state in which a worker lives, and the laws, institutions, practices, and official culture of that state. An Irish labourer migrating to Boston, his brother who settled in Glasgow, and a third brother who went to Sydney would remain Irish, but become part of three very different working classes with different histories. At the same time, and as this example suggests, it is also wrong to assume that the members of such national working classes are or ever were homogeneous bodies of Frenchmen, Britons, or Italians, or, even when they saw themselves as such, that they are not divided by other communal demarcations, or that they are exclusively identified with the state which defines their effective existence as a class and an organized movement. It is equally wrong to assume that such an identification is eternal and unchanging. These assumptions are based on the myths of modern nationalism, a 19th-century invention. Though they are not entirely fictitious, they are not much more realistic than the opposite assumption that national or communal identity are irrelevant to the proletariat. No doubt it is possible to discover countries in which the working class is nationally homogeneous in this sense, perhaps in Iceland, with its 250,000 inhabitants, but for practical purposes such cases may be neglected. All national working classes tend to be heterogeneous, and with multiple identifications, though for certain purposes and at certain times some may loom larger than others. An Indian shop steward in Slough may see himself for one purpose as a member of the British working class, as distinct from his brother who remained in India, for another as a coloured person, as distinct from the whites, for another as an Indian, as distinct from the British or Pakistanis, for yet another as a Sikh, as distinct from Christians, Hindus, or Muslim, as a Punjabi, as distinct from a Gujarati, probably also as someone from a particular area and village in the Punjab, and certainly as a member of a particular network of kinship. Of course, some of these identifications, however important for everyday purposes, e.g. in arranging the marriage of sons and daughters, are politically rather subordinate. Moreover, one identification does not exclude the others. The Andalusians, Basques, and Catalans who fought Napoleon did so as Spaniards, without in the least losing the sense of the differences which separated them from each other. What is more, such identifications change over time, as well as with the context of action. Sicilian and Calabrian laborers went to America and became Americans, but in doing so they also came to see themselves, as they probably had not done before, as Italians who belonged, to some extent, not only to the old country but also to a nation whose members were scattered across the world from Argentina and Brazil to Australia. Conversely, workers who once saw themselves primarily as Belgians, in spite of talking two quite different and mutually incomprehensible languages, today identify themselves primarily as Flemings and French-speaking Walloons. These multiple identifications give rise to something like a national problem within working classes only when they seriously get in each other's way. So far as one can tell, there was no serious national problem before 1914 in the mines of South Wales, where English immigrants, English and Welsh-speaking Welshmen, a handful of Spaniards and doubtless a few other minorities worked together, joining the South Wales Miners' Federation and supporting labour. There was in the Ruhr, where a mass of immigrant Polish miners, separated from the Germans by language and from the free-thinking Social Democratic Party by Catholicism, showed a marked reluctance to support the party of their class. Again, to take the extreme case of the United States, where the working class consisted largely of immigrants incapable initially of understanding either the language of the country or of other groups of immigrants, their national and linguistic differences undoubtedly made the formation of a working class consciousness more difficult, though they did not entirely inhibit it, and certainly did not prevent the formation of a general political consciousness of the immigrant poor, the ethnic Americans who, much as they fought with each other, collectively formed the basis of the Democratic Party in the big cities. But they certainly created no major political problems for the country which officially welcomed them and was neutral about their religions. The very same people who in their home states, as Irishmen in the United Kingdom, as Poles in Russia and Germany, as Czechs in Austria, constituted a national problem which threatened the political unity or even the existence of these states were of little more significance across the ocean than in the choice of candidates for municipal elections. Indeed, the example of the Irish in Britain illustrates the same point. Most of them were both workers and, very consciously, Catholic and Irish. Until the 26 counties separated from the United Kingdom, most of them found a formula which combined national and class identification by supporting, or allying with, parties and movements which claimed to be in favour of both, or at any rate hostile to both. Few Irish nationalist candidates stood in Britain, and outside the Scotland division of Liverpool, none was elected. Unions with a strong Irish tinge, the National Union of Dock Labourers was commonly known as the Irish Union, behaved much like other unions. No doubt this was facilitated by the fact that the movement which claimed to stand for the people or the working class, Liberals, Labour and Socialists, opposed the oppression of Ireland, joined in protests against it, and indeed supported the Irish nationalist demand for Home Rule for a united Ireland. After Irish separation had been achieved, the bulk of the Catholic Irish in Britain, insofar as they organised and voted at all, undoubtedly gravitated to the parties of their class. Nor did the fact that they enjoyed dual political rights seem to create any major difficulties. Even today Irishmen who vote Labour in Britain will not necessarily feel obliged to vote for a Labour or working class party when they return to the Republic of Ireland. The relatively smooth integration is all the more striking when we recall that at the grassroots anti-Catholic and anti-Irish sentiments were powerful and sometimes savage in Britain, and by no means only in Liverpool and Glasgow. Moreover, in the case of Ulster or British Orange workers, Protestant identification unquestionably cut across both class and national identification. Nevertheless, for the majority group among the Irish, perhaps just because they were so evidently a majority, the double identification as Irish and, when in Britain, British workers, seems to have been relatively unproblematic. Thus practically all so-called national working classes consist of a jigsaw of heterogeneous groups. On the one hand, historical development has tended to weld these together into more or less nationwide blocks, so that differences between Kerrymen and Tipperary men are subordinated to a general Irishness, except, perhaps, for purposes of sporting contests, or between Catholic and Lutheran Germans into a general Germanness, except for purposes of electoral identification. Such nationwide national consciousness is historically recent, though some examples, perhaps Englishness, date back rather longer. But on the other hand, the mobility and the shifting of people in contemporary society, which may be essentially described as a world on the move, create new bonds and new frictions breaking up these blocks. Thus mass migration into the mines of South Wales, mainly from England, created a strongly Welsh working class, but one which ceased to speak Welsh, thus intensifying the silent tensions between the English-speaking majority of the Welsh and the regionally concentrated and diminishing Welsh-speaking minority. A much smaller migration into North Wales, but one not absorbed into the fabric of the local social structure, has, as we know, produced considerable friction between the Welsh and the English in that region, and, in some parts, a transfer of political loyalties from the All-British Labour Party, inheritor of the All-British Liberal Party, to Plaid Cymru. Similarly, even without migration, changes in the economy, in society, and in politics may disturb the established stable pattern of relations between different groups, with unpredictable and sometimes catastrophic results. We have seen this happen in recent years in Cyprus, where Greeks and Turks had long coexisted, and in the Lebanon, a notorious jigsaw puzzle of Maronite, Orthodox and variously Catholic Christians, Sunni and Shiite Muslim, Arabs, Armenians, Druzes and various others. Still, the major disturbances have almost certainly come from mass mobility, our economic and social transformations implying mass migration within and between states. Neither capitalist nor socialist industrialization is conceivable without it. And this produces the special problems of strangers or foreigners, a problem already created in many regions by pre-capitalist patterns of settlement and colonization. This clearly affects the working class very directly. There are two aspects to the intermingling of different communities, of which the relation between natives and immigrants is a particularly clear example. First, there is the fourfold pattern of the balance between the two. We may neglect case A, a country without working-class emigration or immigration as too rare to be significant. Case B, a country with little emigration but significant immigration, is comparatively rare, though France might fit the bill. The French, while receiving masses of foreign workers since industrialization, have never moved outside their frontiers themselves. Case C is rather more common. Countries with little immigration but a good deal of emigration. In the 19th century, Norway and the territory of the present Republic of Ireland were obvious examples. Case D, which is probably the most common in industrial Europe, consists of countries with both substantial emigration and immigration, as in 19th century Britain and Germany. Both immigration and emigration have a bearing on the history of national working classes for, as every Irishman knows, emigration does not snap the links between the exiles and the home country, not least in the history of its labor movement. Tranmæl, the leader of the Norwegian labor movement during and after World War I, had been in the industrial workers of the world in the United States, whither the Norwegians migrated. Tom Mann migrated to Australia and returned to Britain. As for the Irish movement, its history is filled with returned emigrants, David, Larkin, Connolly. The second aspect concerns the complexity of the pattern of migration and the distribution of migrant groups. Emigrants from one state or national group may either flow in a single stream to one region and nowhere else, as the peasant from the Creuse in central France moved as building laborers to Paris, or they may fan out to produce a temporary or permanent diaspora which may be worldwide. Wherever there was hard rock mining on the globe in the 19th century, groups of Cornishmen were to be found. The converse of this phenomenon is even more relevant for our purposes. In some regions or countries, the game of foreigners has only two players, Poles and Germans in the Ruhr, Basques and Spaniards in the Basque country. More commonly, the working class contains an immigrant sector composed of a variety of strangers of different kinds, divided among themselves as well as separated from the natives, and in the extreme case the working class is predominantly composed of immigrants, as in the United States, Argentina, and Brazil during the major period of mass migration before 1914. Yet, whether the number of players in the game is greater or smaller, the pattern which usually develops is one of occupational specialization, or a sort of national stratification. Thus in 1914 there were few mines in the Ruhr which did not have a majority of Polish miners, and even today everyone in Britain expects construction sites to be full of Irishmen. What tends to set one national or religious or racial group of workers against another, is not so much occupational specialization in itself, as the tendency for one group to occupy, and seek to monopolize, the more highly skilled, better paid and more desirable jobs. Such divisions and stratifications occur even in nationally homogeneous working classes, but it is certain that they are enormously exacerbated when they coincide with divisions of language, color, religion, or nationality. Belfast is an unhappy and obvious case in point. Yet communal differences alone have not prevented labor movements from organizing workers successfully across such divisions. A powerful social democratic party in Vienna united Czech and German workers. Before 1914 the differences between Flemish and Walloon workers in Belgium were politically so insignificant that a standard work on socialism in Belgium by two leaders of the Labour Party there did not bother to so much as mention the Flemish question. Today, when all Belgian parties are linguistically divided, the motto "Workers of all lands, unite" incised in Flemish on the Labour Hall in Ghent remains as a melancholy reminder of this lost unity. Highly unified working classes with a powerful class consciousness have been forged out of a mixture of natives and various immigrant groups, as in Argentina. Single working class movements have even been created, as in India, out of a conglomerate of mutually hostile and linguistically incomprehensible castes, language groups, and religions. For that matter, even in Ulster men who feared for their lives from Catholic or Protestant proletarians outside the shipyard or dock gates were, and perhaps still are, prepared to act together inside them for purposes of industrial disputes. The historical as well as practical problem is to discover under what circumstances such class unity can come into being, work, or cease to work. 3 circumstances may be suggested, in which natural or communal divisions may fatally disrupt working classes. Such disruption may arise from the influence of nationalist or other political movements outside the working class, from rapid and major changes in the composition of that class, or more generally, in society, which established patterns cannot absorb, and from the attempt to maintain disproportionately favorable conditions by strict limitations of entry into the working class. The last case is probably the least common, for while the tendency to form labor aristocracies is fairly general, blanket exclusion is rather uncommon, except on the grounds of color and sex, 2 barriers which, because of their visibility, are very difficult to cross. Still, where such blanket exclusion operates or has operated, as in the White Australia policy, the Chinese exclusion laws in the United States and anti-black discrimination in South African industry, it has certainly come primarily from within the unusually favored local working class, afraid of losing its exceptionally advantageous conditions. Where exclusion is totally successful, there is no split in the working class, since the excluded are kept out altogether. Where the favored and the unprivileged coexist, as in South Africa, in practice 2 parallel and perhaps mutually hostile working classes tend to develop. However, in capitalist and probably also socialist industrialization it is rare for labor to be consistently so favored or so strong as to impose permanent blanket exclusiveness. Consequently, even labor movements based on the attempt to create congeries of labor aristocracies, as in mid-19th century Britain, aimed at labor movements which were inclusive, that is, they recognized that they ought ideally to achieve the organization of all workers, and certainly of all who were likely to penetrate into the enclosure they reserved for their trade or occupation. Within such a comprehensive movement, the special advantages of labor aristocracy ought, of course, to be safeguarded. Changes in the social composition of the working class may be divisive, insofar as they disturb established social patterns and allow rivalries within the class to be nationally or communally colored, or class lines to coincide with national or communal lines. This has been the danger in regions like Catalonia and, even more, the Basque Country, where industrial development leads to a mass influx of Spanish workers, slow to learn to speak Catalan and even slower to learn Basque, and rather despised by native Catalans or feared by native Basques. Nobody acquainted with the problems of the colored minorities in Britain would want to underestimate the consequent sense of mutual hostility and even fear between different groups of workers. This is all the more dramatic, since traditionally organized labor movements have actively discouraged national, racial, or religious prejudices. At the same time, one may doubt whether these frictions, by themselves, are of decisive significance. It is chiefly when the state and its institutions are involved, as by demands for a linguistic monopoly, or for legal equality, or for autonomy or separatism, that they become explosive, as they unfortunately have in Ulster. In fact, traditionally national and regional minority groups in states, especially when composed of workers, have, other things being equal, tended to support the mass party on the progressive wing of the majority nation's politics as being the most likely to defend their minority interests. Even today American blacks and white ethnics, between whom no love is lost, both tend to vote for the Democratic Party, while in Britain Asian and West Indian workers tend to vote Labour in spite of the racialism of many white working-class Labour voters. However, the most powerful divisive forces, in the form of political parties and movements such as those inspired by nationalism, come from outside the working classes. Historically, such movements have hardly ever originated within them, though they have often sought to appeal to them. They were divisive, not only because they naturally accentuated the linguistic, religious, physical, and other distinctions between their sector of a heterogeneous working class and the rest, but also because their objects were by definition at odds with those of class consciousness. They sought to substitute the dividing line between the nation, including both its exploiters and exploited, and the foreigners, including all workers classifiable as such, 4 class lines. Moreover, in the early stages of nationalist movements, nationalists either took little interest in the issues which preoccupied workers as workers, organized or unorganized, or regarded the solution of such problems as conditional on the prior achievement of the nationalist objectives. The discovery that national and social liberation must go together, was not usually made by the pioneers of nationalist movements, which is why some of the most effective nationalist parties and organizations emerged out of socialist agitations, e.g. the Polish Socialist Party, whose leader, Pilsudski, became the head of independent Poland after World War I, and Labor Zionism, which became the real architect of Israel. Even when the discovery was made within nationalist movements, activists who gave too high a priority to social liberation were difficult to digest. The nationalist reputation of Michael David has suffered accordingly. Historically, it has proved difficult to deny and prevent class consciousness, since it arises naturally and logically out of the proletarian condition, at least in the elementary form of trade union consciousness, that is to say, the recognition that workers as such need to organize collectively against employers in order to defend and improve their conditions as hired hands. Thus Catholic trade unions were formed not because most social Catholics at the end of the 19th century favored them, they regarded them, in Albert de Mun's words, as the specific organization of the war of one group against another and preferred mixed associations of employers and workers, but because the latter did not meet the trade union needs of Catholic workers. In France, social Catholics accepted them, with more or less reluctance, between 1897 and 1912. Again, even in countries with strong national loyalties among workers, trade unionism tended to resist the fragmentation of unions along national lines. Czech workers certainly did not think of themselves as the same as German workers, but while they were inclined to vote for Czech political parties rather than non-Czech or all-Austrian ones, the pressure to split the Austrian trade union movement along national lines did not come from within the labor movement. It arose some time after the split into national sections of the Social Democratic Party had become effective, and was resisted more strongly by the all-Austrian unions. Indeed, even after the split had taken place, the majority of Czech unionists remained in the all-Austrian organizations, where, of course, they were entitled to form their own Czech branches and had their own Bohemian leadership. Similarly today, while the parties of the left in Spain have split along national or regional lines, there has been no comparable tendency to divide the all-Spanish trade union movements. The reasons are obvious. The unity of all workers is an evident asset when they go on strike for economic reasons, and even though for other purposes they may think of themselves chiefly as Catholics or Protestants, black or white, Poles or Mexicans, it is advisable to put these distinctions aside for such purposes as asking for higher wages. Nevertheless, it is equally clear that if class consciousness cannot be eliminated, it certainly neither excludes nor, usually, dominates national sentiments. The collapse of the Second International in 1914 into socialist parties and trade union movements, most of which supported their belligerent governments, is familiar. What is less familiar, since the internationalism of labor historians has not insisted on it, is the strong current of chauvinism which is found in some politically radical working classes. Thomas Wright, the journeyman engineer who reported on the English working class of the 1860s, notes specifically that the older, radical, and Chartist generation of workers combined a passionate distrust of all who were not workers with a John Bullish patriotism. In itself, strong national sentiment may not be of great political consequence. English and French workers, who almost certainly did not like what they thought they knew about one another's country, have never since 1815 been expected to fight against their neighbors across the Channel. At times social revolutionary or anti-war sentiment may override patriotism, as in the last years of World War I. Even at such times patriotism may not be negligible. It has been suggested that in France, unlike Britain, the growth of mass working class support for the Russian Revolution was distinctly slow until it became clear it would not jeopardize the chances of victory in the West. A similar phenomenon may be observable in the Habsburg Empire. While the famous wave of anti-war strikes in January 1918, which began in the armaments works near Vienna, rapidly spread throughout the engineering factories of ethnic Austria and Hungary, it did not spread to the Czech areas of Bohemia. It has been suggested that anti-war mobilization was inhibited here by the policy of the nationalist movement, by this time echoed among many Czech workers, which relied on an Allied victory for the achievement of its aim, the independence of what was shortly to become Czechoslovakia. In certain circumstances the appeal of nationalism or patriotism to workers was likely to be particularly effective. One of these occurred when they could identify with an existing nation-state as citizens rather than mere passive subjects, i.e. where their integration into the political and hegemonic system of their rules was underway, not least through that major agent of conscious socialization from above, a public system of elementary education. Class and private discontent did not prevent most English, French or German workers from seeing Britain, France, and Germany as in some sense their country, as, say, Austrian ones in 1914 did not, because there was no nation-state, or Italian workers and peasants did not, since few even spoke and even fewer could read Italian, and hardly any of them had enjoyed the right to vote for more than a year. Another occurred, where nationalist agitation, often building on memories of a former political state or autonomy, or organizations embodying the separateness of a nationality, e.g. the Catholicism of the dependent people as against the Protestantism or orthodoxy of the ruling state, were in existence before an industrial working class developed. This was the case among people like the Irish, the Poles and the Czechs. However, as already suggested, what made national sentiments explosive and capable of destroying the cross-national unity of the working class was that they were intertwined with issues directly affecting the state and its institutions. Thus linguistic nationalism becomes explosive when language ceases to be merely a medium of communication between people, but one language or dialect rather than another becomes official, e.g. the language of law courts, schools, and public notices. All this implies that working class consciousness, however inevitable and essential, is probably politically secondary to other kinds of consciousness. As we know, where it has come into conflict in our century with national, or religious, or racial consciousness, it has usually yielded and retreated. It is clear that, for certain limited purposes, working class consciousness and the labor movements it generates, at all events at the elementary trade unionist level, are very strong indeed. They are not indestructible, for sheer force has frequently destroyed such movements, but even these are potentially permanent and revivable. We have recently seen such consciousness and such movements revive in the very different circumstances of two rapidly industrializing countries, Brazil and Poland. They may well be the decisive lever for major political changes, as looked likely in 1980-1 in Poland. But historians must note that it is equally clear that working class consciousness alone coexists with other forms of collective identification and neither eliminates nor replaces them. And, as Lenin rightly observed, while it will spontaneously and everywhere generate trade unionist practices and, where it is allowed to, organizations or other movements for corporate pressure and self-defense, it does not automatically generate mass parties with a socialist consciousness. That such parties were generated almost as a matter of course during a certain historical period, mainly between the 1880s and 1930s, is significant, but requires more historical explanation than it has generally received. These parties, or their lineal successors, are still in being and often influential, but where they did not already exist, or the influence of socialists/communists was significant in labor movements before World War II, hardly any such parties have emerged out of the working classes since then, notably in the so-called Third World. This may have implications for traditional socialist expectations about the role of the working class and working class parties in bringing about socialism, which need not be discussed here. What bearing has all this on the making of the Irish working class? The major fact which requires explanation, at least for outsiders, is why labor as an independent political force has in the past been relatively negligible in Ireland, compared with the countries of the United Kingdom. Neither in North nor South have class movements of the workers made a more than marginal political mark. This is not adequately explained by the lack, until recently, of much industrialization in the 26 counties. It is certainly not explained by any lack of industrialization in Ulster. Moreover, from the days when Dublin was a stronghold of trade societies to the period before World War I, when both Belfast and Dublin were the scene of some of the largest and most dramatic industrial disputes in the United Kingdom, Ireland has been familiar with labour battles. The most obvious explanation is that, except at moments or for rather limited trade unionist purposes, the potential Irish constituency for such working-class movements have identified themselves in politics as Catholic nationalists or Protestant unionists rather than as Labour. It is difficult to think of any other country in Western Europe in which this has been so marked and persistent a characteristic of the working class. Without pushing the analogy too far, a comparison of Ireland with Belgium, a more recently partitioned country and working class, may be instructive. As Northeast Ulster and the rest of Ireland followed their divergent economic evolution, so did Wallonia and Flanders. Wallonia industrialized heavily, while Flanders, though containing a major port, Antwerp, and a significant industrial centre, Ghent, remained predominantly agrarian and saw itself as underprivileged. As old-fashioned 19th-century basic industries lost their firm footing in Ulster and Wallonia, so Flanders, and to some extent the Republic of Ireland, have become more industrialised and prosperous, but not, like the old zones, as part of the British or, de facto, the French industrial economies, but within a European and transnational framework. As Catholics and Protestants are inseparable in Belfast, so Flemings and French speakers are inseparable in Brussels. Yet Belgium, though occupied from time to time, has long been independent of its immediate neighbours, France and the Netherlands, and, since 1830, it has been an independent state, whereas the connection with Britain clearly dominated Irish affairs throughout, and still dominates those of Ulster. In the Belgian working class the two groups hardly mixed, since the language border is rather clearly marked. Where they did mix, as in Brussels, the city grew slowly enough, from say 6% of the population in the early 19th century to about 9% in 1911, for Flemish immigrants to be assimilated, as it seemed they were willing to be, facing little real resistance. On the other hand, Belfast grew from very little to about a third of the population of the 6 counties during the century, at first by a mass influx of Ulster Catholics which, around the middle of the century, looked as though it might swamp the Protestants, later by a mass growth of Ulster Protestants, which reduced the Catholics to a permanent and embittered minority. By 1911 Belfast was disproportionately more Protestant than the rest of the province, and Catholics were far more systematically excluded from the city's skilled trades than they had been in 1870. The Belgian labor movement grew up from the 1880s as a strong, single, and unified body operating across language lines, and largely engaged, before 1914, in the struggle for universal male suffrage, which minimized internal divergences within the working class. It was not seriously split linguistically until after World War II. Not so in Ireland, where the official commitment to a single all-Irish labour movement often concealed an essentially nationalist orientation struggling against the trade union movement of skilled workers who were quite content with the usual autonomy within an all-UK organisation. Moreover, the established dominance of the national issue, Home Rule or independence from Britain, deprived Labour of a unifying issue of political mobilisation, such as the fight for electoral democracy provided in Belgium. The paradox of the Irish situation in the period when a major labour movement might have been expected to emerge, from the end of the 1880s to 1914, the era of new unionism and labour unrest, is that 3 factors converged to tie Catholic workers to Fenian nationalism. Mass nationalist mobilization and Orange resistance equated political Irishness with Catholicism. The old craft unionism of skilled workers, concentrated in industrial Ulster, would in any case not have been much use to unskilled workers, but the increasingly systematic exclusion of Catholics from skilled Ulster trades intensified the tensions between the 2 sectors of the working class. Finally, the very radicalism, or even the socialist and revolutionary convictions, of the new union leaders and organizers, who wanted to break with the caution and reformism of the old unions, had political implications in Ireland which it did not have in Britain, for in Ulster, at least, organized skilled workers were not only old unionists but also tended to be Orangemen. In short, both political mobilization, national and unionist, and the class mobilization of hitherto unorganized and unorganizable workers, united to divide the working class. A labor movement which was both political and industrial and which united Protestant and Catholic, Orange and Green, skilled and unskilled, became impossible. It would have been possible only if divisions between sections of workers had not coincided with divisions between Catholic and Protestant, which increasingly implied between Green and Orange, as they did in Belfast, the test of any united Irish labour movement. In any case, such a movement would have been possible only by overlooking the separation from Britain, i.e. by regarding the issues around which Irish politics revolved as irrelevant to labour as such. It is not impossible to conceive of this, but the prospect hardly seemed realistic between 1880 and 1921. The most that could be expected of a political labour movement neutral as between Orange and Green, but many of whose members were far from neutral as individuals, would have been a pressure group for the specific interests of trade unionists, or for legislation of specific interest to wage workers, in fact something like an all-Irish Labour Representation Committee. Yet even in Britain itself, the Labour Representation Committee, though in theory operating outside the field of political dispute between Liberals and Conservatives, which was distinctly less impassioned than that between Nationalist and Unionists, actually had great difficulty until after World War I in emancipating itself from the political loyalties of so many organized workers to one of the two parties, and the suspicion of those who supported the other. This, then, was the dilemma of Irish labour leaders. It was independent of their personal convictions. A case can be made for James Connolly's choice of the Green option, on the grounds that most Irishmen were Catholics, and that in any case the dour and respectable old Unionist, and Unionists, of Protestant Belfast hardly looked like promising material for social revolution. Yet if the Catholic labouring masses seemed to offer better prospects for revolutionaries, after all, even Jim Larkin, who was not an Irish nationalist in the sense Connolly was, or became, had his greatest triumphs among them. The Green option automatically excluded that united movement of all Irish workers of which Connolly dreamed. But Connolly's decision for an Irish labour movement which would not merely appeal essentially to Southerners and Catholics in practice, but was nationalist in aspiration, had even more serious consequences. It meant the subordination of Southern Irish labour to nationalism. Marxist parties have sometimes succeeded in transforming their societies after taking the lead of movements of national liberation, but hardly ever, if at all, in competition with previously established and strong national movements under other leadership. In spite of Connolly's efforts and his leadership in 1916, it was the IRA and not the Citizens' Army which took over the green flag. Connolly lives on in official memory as a Fenian martyr rather than as a Marxist revolutionary. Perhaps this was inevitable. One cannot confidently say otherwise. Nevertheless, it meant that a strong and independent political movement of labor developed neither in the North nor in the South, though it is possible that today the conditions for such a movement are better in the South, because partition is de facto no longer a significant issue in the Republic. In the North, as we know, it still is. Does this mean that Ireland contained not one but two working classes, or even, as some enthusiasts hold, not one but two nations? In the literal sense this is obviously not so. Catholics and Protestants in Ulster no more formed separate working classes in any economic or operational sense than they did on Clydeside. Such questions arise chiefly because it is often assumed, without much thought, that working classes, or any other large classes, do not exist except as monolithic blocks, as it is assumed that a nation is not real unless each member, living on its territory, who is not a certified foreigner or a defined minority, is uniformly colored right through with whatever is considered the accepted national dye. Today this is usually language, though the Irish have learned the hard way that this dye does not always take. In a few European countries and many more Afro-Asian ones it is still religion. Right-wing Americans think it is a set of conventional practices and beliefs, lacking which a person is un-American. This is not so. The unity of classes and nations is defined by what they have in common as against other groups, and not by their internal homogeneity. There is no state which does not contain regional, sectional, or other differences among its population, and these are potentially disruptive, as the recent rise of separatist movements in Western Europe proves. The only difference in principle between Ireland and Bavaria is that the Catholic-Protestant difference in Ireland has proved disruptive, whereas the attempt to prove that the Protestant minority in the northern part of Bavaria, Franconia, is oppressed by the Catholic majority is at present confined to a lunatic fringe of ultra-left ex-students. Similarly, all working classes contain internal conflicts, though usually they remain subordinate. On the other hand, the course of history can both merge and split societies, and therefore the classes within them. It has divided Ireland. Given that there now exist separate political units and economies in North and South, it becomes impossible any longer to speak of a single Irish working class any more than a single Bengali or German working class, to name but two other partitioned nations. Separate states are powerful definers of economy and society. This does not mean that the two Irelands cease to have much in common as have the two Germanys, not least kinfolk and culture. We may speculate about what might happen if both were united. Given the widening divergences, it is increasingly difficult to say reunited, but in both cases the question is at present academic. To this extent history has up to the present led to the making of two Irish working classes. Of these, the Ulster working class suffers particularly, indeed one is tempted to say uniquely, acute divisions. The only parallel one can readily think of is the Hindu-Muslim communal tension on the Indian subcontinent. For these reasons no general conclusions about working class and nation can be drawn from Ulster. Ireland remains resolutely unique in this respect. So, no doubt, does every other country or nation, once historians concentrate their attention sufficiently upon it. However, unfortunately the uniqueness of Irish historical development has manifested itself, so far, largely at the expense of the making of its working class and its labor movement. 1982. The problem of the Republican militants in Britain who saw or see themselves exclusively as anti-British Irish, as of the spoiled Catholic Irish, often on the most militant wing of British labor movements, would need to be considered separately. But, at least since the 1880s, this problem concerns numerically small minorities. 5. The transformation of labor rituals. Ritual is a fashionable subject among historians today. Nevertheless, it is worth asking why we should study its transformations in labor movements, as distinct from anywhere else. Like all groups of human beings, collectivities of workers, whether officially organized or not, occasionally indulge in formalized practices associated with appropriate objects and symbols. Antiquarians, collectors and folklorists, as well as students of ritual in general, are naturally interested in such practices, especially when their material relics are collectible. They have generated a substantial body of literature over the past 2 decades. We have only to think of British trade union banners and emblems, which were almost totally neglected by scholarship before the 1960s, though in 1947 Klingender had drawn attention to labor iconography in his pioneer study of art and the Industrial Revolution. 1. But what, apart from the concern of preservationists, is the point of investigating labor rituals as distinct from any others? I suggest that it has 3 peculiarities which are of interest to the historian. In the first place, modern labor movements, however profoundly rooted in the practices of labor and the traditions of the past, and linked with institutions associated with these, are historically new, if only because modern industrial society has no historic precedent. This novelty is such that early labor historians, most of whom were, of course, associated with labor movements, either tended to neglect the heritage they derived from the past or even, like the Webbs, to deny any continuity with pre-industrial movements and organizations. 2. This is no longer so. Indeed, Some of the most interesting recent work in the field operates precisely in the gap between pre-industrial labor and the 19th century, skilled workers. Point 3. Nevertheless, the novelty is not to be denied. While some labor rituals were derived from pre-industrial ones, others, particularly in the socialist period, were and had to be new. In the second place, some forms of labor movement carry an emotional charge of quite exceptional force, which encourages ritual expression. This is not unusual in itself. We need only think of religion, but labor movements are peculiar precisely because, by and large, traditional religion generally played a small and diminishing role in their development, even when their members did not actively reject it. Moreover, the novelty of the class they represented, and of their social aspirations at least as formulated in the various ideologies typically associated with labor movements, was such as to make it difficult or impossible to fit into the ritual structuring of a traditional universe and of the human place in it, to which most earlier ritual systems were dedicated. But let there be no doubt about the profundity of the emotions involved. In 1873 the socialist workers of Breslau, Wrocław, then in Germany, 10 years after the death of the pioneer workers' leader Lassalle, dedicated a new red flag. On the front it bore a painting of an oak wreath and ribbon, two clasped hands, the inscription May 23 1863, Ferdinand Lassalle, surmounted by the motto Liberty, Equality, Fraternity, and, at the foot, Unity is Strength. On the back it bore the inscription The Social Democratic Workers in Breslau 1873. During Bismarck's anti-socialist law the flag was smuggled into Switzerland. Under Hitler, between 1933 and 1945, it was carefully kept, first buried in an allotment garden, later in the cellar of a plumber, who refused to give it up to the Red Army officers who came to salute it in 1945. When Breslau became Polish and was renamed Wrocław, the keeper of the flag transported it to West Germany to hand it over to the Social Democratic Party which, presumably, still has it. Point 4. This was and is an object for which ordinary men and women have more than once risked liberty and even life. In the third place, and this is in some ways the most interesting aspect of the question, such ritualization developed in a movement which was in some respects not merely indifferent to ritualism but actively hostile to it as a form of irrationalism, or in Marx terms, superstitious authoritarianism. Point 5. Insofar as labor ritual developed, as it were, against the grain of strongly rationalist movements, it may throw light on the circumstances which generate such formalization or invention of tradition. Point 6. But how has it been transformed? Its first and major secular transformation is that it has declined. There is, quite simply, much less of it, and what remains is truncated, vestigial, sometimes disguised as something else. Its iconography, symbolism, and other ceremonial furniture have been impoverished over time. As the late J.E. Williams pointed out, the transformation of the council chamber of the Derbyshire miners in 1954 was symbolic. As if to symbolize the change from the 19th to the 20th century, the old banner of the Derbyshire Miners Association which had adorned the wall behind the platform was replaced by a plaque depicting modern mining scenes and bearing the inscription N.U.M, Derbyshire Area. 7. There is, of course, one major exception to this trend of secular decline. Revolutionary movements which become governments, as has happened from time to time since 1917, have tended to develop public ritualization in an almost Byzantine manner, though, once again, on the basis of a symbolic and iconographical language which, by comparison with the past, is drastically reduced. Or at least, which employ a ritual language that appears to have little use for the ancient vocabulary. Such tendencies are also observable in what might be called labor city-states such as Vienna between 1918 and 1934.8. These phenomena will not be considered here, except incidentally. Nevertheless, it will not do to see the history of labor ritual simply as one of secular decline, even though this decline is certain. What occurred was also a change of ritual and symbolic language, for instance, among other things, the substitution for a traditional vocabulary of symbolism and allegory, of the idiom of the shorthand trademark or logo, which has symbolic meaning chiefly, or only, by association. And what we have to reconstruct is not a history of gradual disappearance, until nothing remains of this kind of Cheshire cat except a disembodied smile, old banners without those who once bore them, rescued by lamenting scholars from mildewed Union cellars. We have, for instance, to explain a new flowering of sometimes old and sometimes new ritual, which might be more elaborate than in the past, in the 3 decades before 1918. In short, we are concerned with history and not merely socio-anthropological generalization. 2. Collective manual labor is by tradition a rather ritualized activity, deeply intertwined with the ritual structuring of personal lives and social collectivities, the cycles of the seasons, beginnings and endings, the rites of passage and the rest. Workplaces and work groups are both structured and often cohesive. So we might expect labor movements, insofar as they derive from or continue ancient and long-established labor processes, as in building and printing, to absorb much of the formal and informal rituals associated with them. Some of these have no special affinity with labor movements, for instance the innumerable fines and footings in the workshop which were celebrated, to the grief of 19th-century temperance advocates, with a social drink, or even several. 9 others were both ritual and utilitarian. Thus the old London coopers wore moleskin aprons which needed to be aired and dried daily before starting work, a ritual which gives coopers a chance to engage in general chit-chat or serious discussion for which they have no time once they have commenced work. 10 In just such a way we are told that in the much less traditionalist South Wales mines, the spell at the bottom of the pit shaft while miners adapted from daylight to dark, came to be a regular period for the discussion of politics and union matters. 11. Organized pre-industrial corporate trades, mostly of skilled craftsmen, had developed an entire world of such ritual practices about which students have written at length. Those of craft apprentices and journeymen naturally included a large element of what might be called proto-trade unionism. Insofar as 19th-century unionism grew directly out of such craft tradition or organization, such ritual was also likely to penetrate it. How far it did so remains a matter of debate. My own view is that the connection on the continent was probably indirect. The handicrafts remained largely separate from the industrializing sector and journeymen's organizations like the French compagnonnages existed side by side with, and were gradually pushed onto the margin by, modern forms of labor struggle and organization. 12 Nevertheless, the men who formed labor organizations were largely skilled craft workers, educated and socialized in the craft tradition, and to this extent these traditions helped to shape those of modern labor. Let us not forget that the bulk of activists in Central European social democracy at the end of the 19th, and even in the early 20th century, were still apprenticed journeymen who had often done their highly formalized and ritualized Wanderjahr stint as travelers. 13 In Britain I would argue, following Leeson and others, that the connection is quite direct. Journeymen's organizations, formal or informal, were transformed into trade societies. Indeed, to the extent that craft tradition and vocabulary survive at all in this country, other than in the street and indoor theater of city livery companies, it is in and through the skilled trade union movement, even in the ritual address of members as dear sir and brother. This is not merely evident in the practices of printers' chapels, often described 14 and apparently little changed over the centuries, though printing has been transformed since the 1880s, but more generally in the elaborate ritual furniture of British 19th-century unionism and popular politics and sociability. Not all of this was ancient. A good deal was expressed in the ritual and symbolic language prevalent in the 18th century, which in turn adapted an older vocabulary to an ideology of enlightenment and progress. The relations of labor movements, as distinct from corporate craft bodies, with formal churches or even dissenting sects, were problematic. 15 Quite apart from possible mutual suspicion or hostility. Even among the religious Yorkshire and Derbyshire miners, whose banners in 1873 were still often painted with biblical scenes. 16 The hymns with which their annual demonstrations opened ceased to hold the attention of the public after 1889.17 So, In spite of the prevalence of superstitions, some of which have recently attracted learned attention. 18. In spite of the well-known taste of miners, farm laborers, and fishermen for primitive Methodism and other sects, and in spite of the Catholic labor movements which later sprang up in competition with the secular ones, the basic ritual and symbolic language of early labor movements was, and perhaps could not but be, different from that of its members' religion. Iconographically it used the emblematic and allegorical language so dear to Warburgian scholars, ritually in form similar to and perhaps derived from Freemasonry, which continued to overlap with building workers' organizations even in the early 19th century. 19 Probably in Britain the link was made chiefly via such basically plebeian-friendly orders as the Oddfellows who, by their own statement, imitated Masonry. 20 This, it may be suggested, had two advantages. In the first place, the ideology of the Enlightenment was one which had a strong appeal to working-class activists and militants from the American Revolution onwards. In the second place, Masonry, though secret, was also influential, respectable, and hardly ever actually banned. At all events, the elaborate visual imagery of early organizations, which has been most fully analyzed in Dr. Muller's monograph on the Certificate of the Amalgamated Society of Engineers. 21 was a version of the accepted secular public vocabulary of symbolism and allegory in this era. The actual ritual of a Masonic type clearly played a less significant part in early labor movements, unless we include the friendly orders and compagnonists in them. It enters our field only insofar as such bodies were secret because illegal, or insofar as they were believed to require binding together by means of solemn or menacing initiation ceremonies and oaths, and needed to secure efficient conduct of business, rather like armies, by means of a strict formalized and easily ritualized routine of meetings. How far they did so is not clear. My own view is that oaths and the like were no longer of great significance by the 1840s, but that they were still widely believed to be significant by outsiders in the early 1830s. They may well have been habitual at that time. At all events, an interesting debate arose on this subject among the Lancashire Catholic priesthood, given the ecclesiastical combination of secret oaths. The priests who sympathized with the desire of their flocks to defend wages and conditions collectively, assumed as a matter of course that joining unions implied taking oaths, hence the problem. Were they well informed? We do not really know yet. 22. Labor movements with such a background, and we are de facto speaking almost exclusively of Britain, were thus likely to develop a fairly elaborate set of ritual equipment adapted and developed from past tradition. They would include formalities of initiation, meeting, and procedure, of communication with brothers from other parts, such as those long associated with the tramping system. They would include rituals of public presentation such as processions on ceremonial occasions shading over into modern demonstrations, such as the marches of trade societies which were integrated into the Preston Guild processions which took place every 20 years, or the Nantwich Crispin's Day procession of 1833 organized by Thomas Dunning's Union. 23 They would certainly include the usual conventions of public dinners and toasts, of official congratulation or commiseration at funerals whose public significance was evident. 24 They would include a large store of ritual paraphernalia. The banners which are so characteristic of British unions and public demonstrations, among Yorkshire miners they are recorded from at least 181,925, are now the best known of such objects, and their considerable expense, between £30 and £60 in the early 1870s. 26, demonstrate either the financial strength of branches or the sacrifices they were ready to make for ritual, or both. But they would also include the elaborate clothing, for private ritual or public procession, the white cotton gloves and flashy waistcoats worn by the Derbyshire miners on their annual demonstration in the 1870s. 27, the rosettes, ribbons, and sashes, popular, it seems, not only among miners but transport workers and among union officials generally. 28 The badges, which began to spread from 1860 on. 29 The FOBS for the watch chains of prosperous artisans, and presumably the jugs, Staffordshire figures or other ceramic tributes to radical sentiment. They would also include a plethora of more or less utilitarian printed matter, ranging from tramp certificates, membership cards, and letterheads, usually with some symbolic decoration, to those allegorical certificates which Leeson and Muller have surveyed. 30 These are not to be confused with membership cards, for they were neither compulsory nor an actual proof of membership, but were bought, to be framed and put up on the walls of zealous Unionists' parlors as demonstrations of pride and attachment. The ritual furniture of such movements was thus large and varied. One has only to compare the elaboration of British Union banners and certificates, often accompanied by exegetical leaflets, with the much simpler banners which proliferated in, say, Italian labor organizations. 31 These consist overwhelmingly of simple red and sometimes black pieces of cloth bearing only the name of the organization, a motto or slogan, and perhaps a suitable but simplified symbol. One might even hazard the guess that the wealth of this British iconographical tradition, as well as the influence of the arts and crafts movement and the talent of Walter Crane, explain why so much of the international iconography of the early social democratic movement, notably of May Day, came for a time to be inspired by the otherwise negligible British socialist movement. Of course, in the socialist era new ideological themes required new visual symbols of anti-capitalist struggle and socialist hope, which were drawn from the ancient iconographic storehouse, though now presented in new William Morris style. 32. I shall merely mention two obvious occasions for such ritual, mass political demonstrations and union festivals, both long associated, if only via friendly society influence, with bands, banners, ceremonial marches, speeches, and popular sociability. There is little doubt that these became institutionalized in the middle decades of the century among the miners, though they may have been declining among the older trade societies and later, among friendly orders. The first of the great annual regional demonstrations of miners, of which the Durham Miners' Gala is the last survivor, seems to have been in Yorkshire in 1867.33. They were highly elaborate, with each lodge gathering at an allotted billet, generally a pub, from where they formed up, four abreast, as the rules insisted, to take their place in the procession, all miners marching and none watching except the women folk who, at least in South Yorkshire, were specifically excluded from the march. 34 They may have become more elaborate as the years went by. In 1891 the Derbyshire officials wore handsome gilt badges with the motto United we stand, divided we fall, and the members of the executive wore red sashes. At their peak each lodge of the Durham miners probably had 3 to 4 large banners, and the sight and sound of the sea of banners and Niagara of brass bands demonstrated the power of labor to all. The Great Depression of the 1870s and 1880s took its toll, but in the late 1880s the movement revived, now reinforced by new unions and new ideologies, and it may well be that the last decades before 1914, and especially the 1890s saw the height of this fashion for iconography and public ceremony, now, as befits the character of British labour, sometimes combining non-socialist and socialist imagery. There are obvious similarities with what Agulhon has called statuomania in Europe and which reached its peak in this period. 35 Nevertheless, as the old allegorical and symbolic language ceased to be understood, or perhaps became both unnecessary and less attractive, its popularity declined and its imagery was transformed and impoverished. While in 1889 more than half the members of the ASE had owned a certificate, in 1916 only 20% did so, and of the 43,000 who joined in 1917 only perhaps 750 to 800 bought one. 36 They were no doubt replaced by the more modern membership badge, another non-utilitarian object, except among such bodies as the Merzaki and railway carters. 37, but this also became iconographically much simplified. Leeson has already noted that the later union certificates could not be identified as belonging to a labor union without the actual name of the organization and inscribed motto or text. Increasingly they become sheets illustrating various industrial processes in a naturalistic, sometimes a photographic, manner. 38 It is of course true, as we shall see, that simple conventional shorthand symbols, more political than trade unionist, now come to replace the old symbolism, the red flag itself, The rising sun of socialism, the hammer and sickle, which is much the best known of these, and occasionally truncated versions of old images, such as the anti-militarist symbol of the broken sword on Italian labor flags. 39 Nevertheless, we are entering a different and more sparsely furnished ritual world. As so often in the case of labor practices, the transformation is accelerated by economic and political fluctuations. The decline of the great era of banners was accentuated by defeat and slump. Their production fell sharply after 1930 and, in spite of some post-war revival, has continued to decline. The firm of George Tutil, which made about 3/4 of all known banners, produced none at all in 1967.40. More modern Union banners have also, incidentally, tended to shy away from elaborate pictures and portraiture, let alone allegory. 3. The new simplicity happened to fit in with some aspects of the new or socialist phase of labor ritual. In spite of the force of the historic environment from which no one can escape, the bulk of modern labor movements, including much of the British ones after 1889, were new in their membership, forms of organization, strategy, and aspirations. The mass parties whose membership could reach into the hundreds of thousands by 1914, the mass electorates which could give between 30 and 40% of the national male suffrage to such parties by then, 41. The mass membership of stable labor unions itself have no precedents before 1870, probably not even in Britain. What is equally to the point, the ideological activists who inspired them were, with a few exceptions like Lassalle, anti-ritualist even in their ritualism. German Social Democrats were suspicious of miners' festivals. 42 Anarchists were suspicious of any formality whatever. They were Puritans, far from naturally inclined to those commemorative dinners at which British militants, even after World War II, recalled, preserved and absorbed the tradition of past battles, victories, and defeats and linked them to present and future. 43 The funeral of the revolutionary miner Jack Lavin of Warsaw, Nottinghamshire, in 1919 was a relatively simple affair, coffin draped in red flag, with a wreath of crimson blooms and bunches of roses, borne by comrades with red ribbons in their coats, a long eulogy, and various speeches and tributes, a song at the graveside as he was lowered into the earth amid cries of poor old Jack. 44 There have been, there still are, political and labor funerals which exploit the possibilities of this traditionally ceremonial occasion more elaborately. 45. The new labor ritualism thus developed spontaneously and in an unplanned way, though it was sometimes taken over by organizations. I shall mention 3 aspects of it by way of illustration. The first is the red flag itself, whose rise as the symbol of social revolution and later labor appears to be overwhelmingly spontaneous, from February 1848 when it emerges on the barricades everywhere, 46 to the French strikes of 1871–90, where red, when it appears, is almost always by way of improvisation, to the 1st of May demonstration which, in France at least, institutionalized the red flag. 47 As we shall see, May Day is itself a grassroots phenomenon. The second is what one might call the ritualization of procedure at meetings, which is closely associated with organization. Here, in both France and Britain, the influence of the local political tradition, republican in one country, parliamentary in the other, is undoubtedly important. Citron insists that British labor practice is or should be an adaptation of parliamentary procedure. 48 And Peru points out that French meetings develop unritual-inspired pratiques parlementaires. 49 We now have the appointment of chairman and secretary, equipped with the indispensable bell, or of the bureau or platform, installed behind a table on a dais or platform. The chairman, who must be addressed formally, occupies the center. He should be raised above the others slightly in Citron's opinion. 50 There is, in Britain at least, the constitutionalist ballet of minutes, motions, amendments, references back, suspensions of standing orders and the rest which have been the delight of generations of labor activists. There are the endless votes, formal and substantial, typically, in labor organizations, by show of hands. The rationale of all this may be strictly utilitarian, and yet there is no escaping the impression that the formality itself provides a certain ritual satisfaction. One cannot indeed go as far as Peru, who describes the function of such public meetings as less to decide than to create communion. 51 Yet is Citron entirely utilitarian when he describes how to start a meeting. The chairman looks round, sees the door is closed, clears his throat and declares the meeting open. 52 Nobody who has attended a TUC or labor conference even before the ritual singing by the enemies on the platform will doubt that it is more than a way of getting through business. The International May Day, which dates back to 1889, is perhaps the most ambitious of labor rituals. 53 In some ways it is a more ambitious and generalized version of the annual combined labor demonstration and festival which we have seen emerging for one highly specific group of workers and confined to single regions in the miners' demonstrations and galas of 2 decades earlier. It shared with these the essential characteristic of being a regular public self-presentation of a class, an assertion of power, indeed in its invasion of the establishment's social space, a symbolic conquest. But equally crucially, it was the assertion of class through an organized movement, union or party. It was the labor army's annual trooping of the colors, a political occasion unthinkable without the slogans, the demands, the speeches which, even among the self-contained peatmen, increasingly came to be made by national figures representing not the union but the movement as a whole. 54 At the same time, since the class as such was involved, it was also like subsequent gatherings of the same kind. One thinks of the national festivals of El Humanite in France or Unita in Italy, a family occasion and a popular festival, though one which, in spite of an ample supply of beer and skittles, prided itself on its demonstration of self-control. Just as the Durham miners in 1872 were proud to disappoint the respectable who trembled at the invasion of the black barbarians. 55, we recall the white gloves of the marchers, so a few years ago the Neapolitans took pride in a rather more startling achievement. Nothing, they claimed, had been stolen and nobody cheated during the national festival of Unita, when it took place in that notoriously ingenious and light-fingered city. But the miners' galas were planned as annual occasions, and even at the first tentative one in Durham in 1871 3 prizes were offered for the band contest and liberal money prizes for various athletic sports. 56 May Day was planned simply as a one-off simultaneous international demonstration for the legal 8-hour day. How much of its force, like that of the red flag, was due to the sense of internationalism, we can only speculate, but certainly a good deal. Annual repetition was imposed on the parties and the international by public demand from the grassroots. Moreover, it was through public participation that a demonstration was turned into a holiday in both the ritual and the festive sense. Engels only came to refer to it as a Mayfeier or celebration instead of a demonstration in 1893.57. On the contrary, the ideologically pure revolutionaries were actually suspicious of merrymaking as politically diversionary, and of folkloric practices as a concession to the spirit of superstition. 58 They would have preferred more glum and militant protest marches. Leaders with a better sense of the masses, like Adler, Vandervelde, and Costa, were better tuned to the wavelength of the masses. As Costa said in 1893, Catholics have Easter, henceforth workers will have their own Easter. 59 The Italians, mobilizing a traditional and largely illiterate class, tended to be unusually sensitive to the force of symbol and ceremony. 60 What is more, the specific demand of the original May Day soon dropped into the background. It increasingly turned into an annual assertion of class presence, most successfully so where, against the advice of cautious socialist and union leaders which prevailed in Britain and Germany, it underlined that presence by a symbolic assertion of the fundamental power of workers, the abstention from work by a one-day strike. In many Latin countries it came to be seen as a commemoration of martyrs, the Chicago martyrs, and is still sometimes so regarded. The ritual element in the workers' May Day, which was, as someone observed, even among radical and revolutionary anniversaries the only one associated exclusively with the proletariat, was immediately recognized by the artists, journalists, poets, and versifiers who, on behalf of their parties, produced badges, flags, posters, May Day periodicals, cartoons, and other suitable material for the occasion. Their iconographic language echoes the imagery of spring, youth, and growth which was spontaneously associated with the day. Flowers were an important part of this imagery and immediately came to be worn, we hardly know how, the carnation in Austria and Italy. Eventually it became the flower of May Day, the red, paper, rose in Germany, sweetbriar and poppy in France, as well as the May, but not the lily of the valley which later came into non-political symbiosis with May Day in France. What popular memory associated with the Fusillade de Fourmies, the shooting down of such a procession in 1891, was the image of a young girl carrying such a flowering branch. 61 A good deal of this was doubtless due to the historical accident which led the International to choose this emotionally and traditionally charged date for its demonstration. Much was certainly due to its initiation at one of the notable moments of international labor awakening, growth, and expansion. It was a celebration of renewal and hope at a season of renewal and hope, and might well not have established itself so permanently had it been initiated at a less optimistic moment in labor's history. What did this day signify for the workers? Fortunately, we are not quite in the dark about this, for the organizers of a recent Italian exhibition of labor banners showed the appropriate ones to a few ancients, who immediately associated them with the 1st of May. Let me quote Pietro Comalo, a Torinese in his late 70s. The banners were educational. Everybody used to say, "It's our festival, it's the workers' festival." We knew vaguely that it was in memory of those who'd fought for the 8 hours, the Chicago martyrs. So that was a symbolic fact, that had become symbolic for the workers. And then, well, it was just a holiday, there were the red carnations. It was a fighting demonstration, not only because they had extorted May Day through their organizations, but because we were all there together and united. Even the anarchists turned up. 62. It was the ritual of class, community, struggle, and union. The strength of the workers' emotional attachment to this occasion is indicated by the efforts of the movement's opponents to annex it. After the Bolsheviks, it was Hitler who, in 1933, turned it into an official national holiday of labor, subsequently followed by the EEC. Moreover, just as Hitler consciously combined the red of the socialist flag with the very different symbol of the swastika, so we can see the Nazis in the 1930s deliberately transforming the symbolic imagery of the day from one of class struggle to one of class cooperation in the national cause. 63. How far have such ritualizations of the new socialist labor movements survived and developed since the 1890s? It is difficult to generalize. Since they were essentially public rituals, they could only flourish in countries where labor movements were legal, and especially, I would suggest, where politics left sufficient scope for mass mobilization. Elsewhere they were the symbolic property of small underground groups or secret revolutionary organizations, whose rather colorful ritual history I have written about elsewhere. I merely repeat my conviction that such left-wing bodies, but not right-wing or nationalist ones, shed their ritualism almost completely, a process accelerated, where necessary, by the ban on Masonic membership imposed by the communist movement between the wars. Probably the new public rituals reached their peak in the period of the United, except for the anarchists, and, it seemed, the inevitably triumphant socialist labor movements before 1914, but the national and regional divergences after 1917 are such that there may be exceptions. They were certainly carried by hope and confidence rather than conflict. Retreat and economic depression have time and again enfeebled them, and conversely advances, as in France in 1936, over much of Europe in 1944-5, have revived them. There are movements, even after 1945, which still show the old apparatus of ritualization in good working order, transforming such apparently utilitarian occasions as the annual exchange of party cards 64 or the raising of funds, which is the primary justification of branch fetes and the Great Pyramid of French and Italian festivals in aid of the party newspapers. But on the whole, what has survived best are the handful of elementary symbols which are least dependent on large organizations capable of mobilizing large bodies of working men and women, the color red, which completed its conquest of socialist movements after 1917, the International, which became the world anthem of the movement in the early 1900s, 66, and a few other symbolic songs, the red flag, Bandiera Rosa, and a few symbols and gestures, some of obscure but almost certainly post-1917 origin, like the clenched fist. These were easily learned or taken up by spontaneous, unorganized revivals of militancy such as the student movements of the late 1960s. For with some notable exceptions, the great class movements of the classical era of mass socialist workers' parties have not very successfully survived the extraordinary economic, social, and cultural transformations of the 1950s and 1960s, at least in the Western industrial countries. The working class is not the same anymore, and neither is society. To put it in the simplest terms, those of an old Italian lady who carried her first banner in 1920 at the age of 12, less than a month after starting work in the cotton mill, they're all signori nowadays. Those who go out to work, they have everything they ask for. I never asked for anything, because there wasn't anything to be had. 67 It is little wonder that the old tend to talk about May Day in the past tense. The rituals I have tried to sketch were essentially self-assertions and self-definitions of a new class through class organization, and within it, of a large cadre of militants drawn from that class or identified with it, asserting their own capacity to organize, to practice politics as well as the old elite, to demonstrate their own rise through that of their class. Where labor movements go back beyond the socialist era, these rituals moved from the self-assertion of the whole trade or occupation, to that of the wage workers within the trade, and, as in the miners' movements, the class community as a whole, as part of a wider movement of all workers. Where they coincide with the socialist era, the identification of class, party, and the hope of a new world based on both, prevailed from the outset. The ritual occasions and the ritual language were transformed, perhaps after an initial period of transition, as between the 1880s and the October Revolution, when the new socialist labor movements, or, as in Britain, the older movements growing towards class movements committed to socialism, combined the symbolisms of the old and the new on their banners and emblems. They were also simplified, as the old and elaborate symbolical and allegorical vocabulary ceased to be understood, and perhaps also because poverty implied simplification. One recalls that even in 1874, when the workers of Breslau commemorated the 10th anniversary of Lassalle's death, the rituals of death, as we have seen, maintain their ancient significance and their capacity to crystallize the structure of the individual's relation to the community and the world. The men wore red and green sashes, but few of the women, who were supposed to wear black, could do so, because they did not own black dresses. 68 In any case, the major form of public ritual in modern mass societies, increasingly tended to be a sort of public drama, in which the distinction between participants and spectators, actors and spear carriers, was attenuated, and where the mass itself acted as its own symbol. Modern governments have exploited this form of public spectacle to good effect. This was not a development peculiar to labor movements, though their mass organizations and parties, being among the first of their kind, may have pioneered some of this transformation. However, such reflections take us far beyond an essay on labor rituals. Nevertheless, except for certain public purposes, ritual has undoubtedly declined. And in labor movements this is not very surprising. For even at the peak of its development, its role in the era of mass labor movements and parties was marginal, unlike its role in, say, nationalist movements. For the identification of workers with their movement, profound though it often was neither achieved nor even really symbolized by ritual. It took place by the mere assertion of class, which implied organization, an organization which was far more than a merely utilitarian device. Hence the contempt of those used to the unionism of the old miners' lodges for the penny in the slot unions of later years. The very word labor or worker could be enough to establish this emotional identification, as among the 200,000 or so members of social democratic workers' choral societies in 1914 Germany, the 130,000 or so worker cyclists, 69 the worker stamp collectors who still met, no doubt rather elderly and much reduced in numbers, in a Viennese public house in the 1970s. It is true that there was even then a disproportion between the dedication of militants and the matter-of-fact formalities associated with it, a disproportion which would have been incomprehensible to early journeyman societies or for that matter to priests. It was in this space that modern labor ritual grew up to supply color, emotional structure, and ceremony. The space was large. In his recent memoirs, an elderly East German poet has reflected how strange it is that the signing of a small and crumpled piece of paper, presented by a young worker on a Berlin street corner in 1931, he still feels as binding him to the party he then joined as a schoolboy 70. It is not really puzzling. In signing, he signed away his life to a cause and a dream, as people did in those days. Yet the disproportion remains. The space was never systematically filled by ritual. What movement, playing so central a part in the history of the 19th and 20th century, and destined to conquer an area of the world larger than that of Islam and with greater rapidity than did the disciples of Mohammed, has done so, at least until its transformation into states and regimes, with less ritual baggage than the socialist movement? It derived its emotional force and legitimacy from its identification with a class, the working class, whose historical triumph it believed to be certain and inevitable. That seemed enough. The historian can only observe the phenomenon. He is not obliged to inquire how far this belief was, or is likely to be, justified. 1982. This chapter was given as a lecture at the Anglo-American Historians Conference in London in 1982. It is found in a more elaborate form, the skilled smith refusing to repair the broken sword presented by Mars, on the ASE certificate. In Italy it finally vanquished the traditional black-bordered red in that period, as witness the song Bandiera Rossa. 65. It was actually suggested that on the route of the mass demonstrations in Vienna ramps should be constructed, so that the marchers, temporarily raised above street level, should be able to see the masses of which each file was a part. 6. Man and woman, images on the left. Women have often pointed out that male historians in the past, including Marxists, have grossly neglected the female half of the human race. The criticism is just, the present writer accepts that it applies to his own work. Yet if this deficiency is to be remedied, it cannot be simply by developing a specialized branch of history which deals exclusively with women, for in human society the two sexes are inseparable. 1 What we need also to study is the changing forms of the relations between the sexes, both in social reality and in the image which both sexes have of one another. The present paper is a preliminary attempt to do this for the revolutionary and socialist movements of the 19th and early 20th centuries by means of the ideology expressed in the images and emblems associated with these movements. Since these were overwhelmingly designed by men, it is of course impossible to assume that the sex roles they represent express the views of most women. However, it is possible to compare these images of roles and relationships with the social realities of the period, and with the more specifically formulated ideologies of revolutionary and socialist movements. That such a comparison is possible, is the assumption which underlies this paper. It is not suggested that the images here analyzed directly reflect social realities, except where they were specifically designed to do so, as in pictures intended to have documentary value, and even then they clearly did not only reflect reality. My assumption is merely that in images designed to be seen by and to have an impact upon a wide public, e.g. of workers, the public's experience of reality sets limits to the degree to which they may diverge from that experience. If the capitalist in socialist cartoons of the Belle Époque were to have been habitually presented not as a fat man smoking a cigar and in a top hat, but as a fat woman, these permissible limits would have been exceeded, and the caricatures would have been less effective, for most bosses were not only conceived as males but were males. It does not follow that all capitalists were fat with top hats and cigars, though these attributes were readily understood as indicating wealth in a bourgeois society, and had to be understood as specifying one particular form of wealth and privilege as distinct from others, e.g. the nobleman's. Such a correspondence with reality was evidently less necessary in purely symbolic and allegorical images, and yet even here they were not completely absent. If the deity of war had been presented as a woman, it would have been with the intention to shock. To interpret iconography in this manner is naturally not to make a serious analysis of image and symbol. My purpose is more modest. Let us begin with perhaps the most famous of revolutionary paintings, though one not created by a revolutionary, Delacroix Liberty on the Barricades in 1830. The picture will be familiar to many, a bare-breasted girl in Phrygian bonnet with a banner, stepping over the fallen, followed by armed men in characteristic costumes. The sources of the picture have been much investigated. Point to whatever they are, its contemporary interpretation is not in doubt. Liberty was seen not as an allegorical figure, but as a real woman, inspired no doubt by the heroic Marie Deschamps, whose feats suggested the picture. She was seen as a woman of the people, belonging to the people, at ease among the people. C'est un forte femme auxiliary pour santes mamelles. À la voix rock, auxiliary des apes. Qui agile et marchant à grands pas. Se plate auxiliary Chris du Peuple. Barbie, la curée. A strong woman, stout-bosomed. With raucous voice and rough charm. She strides forward with confidence. Rejoicing in the clamour of the people. The bandwagon. She was for Balzac, of peasant stock, dark-skinned and ardent, the very image of the people. Point 3 She was proud, even insolent, Balzac's words, and thus the very opposite of the public image of women in bourgeois society. And, as the contemporaries stress, she was sexually emancipated. Barbie, whose La Curée is certainly one of Delacroix's sources, invents an entire history of sexual emancipation and initiative for her. Qui ne prend ses amours que dans la populace. Qui ne prête son large flanc. Tu de gens forts comme elle. Who takes her lovers only from among the masses. Who gives her sturdy body only to men as strong as herself. After having, enfant de la Bastille, child of the Bastille, spread universal sexual excitement around her, tired of her early lovers and followed Napoleon's banners and a capitaine de 20 ans, 20-year-old captain. Now she returned. Toujours belle et nu my emphasis, ejh. Avec l'écharpe auxiliary Trois-Couleurs. Still beautiful and naked with the tricolor sash. To win the Trois Glorieuses, the July Revolution, for her people. Point 4. Heine, who comments on the picture itself, pushes the image even further towards another ambiguous stereotype of the independent and sexually emancipated woman, the courtesan, a strange mixture of fern, fishwife, and goddess of freedom. Point 5 The theme is recognizable. Flaubert in Education Sentimental returns to it in the context of 1848, with his image of liberty as a common prostitute in the ransacked Tuileries, though operating the habitual bourgeois transition from the equation liberty equals good to that of license equals bad. In the antechamber, bold upright on a pile of clothes, stood a woman of the streets posing as a statue of liberty. The same note is hinted at by the reactionary Félicien Rops, who had actually represented the Commune personified by a naked woman, a soldier's cap on her head and sword at her side. 6 An image which came not only to his own mind. His powerful pupil is a naked young woman, in the posture of a whore dressed only in stockings and a nightcap, possibly hinting at the Phrygian bonnet, her legs opening on her sex. 7. The novelty of Delacroix Liberty therefore lies in the identification of the nude female figure with a real woman of the people, an emancipated woman, and one playing an active, indeed a leading, role in the movement of men. How far back this revolutionary image can be traced is a question which must be left to art historians to answer. Point 8 Here we can only know two things. First, its concreteness removes it from the usual allegorical role of females, though she maintains the nakedness of such figures, and this nudity is indeed stressed by painter and observers. She does not inspire or represent, she acts. Second, she seems clearly distinct from the traditional iconographic image of woman as an active freedom fighter, notably Judith, who, with David, so often represents the successful struggle of the weak against the strong. Unlike David and Judith, Delacroix Liberty is not alone, nor does she represent weakness. On the contrary, she represents the concentrated force of the invincible people. Since the people consists of a collection of different classes and occupations, and is presented as such, a general symbol not identified with any of them is desirable. For traditional iconographic reasons this was likely to be female. But the woman chosen represents the people. The revolution of 1830 seems to represent the high point of this image of liberty as an active, emancipated girl accepted as leader by men, though the theme continues to be popular in 1848, doubtless because of Delacroix' influence on other painters. She remains naked in Phrygian cap in Millet's Liberty on the Barricades, but her context is now vague. She remains a leader figure in Daumier's draft of the uprising but, once again, her context is shadowy. On the other hand, though there are not many representations of the Commune and of liberty in 1871, they tended to be naked, as in the design of Ropes mentioned above, or bare-breasted. 9 Perhaps the notably active part played by women in the Commune also accounts for the symbolization of this revolution by a non-allegorical, i.e. clothed, and obviously militant woman in at least one foreign illustration. 10. The revolutionary concept of republic or liberty thus still tended to be a naked, or more likely bare-breasted, female. The Communard Dallou's celebrated statue of the Republic on the Place de la Nation still has at least one breast bared. Only research could show how far the revelation of the breast retains this rebellious or at least polemical association, as perhaps in the cartoon from the Dreyfus period, January 1898, in which a young and virginal Marianne, one breast exposed, is protected against a monster by a matronly and armed Justice over the line, "Justice, have no fear of the monster. I am here." 11 On the other hand, the institutionalized republic, Marianne, in spite of her revolutionary origins, is now normally though lightly, clothed. The reign of decency has been re-established. Perhaps also the reign of lies, since it is characteristic of the allegorical female figure of truth, she still appears frequently, notably in the caricatures of the Dreyfus period, that she should be naked. 12 And indeed, even in the iconography of the respectable British labour movement of Victorian England, she remains naked, as on the emblem of the Amalgamated Society of Carpenters and Joiners, 1860-13 until late Victorian morality prevails. Generally, the role of the female figure, naked or clothed, diminishes sharply with the transition from the democratic plebeian revolutions of the 19th century to the proletarian and socialist movements of the 20th. In a sense, the main problem of this paper consists in this masculinization of the imagery of the labor and socialist movement. For obvious reasons, the working woman proletarian is not much represented by artists, outside the few industries which were predominantly female. This was certainly not due to prejudice. Constantin Meunier, the Belgian who pioneered the typical idealization of the male worker, painted, and to a lesser extent sculpted, women wage workers as readily as men, sometimes, as in his Le Retour des Mines, coming back from the mines, 1905, working together with men, as women still did in Belgian mines. 14 However, it is probable that the image of woman as a wage worker and an active participant together with males in political activity 15 was largely due to socialist influence. In Britain it does not become noticeable in the trade union iconography until this influence is felt. 16 In the emblems of pre-socialist British trade unions, uninfluenced by intellectuals, real women appear mainly in those small images by which unions advertised their fraternal help to members in distress, sickness, accident, and funeral benefit. They stand by the bedside of the sick husband as his mates come to visit him adorned with the sash of their union. Surrounded by children, they shake hands with the union representative who hands them money after the death of the breadwinner. Of course, women are still present in the form of symbol and allegory, though towards the end of the century in Britain union emblems are to be found without any female figures, especially in such purely masculine industries as coal mining, steel smelting, and the like. 17 Still, the allegories of liberal self-help continue to be largely female, because they had always been. Prudence, industry, equals diligence, fortitude, temperance, truth, and justice presided over the stonemasons' friendly society in 1868, art, industry, truth, and justice over the amalgamated society of carpenters and joiners. From the 1880s on, one has the impression that only justice and truth, possibly supplemented by faith and hope, survive among these traditional figures. However, as socialism advances, other female persons enter the iconography of the left, though they are in no sense supposed to represent real women. They are goddesses or muses. Thus, on a banner of the left-wing Workers' Union, 1898 to 1929, a sweet young lady in white drapery and sandals points to a rising sun labeled "A Better Life" for the benefit of a number of realistically painted workers in working dress. She is Faith, as the text below the picture makes clear. A militant figure, also in white draperies and sandals, but with sword and buckler marked justice and equality, not a hair out of place on her well-styled head, stands before a muscular worker in an open shirt who has evidently just defeated a beast labeled capitalism, which lies dead on the ground before him. The banner is labeled "The Triumph of Labor," and represents the Southend-on-Sea branch of the National Union of General Workers, another socialist union. The Tottenham branch of the same union has the same young lady, this time with flowing hair, her dress marked light, education, industrial organization, political action, and real international, pointing out the promised land in the shape of a children's playground to the usual group of workers. The promised land is labeled "Gain the Cooperative Commonwealth," and the entire banner illustrates the slogan "Producers of the nation's wealth, unite and have your share of the world." 18. These images are all the more significant because they are obviously linked to the new socialist movement, which develops its own iconography, and because, unlike the old allegorical vocabulary, this new iconography is in part inspired by the tradition of French revolutionary imagery, from which Delacroix liberty is also derived. Stylistically, in Britain at least, it belongs to the progressive arts and crafts movement and its offshoot, Art Nouveau, which provided British socialism with its chief artists and illustrators, William Morris and Walter Crane. Yet Walter Crane's widely popular image of humanity advancing to socialism, a couple in loose summery clothes, the man carrying a child on his shoulder, like so many of his designs, still reflects the debt to 1789 in the presence of the Phrygian bonnet. 19 The earliest of the 1st of May badges of the Austrian Social Democrats make the connection even more obvious. They represent a female figure with the motto, fraternity, equality, liberty, and the 8-hour day. 20. Yet what is the role of the women in this new socialist iconography? They inspire. The emblem of the Labor Annual 21, published from 1895, is T.A. West's Light and Life. A lady in flowing robes, half visible behind an escutcheon, blows a ritual trumpet for the benefit of a handsome boy with open-necked shirt and sleeves rolled up beyond the elbow, carrying a basket from which he sows the seed of, presumably, socialist propaganda. Rays, stars, and waves form the background to the design. Insofar as human women appear in this iconography, they are part of an idealized couple, with or without children. Insofar as each is symbolically identified with some activity, it is the man who represents industrial labor. In Crane's couple, he has beside him a pick and a shovel, while she, carrying a basket of corn, and with a rake by her side, represents nature, or at most agriculture. Curiously enough, the same division occurs in Mukina's famous sculpture of the male worker and the female kolkhoz peasant on the Soviet pavilion at the Paris International Exposition of 1937, he the hammer, she the sickle. Of course, actual women of the working classes also occur in the new socialist iconography, and embody a symbolic meaning, at least by implication. Yet they are quite different from the militant girls of the Paris Commune. They are figures of suffering and endurance. Many, that great pioneer of proletarian art and socialist realism, both as realism and as idealization, anticipates them, as usual. His Femme du Peuple, Woman of the People, 1893, is old, thin, her hair drawn back so tightly as to suggest little more than a naked skull, her withered flat chest suggested by the very, and untypical, nakedness of her shoulders. 21 is even better known. Le Grisou, fire damp, has the female figure, swathed in shawls, grieving over the corpse of the dead miner. These are the suffering proletarian mothers best known from Gorky's novel or Keth Kalwitz's tragic drawings. 23 And it is perhaps not insignificant that their bodies become invisible under shawls and headcloths. The typical image of the proletarian woman has been desexualized and hides behind the clothes of poverty. She is spirit, not body. In real life, this image of the suffering wife and mother turned militant is perhaps exemplified by the black-clad eloquence of La Pasionaria in the days of the Spanish Civil War. Yet while the female body in socialist iconography is increasingly dressed, if not concealed, a curious thing is happening to the male body. It is increasingly revealed for symbolic purposes. The image which increasingly symbolizes the working class is the exact counterpart to Delacroix liberty, namely a topless young man, the powerful figure of a masculine laborer, swinging hammer or pick and naked to the waist. 24 This image is unrealistic in two ways. In the first place, it was by no means easy to find many 19th-century male workers in the countries with strong labor movements laboring with a naked torso. This, as Van Gogh recognized, was one of the difficulties of an era of artistic realism. He would have liked to paint the naked bodies of peasants, but in real life they did not go naked. 25 The numerous pictures representing industrial labor, even under conditions when it would today seem reasonable to take off one's shirt, as in the heat and glow of ironworks or gasworks, almost universally show them clothed, however lightly. This includes not merely what might be called broad evocations of the world of labor such as Maddox Ford's work, or Alfred Roll's Le Travail, 1881, a scene of open-air building work, but realistic paintings or graphic reporting. 26 Naturally bare-torsoed workers could be seen, for instance among some, but by no means all, British coalface workers. In such cases workers could be realistically presented as semi-nudes, as in G. Kellebutt's Rabatteurs de Parquet, floor polishers, 27 or in the figure of a coal hewer on the emblem of the Iron Founders Union, 1857. 28 In real life, however, these were all special cases. In the second place, the image of nakedness is unrealistic because it almost certainly excluded the vast body of skilled and factory workers, who would not have dreamed of working without their shirts at any time, and who, incidentally, in general formed the bulk of the organized labor movement. When the bare-torsoed worker first appears in art is uncertain. Certainly what must be one of the earliest sculptured proletarians, Westmacott's slate worker on the Penrhyn Monument, Bangor, 1821, 29, is dressed, while the peasant girl near him is, perhaps semi-allegorically, rather décolleté. At all events from the 1880s on he was familiar in sculpture in the work of the Belgian, Constantin Meny, perhaps the first artist to devote himself wholeheartedly to the presentation of the manual worker, possibly also of the Communard Dalu, whose unfinished monument to labor contains similar motifs. Obviously he was much more prominent in sculpture, which had, by long tradition, a much stronger tendency to present the human figure nude than painting. In fact, Meny's drawings and paintings are much more often realistically clothed, and, as has been shown for at least one of his themes, dockers unloading a ship, were only undressed in the three-dimensional design for a monument of labor. 30 Perhaps this is one reason why the semi-nude figure is less prominent in the period of the Second International, when the socialist movement was not in a position to commission many public monuments as yet, and comes into his own after 1917 in Soviet Russia, where it was. Yet, though a direct comparison between painted and sculptured image is therefore misleading, the bare male torso may already be found here and there on two-dimensional emblems, banners, and other pictures of the labor movement even in the 19th century. Still, in sculpture he triumphed after 1917 in Soviet Russia, under such titles as Worker, The Weapons of the Proletariat, Memorial of Bloody Sunday 1905 etc. 31. The theme is not yet exhausted, since a statue called Friendship of the Peoples of the 1970s still presents the familiar topless Hercules swinging a hammer. 32. Painting and graphics still found it harder to break the links with realism. It is not easy to find any bare-torsoed workers in the heroic age of the Russian revolutionary poster. Even the symbolic painting Toil, presents a design of an idealized young man in working clothes, surrounded by the tools of a skilled artisan. 33. Rather than the heavy-muscled and basically unskilled titan of the more familiar kind. The powerful hammer swinger engaged in breaking the chains binding the globe, who symbolized the Communist International on the covers of its periodical from 1920, wore clothes on his torso, though only sketchy ones. The symbolic decorations of this review in its early numbers were non-human: 5 pointed stars, rays, hammers, sickles, ears of grain, beehives, cornucopias, roses, thorns, crossed torches, and chains. While there were more modern images such as stylizations of smoking factory chimneys in the Art Nouveau fashion and driving bands of transmission belts, there were no bare-chested workers. Propaganda photographs of such men do not become common, if they occur at all, before the first 5-year plan. 34. Nevertheless, though the progress of the two-dimensional bare torso was slower than might be thought, the image was familiar. Thus it is the symbol decorating the cover of the French edition of the Compte Rendu Analytique of the 5th Congress of Comintern, Paris, 1924. Why the bare body? The question can only be briefly discussed, but takes us back both to the language of idealized and symbolic presentation and to the need to develop such a language for the socialist revolutionary movement. There is no doubt that 18th-century aesthetic theory linked the naked body and the idealization of the human being, often quite consciously, as in Winckelmann. An idealized person, as distinct from an allegorical figure, could not be clothed in the garments of real life, and, as in the nude statues of Napoleon, should if possible be presented without garments. Realism had no place in such a presentation. When Stendhal criticized the painter David, because it would have been suicidal for his warriors of antiquity to go into battle naked, armed only with helmet, sword, and shield, he was simply drawing attention, in his usual role as provocateur, to the incompatibility of symbolic and realistic statement in art. But the socialist movement, in spite of its profound attachment in principle to realism in art, an attachment which goes back to the Saint-Simonians, required a language of symbolic statement, in which to state its ideals. As we have seen, the emblems and banners of the British trade unions, rightly described by Klingender as the true folk art of 19th-century Britain. 35, are a combination of realism, allegory, and symbol. They are probably the last flourishing form of the allegorical and symbolic language outside public monumental sculpture. An idealized presentation of the subject of the movement, the struggling working class itself, must sooner or later involve the use of the nude, as on the banner of the export branch of the Dockers Union in the 1890s, where a naked muscular figure, his loins lightly draped, kneels on a rock wrestling with a large green serpent, surrounded by suitable mottos. 36 In short, though the tension between realism and symbolism remained, it was still difficult to devise a complete vocabulary of symbol. An ideal without the nude. On the other hand, it may be suggested that the total nude was no longer acceptable. It cannot have been easy to overlook the absurdity of the 1927 group, October 37, which consists of 3 muscular men, naked except for the Red Army cap worn by one of them, with hammers and other suitable paraphernalia. Let us conjecture that the bare-torsoed image expressed a compromise between symbolism and realism. There were after all real workers who could be so presented. We are left with a final, but crucial question. Why is the struggling working class symbolized exclusively by a male torso? Here we can only speculate. 2 lines of speculation may be suggested. The first concerns the changes in the actual sexual division of labor in the capitalist period, both productive and political. It is a paradox of 19th-century industrialization that it tended to increase and sharpen the sexual division of labor between unpaid, household work and, paid, work outside, by depriving the producer of control over the means of production. In the pre-industrial or proto-industrial economy, peasant farming, artisanal production, small shopkeeping, cottage industry, putting out, etc., household and production were generally a single or combined unit, and though this normally meant that women were grossly overworked, since they did most of the housework and shared in the rest of the work, they were not confined to one type of work. Indeed, in the great expansion of proto-industrialism, cottage industry, which has recently been investigated, the actual productive processes attenuated or even abolished the differences in work between men and women, with far-reaching effects on the social and sexual roles and conventions of the sexes. 38. On the other hand, in the increasingly common situation of the worker who labored for an employer in a workplace belonging to the employer, home and work were separate. Typically it was the male who had to leave home every day to work for wages and the woman who did not. Typically women worked outside the home, where they did so at all, only before or, if widowed or separated, after marriage, or where the husband was unable to earn sufficient to maintain wife and family, and very likely only so long as he was unable to do so. Conversely, an occupation in which an adult man was normally unable to earn a family wage was, very understandably, regarded as underpaid. Hence, the labor movement quite logically developed the tendency to calculate the desirable minimum wage in terms of the earnings of a single, i.e. in practice male, breadwinner, and to regard a wage-working wife as a symptom of an undesirable economic situation. In fact, the situation was often undesirable, and the number of married women obliged to work for wages or their equivalent was substantial, though a very large proportion of them did so at home, i.e. outside the effective range of labor movements. 39. Moreover, even in industries in which the work of married women was traditionally well established, as in the Lancashire textile region, its scope can be exaggerated. In 1901, 38% of married and widowed women in Blackburn were employed for wages, but only 15% of those in Bolton. 40. In short, conventionally women aimed to stop working for wages outside the house once they got married. Britain, where in 1911 only 11% of wage-working women had husbands and only 10% of married women worked, was perhaps an extreme case, but even in Germany, 1907, where 30% of wage-working women had husbands, the sex difference was striking. For every wife at wage work in the age groups from 25 to 40 years, there were 4 wage-working husbands. 41. The situation of the married woman was not substantially changed as yet by the tendency, rather marked after 1900, for women to enter industry in larger numbers, and by the growing variety of occupations and leisure activities open to unmarried girls. 42. The trend towards a larger number of married women having a specified occupation had not been firmly established at the turn of the century. 43. The point is worth stressing, since some feminist historians, for reasons difficult to understand, have attempted to deny it. 19th century industrialization, unlike 20th century industrialization, tended to make marriage and the family the major career of the working class woman who was not obliged by sheer poverty to take other work. 44. Insofar as she worked for wages before marriage, she saw wage work as a temporary, though no doubt desirable, phase in her life. Once married, she belonged to the proletariat not as a worker, but as the wife, mother, and housekeeper of workers. Politically, the pre-industrial struggle of the poor not only produced ample room for women to take part beside men, neither sex had such political rights as the right to vote, but in some respects a specific and leading role for them. The commonest form of struggle was that to assert social justice, i.e. the maintenance of what E.P. Thompson has called the moral economy of the crowd through direct action to control prices. 45. In the form of action, which could be politically decisive, we recall the March of the Women on Versailles in 1789, women not only took the lead, but were conventionally expected to. As Louisa Accotti rightly states, in a large number of cases, I would almost say in practically all cases, women have the decisive role, whether because it is they who take the initiative, or because they form a very large part of the crowd. 46 We need not here consider the well-known pre-industrial practice in which rebellious men take action disguised as women, as in the so-called Rebecca riots of Wales, 1843. Furthermore, the characteristic urban revolution of the pre-industrial period was not proletarian but plebeian. Within the menu puple, a socially heterogeneous coalition of elements, united by common littleness and poverty rather than by occupational or class criteria, women could play a political role, provided only they could come out on the streets. They could and did help to build barricades. They could assist those who fought behind them. They could even fight or bear arms themselves. Even the image of the modern People's Revolution in a large non-industrial metropolis contains them, as anyone who recalls the street scenes of Havana after the triumph of Fidel Castro will testify. On the other hand, the specific form of struggle of the proletariat, the trade union and the strike, largely excluded the women, or greatly reduced their visible role as active participants, except in the few industries in which they were heavily concentrated. Thus in 1896 the total number of women in British trade unions, excluding teachers, was 142,000 or something like 8%, but 60% of these were in the extremely strongly organized cotton industry. By 1910 it was above 10%, but though there had been some growth in trade unionism among white-collar and shop workers, the great bulk of the expansion in industry was still in textiles. 47 Elsewhere their role was indeed crucial, but distinct, even in small industrial and mining centers where place and work and community were inseparable. Yet if in such places their role in strikes was public, visible, and essential, it was nevertheless not that of strikers themselves. Moreover, where men's work and women's work were not so separate and distinct that no question of intermixture could arise, the normal attitude of male trade unionists towards women seeking to enter their occupation was, in the words of S. and B. Webb, resentment and abhorrence. 48 The reason was simple: since their wages were so much lower, they represented a threat to the rates and conditions of men. They were, to quote the Webbs again, as a class, the most dangerous enemies of the artisan standard of life, though the men's attitude was also, in spite of the growing influence on the left, strongly influenced by what would today be called sexism. 49 The respectable artisan has an instinctive distaste for the promiscuous mixing of men and women in daily intercourse, whether this be in the workshop or in a social club. 50 Consequently the policy of all unions capable of doing so was to exclude women from their work, and the policy even of those unions incapable of doing so, e.g. the cotton weavers, was to segregate the sexes, or at least to avoid women and girls working in conjunction with men. Especially if, they are, removed from constant association with other female workers. 51 Thus both the fear of the economic competition of women workers and the maintenance of morality combined to keep women outside or on the margins of the labor movement, except in the conventional role of family members. The paradox of the labor movement was thus that it encouraged an ideology of sexual equality and emancipation, while in practice discouraging the actual joint participation of men and women in the process of labor as workers. For the minority of emancipated women of all classes, including workers, it provided the best opportunities to develop as human beings, indeed as leaders and public figures. Probably it provided the only environment in the 19th century which gave them such opportunities. Nor should we underestimate the effect on the ordinary, even the married, working-class women of a movement passionately committed to female emancipation. Unlike the petty bourgeois progressive movement which, as among the French radical socialists, virtually flaunted its male chauvinism, the socialist labor movement tried to overcome the tendencies within the proletariat and elsewhere to maintain sexual inequality, even if it failed to achieve as much as it would have wished. 52 It is not insignificant that the major work by the charismatic leader of the German socialists, August Bebel, and by far the most popular work of socialist propaganda in Germany at that period, was his Woman and Socialism. 53 Yet at the same time the labor movement unconsciously tightened the bonds which kept the majority of, non-wage earning, married women of the working class in their assigned and subordinate social role. The more powerful it became as a mass movement, the more effective these breaks on its own emancipatory theory and practice became, at least until the economic transformations destroyed the 19th century industrial phase of the sexual division of labor. In a sense, the iconography of the movement reflects this unconscious reinforcement of the sexual division of labor. In spite of and against the movement's conscious intentions, its image expressed the essential maleness of the proletarian struggle in its elementary form before 1914, the trade union struggle. It should now be clear why, paradoxically, the historical change from an era of plebeian and democratic to one of proletarian socialist movements should have led, iconographically, to a decline in the role of the female. However, there may be another factor which reinforced this masculinization of the movement, the decline of classical pre-industrial millennialism. This is an even more speculative question, and I touch on it with caution and hesitation. As has already been suggested, in the iconography of the left, the female figure maintained herself best as an image of utopia, the goddess of freedom, the symbol of victory, the figure who pointed towards the perfect society of the future. And indeed the imagery of the socialist utopia was essentially one of nature, of fertility and growth, of blossoming, for which the female metaphor came naturally. Les générations écloses. Verront fleurir leurs bébés roses. Comme églantines en floriole. Ce sera la saison de roses. Voilà l'avenir social. E. Potier 54. The budding generations will see their rosy babies flower. Like briars in the spring. It will be the season of roses. That's the people's future. Eugene Potier, the Fourierist author of the Internationale, is full of such images of femaleness, even in its literal sense of the maternal breast. Pour tes enfants longtemps sèvres. Reprends le rôle du mammali. L'âge d'or. Ah, chansons la. Dans l'or de blesse. Mir apparaissent, les sens gonflés. A nos phalanges collectives. La fille du thermidor. Du send de la nourrice, il col ce beau jour. Une inondation d'existence et d'amour. Tout est fécondite, tout pollule et foisonné. Abondance. Nature, toi qui gonfles ton sen. Pour ta famille entière. Lacrimaira. To your children, though weaned long ago. Give once again your breast. The Golden Age. In the golden meadows come to us, mother. Your breasts full for the collective hosts. Daughter of Thermidor. This beautiful day flows from the nurse's breast. A flood of life and love. All is fruitfulness, everything swarms and abounds. Abundance. Nature, you whose breast has swelled. To feed your entire family. Celebration. So, in a less explicitly physical way, is Walter Crane who, as we have seen, was largely responsible for the themes of socialist imagery in Britain from the 1880s on. It was an imagery of spring and flowers, of harvest, as in the well-known The Triumph of Labor designed for the 1891 May Day demonstration, of girls in light flowing dresses and Phrygian bonnets. 55 series was the goddess of communism. 56. It is not surprising that the period of socialist ideology most deeply imbued with feminism, and most inclined to assign a crucial, indeed sometimes a dominant, role to women, was the Romantic Utopian era before 1848. Of course at this period we can hardly speak of a socialist movement at all, but only of small and atypical groups. Moreover, the actual number and prominence of women in leading positions in such groups was far smaller than in the years of the non-utopian Second International. There is nothing to compare in the Britain of Owenism and Chartism with the role of women as writers, public speakers, and leaders in the 1880s and 1890s, not only in the middle-class ambience of the Fabian Society, but in the much more working-class atmosphere of the Independent Labour Party, not to mention such figures as Eleanor Marx in the trade union movement. Moreover, the women who then became prominent, like Beatrice Webb or Rosa Luxemburg, did not make their reputation because they were women, but because they were outstanding irrespective of sex. Nevertheless, the role of women's emancipation in socialist ideology has never been more obvious and central than in the period of utopian socialism. This was partly due to the crucial role assigned to the destruction of the traditional family in the socialism of that period, 57, a role which is still very clear in the Communist Manifesto. The family was seen as the prison house not only of the women, who were not on the whole very active in politics, or indeed as a mass very enthusiastic about the abolition of marriage, but also of young people, who were much more attracted to revolutionary ideologies. Moreover, as J.F.C. Harrison has rightly pointed out, even on empirical grounds the new proletarians might well conclude that their rude little homes were a restrictive and circumscribing influence, and that in community they would have a means of breaking out of this. We can afford to live in palaces as well as the rich, were we only to adopt the principle of combination, the patriarchal principle of large families, such as that of Abraham. 58 It has been the consumer society, combined, paradoxically, with the replacement of mutual aid by state welfare, which has weakened this argument against the privatized nuclear family household. Yet utopian socialism also assigned another role to women, which was basically similar to the female role in the chiliastic religious movements with which the utopians had much in common. Here women were not only, perhaps not even primarily, equal, but superior. Their specific role was that of prophets, like Joanna Southcott, founder of an influential millennial movement in early 19th century England, or the Femme Messie, Woman Mother Messiah, of the Saint Simonian religion. 59 This role incidentally provided opportunities for a public career in a masculine world for a small number of women. The foundresses of Christian Science and Theosophy come to mind. However, the tendency of the socialist and labor movements to move away from chiliasm towards rationalist theory and organization, scientific socialism, made this social role for women in the movement increasingly marginal. Able women, whose talents lay in filling it, were pushed out of the center of the movement into fringe religions which provided more scope for them. Thus Annie Besant, secularist and socialist, found fulfillment and her major political role after 1890 as High Priestess of Theosophy and, through Theosophy, an inspirer of the Indian national liberation movement. All that remained of the utopian/messianic role of women in socialism was the image of the female as inspiration and symbol of the better world. But paradoxically this image by itself was hardly distinguishable from Goethe's Das Weiblich zieht uns hinein, the eternal feminine raises us to the heavens. In actuality it could be no different from the bourgeois masculine idealization of the female in theory, which was only too readily compatible with her inferiority in practice. At most the female image of the inspirer became the image of a Joan of Arc, easily recognizable in Walter Crane's designs. Joan of Arc was indeed an icon of women's militancy, but she did not represent either political or personal emancipation, or indeed activism, in any sense that could become a model for real women. Even if we forget that she excluded the majority of women who were no longer virgins, i.e. women as sexual beings, there was, by historic definition, room for only a very few Joans of Arc in the world at any given moment. And, incidentally, as the increasingly enthusiastic adoption of Joan of Arc by the French right wing demonstrates, her image was ideologically and politically undetermined. She might or might not represent liberty. She might be on the barricades, but she did not, unlike Delacroix girl, necessarily belong there. Unfortunately it is at present impossible to continue the iconographic analysis of the socialist movement beyond a point of history which is already fairly remote. The traditional language of symbol and allegory is no longer much spoken or understood, and with its decline women as goddesses and muses, as personifications of virtue and ideals, even as Joans of Arc, have lost their specific place in political imagery. Even the famous international symbol of peace in the 1950s was no longer a woman, as it would almost certainly have been in the 19th century, but Picasso's dove. The same is probably true of masculine images, though the hammer-wielding Promethean man survived longer as the personification of movement and struggle. The iconography of the movement since, say, World War II, is non-traditional. We do not at present have the analytical tools to interpret it, e.g. to make symbolic readings of the main modern iconographic medium, which is ostensibly naturalistic, the photograph or film. Iconography can therefore not throw significant light at present on the relations between men and women in the mid-20th century socialist movement, as it can for the 19th century. Still, it can make one final suggestion about the masculine image. This, as has already been suggested, is in some senses paradoxical, since it typifies not so much the worker as sheer muscular effort, not intelligence, skill, and experience, but brute strength. Even, as in Meny's famous iron puddler, physical effort which virtually excludes and exhausts the mind. One can see artistic reasons for this. As Brandt points out, in Meny the proletariat is transformed into a Greek athlete 60, and for this form of idealization the expression of intelligence is irrelevant. One can also see historical reasons for it. The period 1870 to 1914 was above all the period in which industry relied on a massive influx of inexperienced but physically strong labor to perform the very large proportion of labor-intensive and relatively unskilled tasks, and when the dramatic environment of darkness, flame, and smoke typified the revolution in man's capacity to produce by steam-powered industry. As yet, as we know, the bulk of the militants of organized labor in this period consisted, if we leave aside the admittedly important contingent of miners, essentially of skilled men. How is it that an image which omits all the characteristics of their kind of labor, established itself as the expression of the working class? 3 explanations may be suggested. The first, and perhaps psychologically the most convincing, is that for most workers, whatever their skill, the criterion of belonging to their class was precisely the performance of manual, physical labor. The instincts of genuine labor movements were a voyeurist, a distrust of those who did not get their hands dirty. This the image represented. The second is that the movement wished to stress precisely its inclusive character. It comprised all proletarians, not merely printers, skilled mechanics, and their like. The third, which probably prevailed in the period of the Third International, was that in some sense the relatively unskilled, purely manual laborer, the miner, or docker, was considered more revolutionary, since he did not belong to the labor aristocracy with its penchant for reformism and social democracy. He represented the masses to whom revolutionaries appealed over the heads of the social democrats. The image was reality, insofar as it represented the fundamental distinction between manual and non-manual work, aspiration insofar as it implied a program or a strategy. How realistic it was in the second respect is a question which does not belong to the present paper. But it is nevertheless not insignificant that, as an image, it omitted much that was most characteristic about the working class and its labor movement. 1978. In Russia this motif occurs as early as 1905-7. 7. Political shoemakers. Co-written with Joan W. Scott. He had gone deeper into Armenianism and politics than any of his fellows. The Methodist magazine and the Weekly Dispatch were regularly sent to him by his brother. He always had plenty of shoemaking, and was more independent than either the farmers or laborers. He used to make uncivil remarks about the landlords and the House of Lords, the House of Commons, the new poor law, bishops, parsons, corn laws, the church, and class legislation. 1. A very curious thing is that each trade develops in the artisans practicing it, a specific character, a particular temperament. The butcher is generally serious and full of his own importance, the house painter is thoughtless and a rake, the tailor is sensual, the grocer stupid, the porter curious and prattling, the shoemaker and cobbler, finally, are gay, sometimes even lively, with a song always on their lips. Despite the simplicity of their tastes, the makers of new and old shoes are always distinguished by a restless, sometimes aggressive spirit and by an enormous tendency to loquacity. Is there a riot? Does an orator emerge from the crowd? It is without doubt a cobbler who has come to make a speech to the people. 2. The political radicalism of 19th-century shoemakers is proverbial. Social historians of a variety of persuasions have described the phenomenon and assumed it needed no explanation. A historian of the German Revolution of 1848, for example, concluded that it was not accidental that shoemakers played a dominant role in the activities of the people. Historians of the swing riots in England referred to the shoemakers' notorious radicalism, and Jacques Rougaret accounted for the shoemakers' prominence in the Paris Commune by referring to their traditionally militancy. Even so, heterodox a writer as Theodore Zeldin accepts the common view on this point. 3 The present paper attempts to account for the remarkable reputation of shoemakers as political radicals. To say that shoemakers or any other trade have a reputation for radicalism may, of course, mean one or more of three things: a reputation for militant action in movements of social protest, whether confined to the trade in question or not, a reputation for sympathy or association with, or activity in, movements of the political left, and a reputation as what might be called ideologists of the common people. Though very likely to be associated, these are not the same. Apprentices and unmarried journeymen in traditional corporate crafts were likely to be mobilized readily, without any necessary connection with whatever counted at the time as political radicalism. French universitaries have, at least since the Dreyfus period, had a reputation for standing well to the left of their students. This did not necessarily imply, though it did not exclude, militant collective action. Australian sheep shearers, though often both militant and associated with the left, are not generally thought of as greatly interested in ideology, whereas village school teachers often are. Shoemakers as a trade had, in the 19th century, a reputation for radicalism in all three senses. They were militant both on trade matters and in wider movements of social protest. Though shoemakers' unions were limited to certain sections or localities of a very large trade, and only intermittently effective, they were organized on a national scale rather early in both France and Switzerland, not to mention England, where the London Union, founded in 1792, was said to extend nationally in 1804. Shoemakers and carpenters were the first members of the Federation of Workers of the Argentine region, 1890, the first attempt at a national union body for that country. They occasionally struck on a large scale and were among the most strike-prone trades in France during the July Monarchy. They were also prominent in revolutionary crowds. Their role as political activists can be documented amply. Of the persons active in the British Chartist movement whose occupations are known, shoemakers formed much the largest single group after the weavers and unspecified labourers, more than twice the number of building trade workers and more than 10% of all occupationally described militants. In the taking of the Bastille, or at least among those arrested for it, the 28 shoemakers were exceeded only by the cabinet makers, joiners, and locksmiths, and in the riots of the Champ de Mars and in August 1792 by no other trade. 4 Among those arrested in Paris for opposing the coup d'état of 1851, shoemakers were most numerous. 5 The workers involved in the Paris Commune of 1871 who suffered the highest proportion of deportations after its defeat were, as Jacques Rougaret observes. Of course, as always, the shoemakers. 6 When rebellion broke out in the German city of Constance in April 1848, the shoemakers provided by far the largest single component of the rioters, almost as much as the next most riotous trades, the tailors and joiners, put together. 7 At the other end of the world, the first anarchist ever recorded in a provincial town in Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil was an Italian shoemaker in 1897. While the only craft union reported as participating in the first, anarchist-inspired, Workers' Congress of Curitiba, Brazil, was the Shoemakers Association. 8. Militancy and left-wing activism alone, however, do not distinguish shoemakers as a group from some other craftsmen, who were at times at least as prominent in these respects. Among the casualties of the March Revolution of 1848 in Berlin, joiners were more than twice as numerous, and tailors distinctly more numerous than shoemakers, though the trades were of comparable size. 9 Carpenters and tailors were as strike-prone as shoemakers during the July Monarchy. French revolutionary crowds included proportionately more printers, joiners, locksmiths, and building workers than were in the Parisian population. If 11 shoemakers formed the largest group among the 43 anarchists arrested in Lyon in 1892, construction workers were not far behind. 10 tailors are associated with shoemakers as typical activists in the 1848 revolution in Germany, and if both were prominent among the German traveling journeymen who made up the bulk of the Communist League, the Workers' Club is small and consists only of shoemakers and tailors. Wade Meyer wrote to Marx in 1850, 11. It seems clear that the tailors were more prominent. Indeed, the apparently large number of shoemaker activists may sometimes merely reflect the size of a trade which, in Germany and Britain, constituted much the largest single artisan occupation. 12. The collective actions of the group do not therefore account for the shoemaker's radical reputation. There can be little doubt, however, that as worker intellectuals and ideologists shoemakers were exceptional. Once again, they were obviously not unique, although, as we shall see, in rural villages and small market towns they had less competition from other settled artisans. Certainly their role as spokesmen and organizers of country people in 19th century England is clear from any study of the swing riots of 1830 or of rural political radicalism. Hobsbawm and Rood report that in 1830 the average riotous parish had from 2 to 4 times as many shoemakers as the average tranquil one. 13. The local shoemaker, quoting Cobbett, John Adams in Kent, William Winkworth in Hampshire, is a familiar figure. 14. The crafts' character as red-hot politicians was proverbial. In the shoemaking centre of Northampton, election days were celebrated as traditional holidays as much as the spring and autumn race meetings. 15. Yet the striking fact is the connection between politics and articulate literacy. Who says cobbler surprisingly often says journalist and versifier, preacher and lecturer, writer and editor. This impression is not easy to quantify, though shoemakers form the largest single group. 3. In a sample of 19 French worker poets of the period before 1850, all of radical views. 16. Sylvain Lapointe of the Yonne, who stood as a candidate in 1848, Hippolyte Tampuxy, the editor of Le Grappiller, and Gonzala of Reims, the editor of Le Républicain. 17. The list could be easily added to. One thinks of Faustin Bonnefoy, editor of the Fourierist newspaper in Louis Philippe's Marseille. 18. Of the autodidact Ephraim, who wrote pamphlets urging an association of workers of every corps d'état. 19, and of citizen Villy, a bootmaker who spoke at the first communist banquet in 1840 and who had published a pamphlet on the abolition of poverty. 20. Of course nobody would claim that all, or even the majority among shoemaker activists, were artisan intellectuals. Indeed, we have examples of militant shoemakers who were distinctly not great readers, at least in their days of activity, such as George Hughes, the last survivor of the Boston Tea Party. 21. Though as a craft shoemakers seem to have been more literate than the average, a fair percentage of bad readers would not be surprising in so large a trade containing so many proverbially poor men. 22. The less literate shoemaker may even have become more common as the trade expanded and was diluted during the 19th century. And yet the existence of an unusually, perhaps a uniquely, large number of shoemaker intellectuals is impossible to deny, even if it may be supposed that such persons would draw special attention to themselves in a largely non-literate society. When ideology took a primarily religious form, they pondered the scriptures, sometimes coming to unorthodox conclusions. It was they who brought Calvinism into the Svens. 23. Who prophesied, preached, and wrote Messianism, mysticism, and heresy. 24. In the secular era the majority of the, largely Spencean communist, Cato Street conspirators were shoemakers, and their attraction to anarchism was notorious. Émile Pogit's Le Père Peinard symbolically carried on its cover the picture of a cobbler in his workshop. 25. More generally there is, at least in English, a substantial literature of collective shoemaker biography in the 19th century, such as, to our knowledge, exists for no other craft. 26. The overwhelming majority of its subjects are commemorated for intellectual achievements. Their success in this field may explain the appearance of such compendia in the age of self-improvement. It may even be argued that such proverbs as "shoemaker stick to your last," which are found in many countries from antiquity to the Industrial Revolution, indicate precisely this tendency of shoemakers to express opinions on matters which ought to be left to the officially learned. Let the cobbler stick to his last and let the learned men write the books, preaching cobblers make bad shoes, and so on. Certainly similar proverbs are distinctly less common with reference to other crafts. 27. Even if we leave such indirect evidence aside, the number of shoemaker intellectuals is impressive. They were not necessarily radicals, though their 18th and 19th century eulogists preferred to dwell on their achievements in fields which would impress socially superior readers, learning, literature and religion, while not concealing their reputation as folk politicians. Still, the historians will not fail to note that the religion in which shoemakers distinguished themselves when not associated with anti-clericalism and atheism 28 was often heterodox and radical by contemporary standards. One thinks of Jacob Boehme, the mystic, persecuted by the Lutheran Church of his city, and George Fox, the Quaker. One also notes the combination of radicalism and literary activities, as in Thomas Holcroft, the ex-shoemaker playwright and English Jacobin, in Friedrich Sander, the founder of the Vienna Workers' Union in 1848, who also wrote poems 29, and in the anarchist Jean Grave, shoemaker turned printer, and editor of magazines with a distinct literary artistic bent. 30. We cannot of course allow the shoemakers a monopoly of plebeian intellectual activities. Samuel Smiles, always the apostle of self-help, in an essay on astronomers and students in humble life, a new chapter in the pursuit of knowledge under difficulties, lists examples from other trades also. 31 Nevertheless, the fact that in country places, it is very common to find the situation of parish clerk held by a shoemaker suggests an uncommon degree of literacy. 32 In any case, the intellectualism of shoemakers as a trade impressed more than one observer, and could not readily be explained. Both W.E. Winks and the Crispin anecdotes confessed themselves baffled by it, but agreed that more thinking men are to be found shoemakers, as a fraternity, than most others. 33 In his autobiography The Radical Shoemaker, John Brown commented that, persons possessing the advantages of a more refined education would hardly guess what an amount of knowledge and book learning is to be met with amongst the members of my ancient trade. 34 In France, shoemakers were said to be thinkers. They think about things they have seen or heard, they fathom more than most the concerns of the workers. 35 In England, an 18th century verse recorded that a cobbler once in days of yore sat musing at his cottage door. He liked to read old books, he said, and then to ponder what he'd read. 36 In Russia, a character in a work of Maxim Gorky is described as, like so many other shoemakers, easily fascinated by a book. 37 The shoemaker's reputation as popular philosopher and politician predates the era of industrial capitalism and extends well beyond the typical countries of the capitalist economy. Indeed, one has the sense that the 19th century radical shoemakers were fulfilling a role long associated with members of their trade. The patron saints of the craft, Crispin and Crispinian, were martyred because they preached unorthodoxy to their customers in their workshop in Soissons, in this instance Christianity under the pagan emperor Diocletian. 38 In Act 1 of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, a cobbler appears leading a crowd of protesters through the streets. The journeyman in Decker's Shoemaker's Holiday, an Elizabethan exercise in public relations on behalf of the gentle craft of London, appear characteristically militant. They threaten to leave their master if a travelling journeyman is not given a job. Almost contemporary with these theatrical allusions, we find the following reference to the shoemakers Robert Hyde and a certain lodge of Sherburne. And he further saith that a little before Christmas one robed Hyde of Sherburne shoemaker Sange the Stepant passing by his door, called to him and desired to have some conference with him, and after some speches, he entered into these speches. Mr. Scarlett, you have preached at Veen to vs that there is a God, a heaven and a hell and a resurrection after this life, and that we shall give an account of our works, and that the soul is immortal. But now saith he, here is a company about this town that say, that hell is no other but poverty and penury in this world, and heaven is no other but to be rich, and enjoy pleasures, and that we die like beasts, and when we are gone there is no more remembrance of vs&c and such like. But this examined did neither then demand a home they were, neither did he deliver any particulars veen to him, and further saith that it is generally reported by almost every body in Sherborne, and the said Allen and his man aforesaid are atheists. And also he saith there is one lodge shoemaker in Sherborne accompted an atheist. 39. The shoemaker, as what the poet Gray called a village Hampton, is commemorated in an engraving of Timothy Bennet, died 1756, of Hampton Wick, Middlesex. He challenged the king's closing of a right-of-way through Bushy Park by threatening to bring a prosecution, and won. The engraving represents him in a firm and complacent aspect, sitting down in the attitude of his conversation with Lord Halifax, the ranger of the Royal Park, symbolizing a democratic confrontation with, and triumph over, privilege. 40 Another source describes a shoemaker walking from village to village with his kit in a basket on his back. On getting a job he would drop down on the doorstep, and while at work, he and his customer would strike up with a song, or talk politics. 41 The notoriety of shoemakers as leaders led Sir Robert Peel to ask some shoemakers, who had come to him to press the demands of their trade society, "How is it, that you people are foremost in every movement? If there is a conspiracy or political movement, I always find one of you in it." 42 E.P. Thompson quotes a Yorkshire satirist's 1849 portrait of a village politician. He is, typically, a cobbler, an old man and the sage of his industrial village. He has a library that he rather prides himself upon. It is a strange collection. There is the Pearl of Great Price and Cobbett's Twopenny Trash. The Wrongs of Labor and the Rights of Man, the History of the French Revolution and Bunyan's Holy War. It warms his old heart like a quart of mulled ale, when he hears of a successful revolution, a throne tumbled, kings flying, and princes scattered abroad. 43. Englishmen believed, moreover, that French shoemakers shared these traits. More than one account of the French Revolution described cobblers, haranguing under the splendid domes of the Valois and the Capots and then leading crowds to torture and murder the king. 44 In France as well as in England the shoemaker was known for his love of liberty and his role as village politician. Shoemakers were admired for independence of their opinions. "The freedom of the people," said one writer, "is expressed in their demeanor." 45 The revolt of the Mohammedans in 1380 was said to have been sparked by a shoemaker, whose impassioned oration inflamed a crowd. 46 And the downfall of Concini, the Italian statesman, in 1617, was said to have been assured by one Picard, a shoemaker and popular orator, who insulted the admiral when he was alive and defiled him when dead by roasting and eating his heart. 47 Anthropophagy is not a characteristic usually associated with shoemakers, unlike a taste for strong drink, but the shoemaker's reputation for radicalism was deserved and it was not limited to France. 2. To what extent was the shoemaker as philosopher and politician a product of his craft? There seem to be two aspects of this question, one having to do with literacy, the other with independence. The question of literacy and the shoemaker's proverbial fondness for books and reading is difficult to explain, as there is nothing in the nature of the craft to suggest any occupational connection with the printed word, as among printers. The desperate guesses that their skills with leather were often called upon to bind or repair books, and that sometimes their stalls adjoin those of booksellers, appear to be unsupported by any evidence. 48 Moreover, so far as we can tell, there is nothing in the customs and traditions of the craft journeyman which stresses or even implies a special interest in reading, and though Hans Sachs of Nuremberg was, as every opera lover knows, the most famous of the Meistersinger, there is no evidence that shoemakers were disproportionately represented among these poetic artisans. The link between shoemakers and books could not have been established before the invention and popularization of printing, since the written word could hardly have been directly accessible to the poor before then. The general character of the shoemaker's journeyman customs suggests that they have been largely formed by this time. 49 It may, of course, be argued that once books were available, they were naturally likely to attract a profession given to speculation and discussion. Nevertheless, the question remains. It may be that the relatively primitive division of labor in shoemaking allowed or compelled vast numbers of shoemakers to work entirely alone. Certainly Mayhew surmised that it was the solitude of their employment developing their internal resources which accounted for their being as stern, uncompromising and reflecting race. 50 Itinerant cobblers were, of course, isolated workers. But even in his workshop, the lonely shoemaker was typical. In Germany in 1882 two-thirds of them employed no assistants at all. Yet even the single cobbler was not culturally isolated. He might receive his training in a small establishment. The master, a few journeymen and one or two apprentices, as well as the master's wife, seems to have constituted the ideal typical artisan establishment. In the most traditional regions of 19th century Germany there were on average only 2.4 or 2.6 journeymen per apprentice. 51 The rapid turnover of journeymen, however, would widen both the master's and the apprentice's horizon, and journeymen were notorious and prolonged travelers. A Swabian rural shoemaker describes their impact on him as an apprentice: there were much traveled and intelligent people among the journeymen. So I heard and learned a good deal. And he in turn worked in 17 establishments in 15 different places between finishing his apprenticeship and setting up as a small master and social democratic activist. 52 If, as was the case in Jena, journeymen stayed only 6 months on average in a shop, the typical apprentice would, in the course of 3 years, have close contact with perhaps 15 widely traveled men, and the typical traveling journeyman with a great many more. The journeymen would meet each other not only in workshops but on the road and in the inns which functioned as houses of call, where jobs and relief, asked for and received in highly ritualized form. 53 were to be found. There was plenty of occasion for discussing the problems of the trade, the news of the day, and the diffusion of information generally. In larger cities shoemakers, like most other tradesmen, might live and work in specialized shoemakers' rows or streets. In centers of market shoemaking, urban or rural, there was no shortage of others in the trade. Since the work took little space, several semi-proletarian outworkers or garret masters might share a workshop together. Even the loneliest cobbler had probably been socialized in the culture of the gentle craft at some time. That shoemaker culture, which Peter Burke has recently described as stronger than any other craft culture except the weavers. 54 was unusually marked and persistent. In Scotland, for instance, its Catholic patron saint survived the Calvinist Reformation as King Crispin, and in England St. Crispin's Day was celebrated as a shoemaker's holiday, often with processions of the craft, until well into the 19th century, or was revived by journeymen for political purposes, as in Norwich in 1813. It was still alive or remembered in some purely rural areas at the end of the century. The early decline of organized guilds and corporations in England makes such survivals all the more impressive. 55. Yet there appears to be nothing in the formal or informal craft traditions that linked shoemakers specifically to intellectualism, or even to radicalism. They stressed pride in the trade, based largely on its indispensability to high and low, young and old. This is the commonest theme of journeyman shoemakers' songs. 56 They stressed independence, especially journeyman independence, as proved by the shoemaker's control over his time of work and leisure, his capacity to celebrate Saint Monday and other holidays as he chose. 57 Since social leisure and drink were inseparable, they also stressed drinking, an activity for which shoemakers were celebrated, and that other byproduct of barroom culture, settling disputes by fighting. Look for the best beer where carters and shoemakers drink, says a Polish proverb. Johann Nestroy's farce Lumpus i Vagabundus, 1836, which follows the fortunes of 3 ideal typical journeymen, presents its shoemaker both as an amateur astronomer, his interest in comets may be inspired by the reading of almanacs, and a spectacular and quarrelsome soak. But these are not particularly intellectual associations. Perhaps the most plausible explanation of the trade's intellectualism derives from the fact that a shoemaker's work was both sedentary and physically undemanding. Probably it was physically the least taxing labor for men in the countryside. As a result, small, weak, or physically handicapped boys were habitually put to this trade. Such was the case of Jacob Boehme, the Mystic 58 of Robert Bloomfield, author of The Farmer's Boy 59 of William Gifford, later editor of the Quarterly Review, who was put to the plough but soon found too weak for such heavy work, of John Pounds, pioneer of the ragged schools, who became a shoemaker when an accident maimed him and drove him out of his original trade as a shipwright. 60 of John Lobb, founder of a celebrated firm in St. James's which still exists. 61 and almost certainly of numerous others. In Pomeranian Lloyd's, almost the only people who devote themselves to this trade are crippled or unsuited to agricultural or industrial work. Hence the tendency of village shoemakers unable to make ends meet by their craft to take, as in the town of Heide, Schleswig, such second jobs as night watchmen, school caretakers, messengers, waiters, town criers, assistants to the pastor, or assistant postmen and street sweepers. 62 American Naval Recruiting Order in 1813 insisted on recruiting none but strong, healthy, able men. Landsmen may be entered as ordy seamen, but on no account ship tailors, shoemakers or blacks, sick as these from their accustomed occupations rarely possess physical force. 63. The number of deformed shoemakers and tailors, crooked, humpbacked, lame, in the Italian corporate processions of these crafts was noted by Ramazzini. 64 Unlike the tailors, however, the shoemakers were not proverbially associated with feebleness, an observation supported by 19th-century statistics of British occupational mortality. 65 On the other hand, the lame cobbler is recorded as early as the Latin dramatist Plautus. Perhaps the frequency of rural shoemakers who combine their trade with agricultural activities is relevant here. Nevertheless, the craft was at least to some extent selected by boys incapable of competing with other laboring men of their age in the conventionally valued physical activities. This may have provided an incentive to acquire other kinds of prestige. And here the semi-routinized nature of much of their work, which could readily be combined with thinking, watching and conversation, may have suggested intellectual alternatives. Shoemakers working together in larger workshops were among those crafts, tailors and cigar makers are others, which developed the institution of the reader, one of the men taking turns to read newspapers or books out aloud, or an old soldier being hired to read, or the youngest boy having the duty to fetch and read the news. George Bloomfield, a minor shoemaker poet, not unreasonably suggested that this was the point to which those who say that shoemakers are politicians might trace the solution of their wonder. 66 Such quiet and undemanding indoor occupations existed in towns, but in the villages it is difficult to think of others, certainly not the blacksmiths or the wheelwrights. 67. The shoemaker's work thus permitted thinking and discussion while working. His frequent isolation during working hours threw him on his own intellectual resources. He was selectively recruited from boys with a likely incentive to compensate for their physical handicaps. The training of apprentices and the tramping of journeymen exposed him to the culture of the trade and to the culture and politics of a wider world. We may perhaps add that the lightness of his toolkit actually made it easier than in some other trades to carry books with him, a fact for which there is also some evidence. Whether all this provides an adequate, still more attestable, explanation of his bookishness, we cannot be certain. Nevertheless, three things are clear. First, the more literate artisan crafts shoemakers, as we shall shortly see, were unusual in being widely distributed in predominantly illiterate rural and small town environments, where they could become unofficial clerks or laborers intellectuals. They had little competition. Secondly, once the popular image of the shoemaker as intellectual and radical existed, as it undoubtedly did, it must have affected reality in several ways. Every time a shoemaker fitted the role, he confirmed popular expectations. As a result, shoemakers' behavior in this role was probably more often noted, recorded and commented upon. The popular image may have attracted young men with literary or philosophical tastes and political interests, or conversely, boys brought into contact with philosophic and radical cobblers might acquire an interest in these matters. Finally, the culture of the trade might develop some of these traits among its practitioners not only because material conditions facilitated them, but because its mores did not stand in the way. In many occupations a reading man would have such tastes knocked or mocked out of him. Among shoemakers they might be more easily accepted as one version of behavior compatible with group norms. The shoemaker's independence was clearly tied to the material conditions of his trade, and from it stemmed his ability to be a village politician. In addition, the humble status of the trade and the relative poverty of its recruits, at least in the 19th century, helped to explain its radicalism. The two characteristics are linked. The trade was essentially based on leather, whose preparation, skinning, cleaning, tanning, and so on, is noisome and dirty, and therefore often confined to persons of low social status or outcasts, as in India and Japan. In their origins shoemakers and tanners were closely linked, since shoemakers often tanned their own leather, as they still did until the mid-19th century in the Pomeranian shoemaker community of Leutz.68 in Leipzig. The tanners and shoemakers originally formed a single guild. 69 The low status of shoemakers and the contempt in which they were often held in antiquity, at any rate by writers 70, may be partly due to this association with uncleanness or the memory of it. Conversely, it is not unreasonable to suppose that the craft, which emphasized its indispensability and gentility, was inclined towards radicalism by resentment. Certainly an element of low status seems to have persisted, possibly also influenced by the shoemaker's reputation for physical neglect, possibly a reason for this reputation. Even in the late 19th century an author could write of the traditional, pre-factory, trade, as a class. The common shoemakers were neither clean nor tidy in their habits and persons, and the calling was looked down upon as one of low social grade, a fitting employment to which to apprentice the boy inmates of workhouses. 71. Moreover, as the costs of apprenticeship were minimal, families which could not afford to bind their sons to a more prosperous, exclusive, and more costly trade could scrape together the fees required for learning shoemaking. Indeed, the association of the craft with poverty was also proverbial. 72 All shoemakers go barefoot, goes a Yiddish saying. The shoemaker always wears torn shoes. A mixture of leftover scraps of food was known, around Hamburg, as shoemaker's pie. 73. The coexistence of independence and poverty in the trade is partly due to its peculiar ubiquity. It was organized early in both town and country, at least in temperate zones where it had long been recognized that there's nothing like leather for tough outdoor laboring footwear. The shoemakers, often of humble origin themselves, served a clientele which included large numbers of humble people. The making and repairing of leather footwear requires specialists of some kind, unlike a good deal of other making and mending. At the end of the 19th century there were still shoemakers who specialized in going round the alpine farms of Austria, Strashuster, to make and mend the year's footwear from the hides and leather provided by the farmers. 74 Shoemakers and cobblers were therefore not only a craft organized as such at an uncommonly early date, they are among the earliest documented craft guilds in both England and Germany, 75, but one of the most numerous and widely distributed crafts in town and country. In 18th century Seville, as in 19th century Valparaiso, they exceeded in numbers all other crafts. 76 So did they in Prussia in 1800, followed by tailors and smiths. In Bavaria in 1771 they were exceeded in numbers only by weavers, but in market villages they were first, followed by brewers and weavers. 77 In rural Friesland in 1749 there were 5.79 of them per 1,000 inhabitants, compared to 4.53 weavers, 4.48 carpenters, 3.70 bakers, 2.08 smiths, 1.76 clergymen, 1.51 innkeepers, and 1.45 tailors. Shoemakers were to be found in 54% of all settlements, carpenters in 52%, smiths in 40% and innkeepers in 32%. 78 It seems clear that people found it harder to manage without specialized shoemakers and menders within close reach than without other specialized craftsmen and services. The shoemaker's trade, though it extended over a very wide range of skill and specialization, remained sufficiently primitive in technology and division of labor, and with a sufficiently homogeneous product, to continue essentially as a single craft. There is no equivalent in it to the growing fragmentation of metalworking into specialized separate crafts so often found in the medieval guild economy. Broadly speaking, once the trade had separated from the tanners, leather sellers and other producers and suppliers of its raw material, its main internal fissures were commercial, between shoemakers and shoe merchants, whether or not these also made shoes. There was also a division between those who made and those who merely repaired shoes, defined in various ways: cordwainers and cobblers, savetiers, flickschuster, gibattino, though it must be noted that the merchants developed essentially from among the cordwainers. The separation between makers and menders was sometimes institutionalized in separate guilds, though cobblers' guilds had difficulty in emancipating themselves completely from cordwainers' control or in remaining viable. Cobbling was clearly the inferior branch, and the term, in English, is used for any work of poor quality. However, the line between the two was and had to be unclear, especially in times and regions, like 18th century Germany, where fairly static demand confronted growing supply in the towns. 79 To live only by making shoes was hardly possible for more than a few. In fact, it was assumed that makers cobbled. Thus, to reach a decent income, 91 gulden a year, it was claimed, no doubt rhetorically, that a master would have to work up 1 pair of new shoes or 3 pairs of solace and patches every day, and in addition rely on customers paying. It is thus not surprising that in the 18th and 19th centuries the terms seem to have become interchangeable in English 80, while in French the word cordonnier came to mean both maker and mender, as Schuster did in popular German usage, in spite of the tendency for the more high-class shoemaker to gain ground at its expense. 81 And indeed, outside strongly guild-controlled cities, which were becoming weaker, how was it possible to keep the making and mending of shoes strictly apart? The widespread demand for specialized shoemakers and menders made it impossible for corporate cities to monopolize the craft. Village shoe mending could hardly be banned, and though this type of countryside cobbling was, no doubt inevitably, free of guild control and qualifications, it had almost always to be learned from some kind of shoemaker. There was no way of preventing the local cobbler from also supplying the local demand for shoes, especially of the rough working kind, until the rise of large-scale production and distribution. So journeymen with poor chances of becoming masters in the controlled trade of the city might well prefer to set up on their own in some village or country town. Indeed, a growing tendency to do so in Germany was noted as late as the 19th century. When in 1840 the prohibition on rural shoemakers, as distinct from cobblers, was finally lifted in the countryside of Saxony, a single master, without apprentices, being henceforth permitted per village, a considerable number of rural shoemakers immediately appeared. 82 It is a good guess that many of them had simply changed their official title. On the other hand, if there was no sharp line between the best and most specialized shoemaker and the most modest cobbler, the enormous size of the trade suggests that it must generally have included an unusually large section of the marginal, who could not live by their craft alone, especially as shoe mending, from which German village cobblers might draw half their income, was notoriously unremunerative. Pre-industrial data are hard to find, but a calculation for a Swabian village in the 19th century suggests that because of insufficient demand a shoemaker there could not, on average, have made more than 7 pairs of footwear in a year. 83 So that for most of them the craft could not have been more than a source of supplementary earnings, possibly taken up as such. The reputation of the trade for poverty thus had a sound base, though the reasons for its overcrowding are not quite clear. Perhaps this is partly explained by the cheapness of the basic equipment and the possibility of practicing it at home, perhaps also by the fact that shoemakers were recruited externally, outside the ranks of practicing craftsmen and their families. Printers and glass workers restricted recruitment to their sons, relatives, and a few privileged outsiders. Shoemakers could rarely do so. As a result, shoemakers controlled neither entry into nor the size of their trade, hence its overcrowding. The trade was therefore far from homogeneous. Yet so long as it remained essentially a manual artisan trade, and until the 1850s not even the domestic sewing machine entered it, the divisions within it were vague and shifting. Hence, though there were aristocrats or favored sectors among shoemakers as among tailors, for example, in the high-class bespoke trade of the cities, neither trade as a whole stood high in the pecking order of the crafts, as the artisan communist Wilhelm Weitling observed. 84 For both, and especially the shoemakers, were unusually numerous, and therefore contained an unusually high proportion of the marginal and unprosperous. Among the hundreds of journeyman artisans who flocked into industrializing Wiener Neustadt in the 1840s and applied for permission to stay there, no less than 14.7%, 17% of those from Bohemia, were shoemakers, followed at some distance by 10%, 14.6% among Bohemians, of tailors and 8.3%, 9.1% among Bohemians, of joiners. 85. The village shoemaker was self-employed. His business required little capital. Equipment was cheap, light, and portable, and he only required a modest roof over his head to work and live, in the worst case in the same room. While this made him unusually mobile, it did not distinguish him from a number of other crafts. What did distinguish him was his contact with large numbers of humble people and his independence from patrons, wealthy clients, and employers. Farmers depended on landlords, wheelwrights and builders relied on orders from farmers and persons of substance. Tailors served the wealthy since the poor made their own clothes. The shoemaker also served the wealthy, since they needed him, but his main clientele must, in most cases, have been among the poor, since they could not do without him either. That fact is undeniable, even if we know less than we might about the actual use of leather footwear among the poor, which was certainly more restricted than in our prosperous times. Indeed, there is evidence that, as wealthier villagers in the later 19th century advanced to store-bought shoes manufactured elsewhere, if not to high-class bespoke footwear, the village shoemaker became increasingly dependent on the custom of those who needed tough footwear for outdoor labor. He could thus express his opinions without the risk of losing his job or his customers, if he were good enough, even his respectable customers. 86 Moreover, he was closely linked with his clients by bonds of confidence. This was in part because they were likely to be his debtors, since farm workers and perhaps peasants could only pay at rare intervals when they received lump sums. For example, after the harvest, payday in Pomerania was St. Crispin's Day, October 25, or between Easter and Whitsun, when annual hirings were renewed. He had to trust his clients, but they had no reason to distrust him. Unlike so many with whom the poor had dealings, the miller, the baker, even the tavern keeper, who could give short weight or measure, the shoemaker produced a new or mended shoe which could be readily judged, and variations in quality were most likely due not to cheating but to variations in skill. 87 The shoemaker thus had license to express his opinions, which there was no reason to distrust. That these opinions were heterodox and democratic should cause no surprise. The village shoemaker's life was akin to that of the poor, not the rich and powerful. He had little use for hierarchy and formal organization. There was little enough in his trade, and in many cases he found work outside and in spite of guild or craft regulation. He knew the value of independence and had ample opportunity to compare his relative autonomy with that of his clients. How far this ability to articulate independent views was confined to the minority of relatively successful craftsmen rather than the presumable majority of marginal part-time cobblers, we cannot say, since it is difficult or impossible to compile a representative sample of the radicals in the craft. The question must be left open. However, in the specific context of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, it is natural to find radical shoemakers reading Cobbett, who cried out against the demolition of all small tradesmen and who denounced a system which replaced master and man. Every one was in his place and every one was free with masters and slaves. 88 Nor is it surprising to find them in the ranks of sansculottes and later of anarchists. In all cases the insistence on modest means, hard work, and independence as solutions to problems of injustice and poverty were within the experience of village shoemakers. Much of this argument might also apply to other village artisans. But while, say, the blacksmith's shop was noisy and his labor made conversation at work difficult, the shoemaker was strategically well placed to pass on city ideas and mobilize action. His village shop provided an ideal setting for the purpose, and articulate men who worked alone most of the time might grow loquacious in company, and could do so while they worked. The rural shoemaker was always present, his eyes on the street, and he knew what went on in the community, even when he did not happen to double as parish clerk or in some other municipal of communal capacity. Moreover, their quiet workshops in villages and small towns were social centers second only to the inn, open and ready for conversation all day. Not surprisingly, in the French countryside of 1793 to 4 shoemakers, together with tavern keepers, seem to have had a veritable vocation for revolution. Richard Cobb stresses the role of the shoemakers, those village revolutionaries who, installed as mayors by the revolutionary upsurge of summer 1793, or at the head of the committees of surveillance, led the sans-culotte minorities against les gros. On the lists of terrorists to be disarmed which were drawn up in the year 3 in the countryside, they formed a majority. We have here an undeniable social phenomenon. 89. Of course, the cobbler's shop and the tavern differed as meeting places in one important respect. Men gathered to drink in groups, but in cobblers' shops in ones and twos. Taverns were only for adult males, but women, or more likely children, had access to the village intellectual. In how many village and small town lives did the shoemaker as educator play a role? Thus Hone's everyday book recalls an honest old man who patched my shoes and my mind, when I was a boy, my friend the cobbler, who, though no metaphysician, was given to ruminate on causation. He lent the boy books which he kept in the drawer of his seat, with the instruments of his gentle craft. 90. And as late as the 1940s a future distinguished Marxist labor historian was introduced to politics in boyish conversations in a small-town cobbler's workshop in his native Romania. 91. The shoemaker was thus a key figure in rural intellectual and political life, literate, articulate, relatively informed, intellectually and sometimes economically independent, at least within his village community. He was constantly present in the places where popular mobilization was likely to take place, on the village street, at markets, fairs, and feasts. Whether this is sufficient explanation for his frequently attested role as crowd leader is not so clear. Under the circumstances, however, we are hardly surprised to find him on occasion in such a role. 3. Among social historians, the reputation of shoemakers as radicals is associated mostly with the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the period of the transition to industrialism. We cannot measure whether or not there was an increase in the number of militant shoemakers, but it seems likely that two developments stimulated an intensified radicalism. The first stemmed from the slow decline of shoemaking as an essentially artisan occupation and a consequent period of extreme tension within the trade. Specific problems varied from place to place, relations between masters and journeymen were different in Northampton and London, but it is undeniable that the trade as a whole was politicized. Thus a young journeyman experienced strikes and participated in discussions of alternate political and economic systems as he acquired his skills. Those who ended up in small village shops knew about Jacobinism and carried radical ideas from cities to small towns. The second development was tied to the growing discontent of village populations as they faced the consequences of the growth of agricultural capitalism. Villagers were increasingly open to the ideological formulations for their grievances which shoemakers were in a position to provide. The combination of trade and village circumstances could readily turn the village philosopher into a village politician, as it most certainly did during the swing riots. What changes affected the shoemaking trade during the period which extended, roughly, from 1770 to 1880? The first point to recall is the sheer numerical size of the trade which, until mechanization and factory production transformed it, grew with urbanization and population. The number of shoemaking workers in Vienna, where factories were negligible, more than trebled between 1855 and 1890, most of this increase occurring before the early 1870s. 92 In Britain, the number of adult males in the trade grew from 133,000 to 243,000 between 1841 and 1851, when there were more shoemakers in the country than miners. 93 Between 1835 and 1850, an annual average of between 250 and 400 shoemakers entered Leipzig, and, since the city was growing, a somewhat smaller number left each year. Over this 15-year period there was a minimum number of 3,750 arrivals and 3,000 departures. 94. The second point to note is the spread of manufacture for the market as distinct from individual clients and the ubiquitous repair work. The market shoemaker, making rough wear for sale on local and regional markets, might in many places still have as close a relationship with his clients as the bespoke shoemaker, since he could be found regularly at his stall on market day by men and women he knew well and who knew him. His was probably a closer relationship than that of his growing rival, the shoemaker hawker, who went from house to house. 95 Both these arrangements, however, lent themselves to various forms of putting-but system, hence the development of both rural and urban shoemaking communities, which might range from agglomerations of traditional craft workshops with minimal workshop division of labor to larger centers which were, in effect, unmechanized factories working with operatives confined to special processes supplemented by urban or village outworkers with their own subdivision of labor. 96 Here large-scale production for export or Army and Navy contracts could be undertaken. It is possible that many such semi-skilled hand workers came to the trade untrained or unsocialized in the craft, especially when drawn from agriculture. 97 It may well be that apprentices at this period were largely drawn from the rural poor. In Europe, however, the nucleus of apprenticed shoemakers around whom this semi-skilled labor force grew was substantial. This is suggested even for factory operatives in the radical J.B. Leno's Handbook of Shoemaking, and certainly in Erfurt, one of the main German centers of mechanized factory production. 1/3 of a sample of 193 workers had learned the trade, and half of these were the sons of shoemakers. 98 Since, outside the United States and a little later Britain, no technical innovation other than the small sewing machine, which spread between the mid-1850s and the early 1870s, was of significance until very late in the 19th century, this is not surprising. 99. The third point is that the press of numbers and the proliferation of putting out manufacture, referred to by honorable craftsmen as dishonorable or junk work, undermined the independence of the trade and also depressed wages. An inquiry into employment in Marseille in the 1840s revealed that shoemakers were the largest occupational group, notoriously underpaid. They earned an average daily wage of only 3 francs, and an average annual wage of 600 francs, which placed them lower in earnings than many unskilled laborers. 100 The worker poet Charles Poncy protested in 1850 to Saint Crispin. Hunger harnesses us to its black wagon, our wages are so reduced. For bread and rags we burn the midnight oil. My children, piled pell-mell on ancient bedding, have sucked dry their mother's scrawny breast. We eat the seed corn that should grow food for the young. 101. The English shoemaker John Brandt attributed his part in the Cato Street conspiracy to low wages and the loss of independence that entailed. His statement suggests that he sought to strike back at those in power, asserting his ability to think and act independently. He had, by his industry, been able to earn about £3 or £4 a week, and while this was the case, he never meddled with politics, but when he found his income reduced to tens a week, he began to look about him. And what did he find? Why, men in power, who met to deliberate how they might starve and plunder the country. He had joined the conspiracy for the public good. 102. The spread of manufacture for a remote market rather than known clients affected the trade in different ways. At one extreme it might, at least temporarily, lead to a reassertion of the values and claims of the craft as such, shared by both masters and journeymen, against slop work or dishonorable work locally or in large-scale manufacturing centers like Northampton. At the other extreme, journeymen, or proletarianized small masters who perceived that they had become permanent wage workers, might find their way to trade unionism and conflict with employers, which sharpened the edge of shoemaker radicalism. Thus the Parisian shoemaker Ephraim spoke of the day when, on the signal being given, all workers will simultaneously leave their workshops and abstain from labor in order to obtain the rise in the price list they have demanded from the masters. 103 As already observed, shoemakers took rapidly to forming militant unions. In Britain, at least, the roots of unionism went deep. James Hawker, who occupies a modest place in history as a brilliant and politically conscious poacher and village radical in Leicestershire, was the son of a poor tailor, apprenticed to the Northampton shoe trade. In the intervals of joining and deserting from the army, he drifted into any job he could in the Eastern Midlands. Yet he joined a union whenever one was available. I ran home as quick as I could and drew my travelling card. For by this time I was a trade unionist, almost before I knew what it meant. Had I not been a union man, I might have been compelled to beg or steal. 104. The line between craft and wage work, between economic and political militancy, was as yet vague enough to discourage excessive classification. Not until 1874 did traditional shoemakers and manufacturing operatives diverge sufficiently in Britain for the latter to break away from the amalgamated Cordwainers Association to form the National Union of Boot and Shoe Revetters and Finishers, the future National Union of Boot and Shoe Operatives. The Union of 1820 contributed to the cause of the defendants in the Cato Street conspiracy. And the unions in putting out and manufacturing centres drew on the old craft tradition in their protests. At Nantwich in Cheshire, for example, a strong union of this sort celebrated St. Crispin's Day in 1833 with a grand procession, King Crispin on horseback attired in royal regalia, attended by train-bearers in appropriate costume. The officers were attired in vestments suitable to their rank, and carrying the dispensation, the Bible, a large pair of globes, and also beautiful specimens of ladies' and gents' boots and shoes. Nearly 500 joined in the procession, each one wearing a white apron neatly trimmed. The rear was brought up by a shopmate in full tramping order, his kit packed on his back and walking stick in his hand. 105. The union's banner, emblematical of our trade, with the motto "May the manufactures of the sons of Crispin be trod upon by all the world," was much admired. 106. A guild procession would not have looked very different. However, the lines leading to our village radicals in the late 18th and early 19th centuries originate more often from contexts like London, where masters and journeymen share Jacobin positions such as those articulated by the London Corresponding Society and members of the Cato Street conspiracy, or Paris, where shoemakers were among the most numerous followers of Etienne Cabet. The village shoemaker shared with honorable urban shoemakers the cause of the independent small artisan. In defense of that cause he offered a critique of the economy and the government which could focus the grievances of other workers and spur them to action. The call to action rested upon the assumption that men like himself were capable of action. Indeed, it assumed that small groups of intelligent citizens could act to remedy injustice independently, without the leadership of more learned men or the support of central formal organizations. Nevertheless, if changes in the trade itself heightened the awareness of its members to the inequities of society, we cannot simply say that shoemaker radicalism emerged in the late 18th century as a response to early industrial capitalism. As we have tried to show, the cobbler as a laboring man's intellectual and heterodox philosopher, as the common people's spokesman, as a trade militant, long antedates the Industrial Revolution, at least if the argument of this paper is accepted. What the early stages of industrialization or pre-industrialization did was to broaden the base of shoemaker radicalism by increasing the numbers of shoemakers and menders and by creating a large body of at least intermittently pauperized semi-proletarian outworkers. Many craft journeymen were forced out of the traditional framework of corporate artisan activities and expectations, and towards the trade union militancy of skilled workers. But what this period did above all was vastly to increase both the toolkit of political radicalism and its repertoire of ideas, demands, and programs. Secular democratic, Jacobin, Republican, anti-clerical, cooperative, socialist, communist and anarchist ideologies of social and political criticism multiplied, and supplemented or replaced the ideologies of heterodox religion which had previously provided the main vocabulary of popular thought. Some had greater appeal than others, but aspects of all of them spoke to experiences of shoemakers, old or new. The media for popular agitation and debate also multiplied, newspapers and pamphlets providing greater scope for the writing of laboring intellectuals could be read and discussed in the shoemaker's shop. And as the philosophic or heretical shoemaker turned into the politically radical shoemaker, the emergence of movements of protests and social liberation, of a world turned upside down by great revolutions attempted, achieved, and anticipated, gave him a vastly increased public ready to listen, perhaps to follow, in town and village. No wonder that the century beginning with the American Revolution was the golden age of shoemaker radicalism. 4. There is a final question which should be asked. What eventually happened to the radicalism of the gentle craft? We have been concerned overwhelmingly with the period before shoemaking became a fully mechanized and factory industry and before the rise of the modern socialist and communist working class movements. During this lengthy period shoemakers were associated with virtually any and all movements of social protest. We find them prominent among religious sectarians and preachers, in Republican, Radical, Jacobin and sans-culottes movements, in artisan cooperative, socialist, and communist groups, among atheist anti-clericals, and not least among the anarchists. Were they equally prominent among the socialist movements in the new era? The answer is no. In Germany they were indeed among the 6 groups of skilled workers who provided at least 2/3 of the social democratic worker candidates for the Reichstag elections before 1914, together with woodworkers, metal workers, printers, cigar makers and, later, building workers. Nevertheless by 1912 they were well behind all these, except the builders, in elected members, and very far indeed behind metal workers, builders and woodworkers, though level with the much smaller printers and ahead of the smaller cigar makers in providing candidates. See table. The Shoemakers' Union, though as usual early off the mark as an organization, declined from the 8th position in size ranking in 1892 to 9th in 1899 and 12th in 1905 to 12. In the German Communist Party after 1918 they were negligible, 4 out of 504 leading members only 7 were apprenticed shoemakers. Among the 107 skilled trades, omitting the overwhelmingly predominant metal trades, they were far behind printers, 17, and woodworkers, 29, though on the same level as tailors, 7, bricklayers, 7, and plumbers, 8. Apart from the unskilled and unapprenticed shoe factory worker Willy Munzenberg, the great propagandist, the German Communist Party contained no eminent shoemaker. 107. Reichstag election of 1912, occupational groups as a percentage of candidates and deputies. Occupational group. Candidates. Deputies. Metal workers. 15.6. 15.5. Woodworkers. 14.8. 10.9. Builders. 12.8. 3.6. Printers. 6.6. 7.3. Shoemakers. 6.6. 4.5. Tobacco workers. 3.8. 6.4. Tailors. 2.7. 4.5. Textile workers. 0.8. 2.7. Note and source, W.H. Schroeder, Die Sozialstruktur der Sozialdemokratischen Reichstagskandidaten, 1898, 1912, in Herkenfeet und Mandat, Beitrag zur Führungsproblematik in der Arbeiterbewegung, Frankfurt and Cologne, 1976, pages 72 to 96. All figures are percentages. In France the shoemakers were clearly somewhat overrepresented in the Parti ouvrier français of the 1890s compared to their share in the occupied population, 3.6%, with 5.3% of party members and 7.7% of party candidates, 1,894 to 7, but local data do not show them unduly prominent except in a few localities. 108 Nobody would have chosen them, as seemed reasonable for the anarchists, to symbolize the militants of the socialist movement. Indeed, the most prominent left-wing shoemakers were certainly Jean Grave the anarchist and Victor Griffuelhes the revolutionary syndicalist, both with their trade's characteristic bent for political writing. There is not much doubt that the role of the shoemaker diminished as the movement's center of gravity shifted to the large-scale industries and public sector employment. Though the most prominent communists in 1945 contained 2 former joiners and a former pastry cook, shoemakers were absent from the list, whose center of gravity lay in metals and railways. Among the 51 former artisans elected to the French Chamber in 1951 there was only one shoemaker, a socialist. 109. If any occupations were typical of Austrian Socialist Party activists, they were those of locksmiths/mechanics and printers. 110 Prominent shoemakers are hard to find in this party, and though the Spanish Socialist Party had Francisco Mora, a shoemaker, at one time as its secretary and eventually, and characteristically, its historian, the occupation that clearly dominated that body of craftsmen was the printing trade. We can no doubt discover a few prominent shoemakers in lesser socialist parties such as the Hungarian, where 2 of them, not unexpectedly, became editors of its newspaper, and in the Marxist, social democracy of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, where cobblers remained throughout its history, the main stronghold of its support. 111. But the only brands of modern socialism and communism in which the radical cobbler seems genuinely to have been prominent are those which notably failed to become mass parties, or even typical parties of the industrial working class. The general secretary of the tiny Austrian Communist Party and its symbolic presidential candidate were both former journeyman shoemakers from provincial Carinthia and Bohemia respectively, and much the most eminent shoemaker radical of the 20th century is doubtless President Ceausescu of Romania, whose party, at the time he joined it, probably contained a mere handful of ethnic Romanians. In industrialized Britain the shoemakers, so prominent between the days of the London Corresponding Society and the election of the atheist radical Charles Bradlaugh for the shoemaking constituency of Northampton in 1880, played no marked role in the era of the Labour Party, except in their own union. They were barely represented among Labour MPs, nor were they especially visible in other ways. The only man with some, unskilled, shoemaking experience early in his checkered career, who became at all prominent, is the transport workers' leader Ben Tillet. 112. There seems little doubt that, on the whole, the role of the radical shoemaker was no longer as prominent in the era of the socialist mass labor movements as it was before them. No doubt this is partly due to the transformation of shoemaking from a numerically large artisan or semi-artisan craft into a numerically much smaller industry distributing its products through shops. There were no longer so many members of the most characteristic of those sedentary crafts which allow a man to philosophize while carrying on with familiar tasks of work, among whom the anarchists found so many of their supporters. 113 Most men and women manufacturing shoes increasingly became a subspecies of the factory operative or outworker of developed industrialism. Most who sold shoes had no connection with their making. The radical shoemaker as a type belongs to an earlier era. His period of glory lies between the American Revolution and the rise of the mass socialist working class parties, whenever that occurred in any particular country, insofar as it did. During this period his bent for democratic and self-confident thinking, talking and preaching, hitherto expressed chiefly through religious heterodoxy and radicalism, found theoretical formulations in secular egalitarian revolutionary ideologies, and his practical militancy in mass movements of social protest and hope. The association with such specifically political ideologies of radicalism turned the age-old philosophic cobbler into the radical cobbler, the poor village intellectual into the village sans-culotte, republican, or anarchist. The combination of ubiquity with occasional large concentrations of semi-proletarianized craftsmen gave the shoemaker his universal and prominent role as poor man's advocate, spokesman, and leader. he was rarely in the front rank of national movements as an individual. Even among manual workers who gained a reputation as theorists and ideologists, people like Tom Paine the staymaker, Whiteling the tailor, Proudhon and Bray the printers, Babel the woodturner, Dietzgen the tanner are more likely to be remembered than any shoemaker. His strength lay at the grassroots. For every Thomas Hardy or Mora or Griffuel Hees, there were hundreds of men whom even the specialist in the history of radical and labor movements has difficulty in rescuing from the anonymity of the local militant, for little is known about them except that they spoke and fought locally for other poor men. John Adams, the Maidstone cobbler in the 1830 farm laborers' riots, Thomas Dunning, whose determination and ingenuity saved the Nantwich shoemakers from what might well have been the fate of the Dorchester laborers, the lone Italian shoemaker anarchist who brought his ideas into a Brazilian provincial town. His milieu was that of face-to-face politics, of Gemeinschaft rather than Gesellschaft. Historically he belongs to the era of workshop, small town, city neighborhood, and above all village, rather than that of factory and metropolis. He did not disappear totally. One of the authors of this paper still recalls as a student attending Marxist classes given by an admirable Scottish member of the species, and first had his attention drawn to the problem of shoemaker radicalism in the workshop of a Calabrian cobbler in the 1950s. There are no doubt still places where he survives, not least to inspire the young to follow the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, as the shoemaker uncle of Lloyd George taught his nephew the elements of radical politics in a Welsh village of the 1880s. Whether or not he is still a significant phenomenon in the politics of the common people, he has served them well. And he has, collectively and through a surprisingly large number of individuals, made his mark on history. 1980. We would like to thank William Sewell Jr., E.P. Thompson and Alfred Young for their helpful comments. The late Ian Turner of the Australian National University, Canberra, cited the case of a large number of these men, arrested after the October Revolution for holding a meeting in favor of insurrection and Soviets. A careful search for subversive literature produced no printed matter of any kind, except a leaflet which a number carried in their pockets. It read, "If water rots your boots, what will it do to your stomach?" We are informed, however, that among 18th-century London cordwainers intergenerational continuity in the trade was unusually high. We need to know more, in particular, about the extent of the practice of going barefoot, widespread among women and children, and the use of alternative footwear, clogs, felt or bast boots and shoes, and the like. Is there a connection between this agricultural rhythm and St. Crispin's Day on October 25? 8. The 19th-century London labour market. This paper deals with the peculiar duality of London, considered as a place where people's wages and labour conditions are determined. For centuries London has been regarded as a labour market distinct from the rest of the country, the main distinction being normally that metropolitan money wage rates were, and still generally are, the highest in the British Isles. Indeed, it is the most tenacious of all the country's local labour markets, for even today, when wage determination has been nationally standardized and institutionalized, and the number of local wage rates has been much diminished, most industries still distinguish between a London and a provincial standard wage rate. The London of one occupation was and is not necessarily that of another, nor does it necessarily coincide with the various other Londons which exist in the files of administrative authorities or in the minds of ordinary inhabitants, but it has always been a distinct geographical and economic entity, and one that aspired to uniformity. The ideal of the London plumber was and is a state of affairs where the same work will be done under equal conditions and for equal pay in Woolwich and Acton, or to be more precise, where no work will be done under conditions or at rates inferior to an ideal standard for the whole metropolis. At the same time, London has never been as homogeneous as this ideal demanded. Its vast size, the nature of its expansion, its lack of any single urban center, have tended to create and preserve a good deal of localization. To this day, to cross the river is to enter an area whose transport system is organized in a wholly different way. The underground has by far the greater part of its network in the north, or to change, nationalized, gas suppliers. To cross from Islington to Stoke Newington was, in the 1960s, to change the local cinema program. The object of this essay is to draw attention to the interplay of these standardizing and localizing tendencies in the London labour market. My discussion deals with the 19th century, which conventionally includes the years up to 1914, partly because the period interests me as a historian, partly because this was a period when the pattern of the London economy developed with very little planned interference by public authorities. Point 1. A special London wage rate existed and still exists in most occupations. Employers and workers, the latter more than the former, for they were more anxious to establish higher London wages, therefore had to establish a defined metropolitan district to which the rate applied. No doubt this represented an aspiration rather than a reality for all but the most tightly and successfully organized trades, but even such aspirations are of interest to the student of urban development. Indeed, the very existence of the concept of a single all-London district is significant. Other large 19th-century conurbations, though geographically no larger than Greater London and economically more homogeneous, never developed it. Though employers considered the South East Lancashire conurbation a single urban zone from at least the 1850s to it was still a mosaic of local trade union districts with distinct local rates as late as 1906. Tyneside, in 1906, was divided into 3 districts of the Amalgamated Society of Engineers and 5 of the relevant semi-skilled union, while London remained a single district with a single, theoretical, rate for each trade. Point 3. No doubt this difference is not unexpected. A conurbation which arises out of the expansion of a single town is much more likely to regard itself as such than one which arises from the merger of a number of neighbouring towns and villages. Nevertheless, such consciousness of metropolitan unity deserves to be recorded, for it arose in an area which had no kind of municipal unity, and was, administratively speaking, subdivided to the point of chaos. How was the London district to be defined? There were, in the early and mid-19th century, few administrative guides, and those available conflicted with one another, the London of the Metropolitan Police and the Registrar General, which aimed to define, broadly speaking, the continuously built-up area, or the somewhat different areas covered by the Metropolitan Commission of Sewers, the ancestor of the Metropolitan Board of Works, and more remotely of the LCC, and the London District Post. Point 4. Whether any of these guided trade unionists or employers' associations, is difficult to say. Normally the trade union district was defined as a circle of a given radius from a given centre, mostly Charing Cross, rather than in more precise ways. Its size varied from trade to trade, but tended to grow as the century drew on. The London tailors in 1834 accepted a radius of 4 miles from Charing Cross or Covent Garden 5, but by the middle of the century most unions seem to have taken a rather larger one, up to 12 miles, i.e. distinctly larger than the built-up area as defined for census and police purposes, which was then comprised, approximately, in a circle of 6-mile radius. The bricklayers had enlarged their radius to 12 miles by 1877.6. The London compositors by 1865 claimed jurisdiction over a 15-mile radius and over such additional places as paid London rates. And in the early 1900s they proposed to meet home counties' competition by creating an outer London zone of between 25 and 40-mile radius, though this was to be ruled by slightly lower rates. 7. By 1949 only 5 trades any longer maintained the 12-mile radius. 14 had a radius of 15 miles, 12 from 16 to 20 miles, 3 from 21 to 30, while 17 trades adopted the Metropolitan Police area and 3, the London postal areas as their district. 8. That the district tended to expand in size is natural enough, for London itself kept growing. That it tended normally to exceed the built-up area is also understandable. The main problem for unions lay at the periphery, where London work expanded into villages and small towns, whose employers would naturally prefer to apply the lower country rates, or in the home counties, whither employers might migrate. Printing is a good example, in order to avoid the high metropolitan rates. Trades which did not face these contingencies were likely to have smaller metropolitan districts than those which did. The tailors were content with a compact area. Even in 1949 the top rates for retail bespoke tailoring were paid in an area defined as the London Postal Districts EC1 to 4, W1, WC1 and 2 and SWI, which might well have constituted a London district a century earlier. Printing, on the other hand, has always been exceedingly concerned to expand the metropolitan district. 9 Naturally the actual size of the London district depended, to some extent, on the relative bargaining strength of employers and unions, the former normally interested in keeping the area of top-rate wages small, the latter in extending it. The standard London district therefore represented, at least in the 19th century, when it was backed by nothing more than the union's bargaining strength, an ideal rather than a reality. It was the area within which unions would wish standard London wages and conditions to apply, rather than the one in which they actually applied. It was intended to include the fortress of effective metropolitan unionism, but also its glassy, though there were no doubt mobile and occasionally well-organized trades, such as some of the builders, who might establish London rates even at the periphery, assuming that no strong local rates applied there, and that the suburban building boom gave them a bargaining advantage. In such cases they might even succeed in establishing rates higher than the central metropolitan ones. Nevertheless, it is clear that the area within which London rates actually applied also tended to expand. Thus the central nucleus of the London bricklayers comprised 13 branches in 1868, 29 in 1880. The Depression and Union weakness reduced it to 24 by 1890.10. The London standard area of the exceptionally efficient carpenters in 1860 already extended into the southern suburban fringe, where building was booming, Norwood, but by 1866 it reached westwards into Ealing, northwards into Wood Green, southeast to Greenwich and Forest Hill. By 1876-7 it included Croydon in the south, Woolwich, Bromley and Chilhurst in the southeast, Barnet and Tottenham in the north. 11. What normally happened in these outlying suburbs was that rates were fixed locally, but that, after a short delay, they tended to equal or even to surpass the official metropolitan rates. By 1880 standard working hours seemed to have been established throughout London in the engineering and printing trades, but not yet in building, though the successive editions of the Builders' Working Rules, the first of which were officially adopted in 1873, reflect a tendency towards the enlargement of the standardized area in this as in other respects. 12. However, even in unorganized occupations a certain broad recognition of London as a uniform labor market, and a certain tendency towards standardization may be observed, though in the absence of institutional definitions, we cannot describe it very accurately. Among employers the concept of a district rate for unskilled labor in the metropolis was familiar. 13 Indeed, it was obviously to some extent a reality. Thus Mayhew provides us with information about the wages of street cleaners and rubbish carters in the middle of the century, which shows that the better paid of such workers, foremen or gangers and carters, tended to be paid 18 shillings a week, though the wide variations between local authorities and firms show that there was no formal fair rate such as the labor movement subsequently sought to impose on public authorities by electoral and trade union pressure. Thus 16 of the 29 parishes and highway boards paid their foremen scavengers 18 shillings, the rest being divided among 4 other rates. Out of 180 cartage firms recorded, 127 paid their carters 18 shillings, the rest being divided among 5 other rates. 14 A metropolitan level of wages and conditions undoubtedly existed, and the area in which it operated almost certainly tended to grow, though obviously level and area differed from one occupation to another, as did the extent to which it operated in practice. Millet, Liberty on the Barricades. Delacroix, Liberty on the Barricades, detail. Felician Rops, Pupil. National Union of General Workers banner. Mukina, sculpture on the Soviet Pavilion. Konstantin Meny, Woman of the People. Richard Earldom after Joseph Wright of Derby, an iron forge. Alexander Tarantovich Matveev, October, 1927. 2. Nevertheless, London was clearly too large for a uniform short-term labour market and was bound to contain major local subdivisions and variations. The chief reason for these lay in the extraordinary short-term immobility of the 19th century worker, which was due partly to ignorance, partly to the virtual absence of cheap or widespread public transport until the last decades of the century. It is worth reminding ourselves that cheap working-class transport from home to work was not the object of railways and omnibus companies, and was provided on a large scale only very late, and then partly as the result of radical and working-class agitations, such as those of the London Trades Council in the 1870s and 1880s, and of pressure from social reformers and town planners, such as are reflected in the Royal Commission on the Housing of the Working Classes of 1884-5, which discussed the matter at length. Cheap and plentiful transport was sufficiently revolutionary for Haydn's Dictionary of Dates to make a special point of recording the great increase in the number of buses and the daily additions with cheap fares, some 1d and d in 1889.16. No railway company appears to have operated workmen's trains in London before the Metropolitan did so in 1864, but thereafter it was usual for all railways which provided new stretches of line in the built-up area to be required by Parliament to provide such trains. The Cheap Trains Act of 1883 gave the Board of Trade extensive powers to oblige companies to increase such traffic if the need seemed to demand it. However, it seems clear that before the middle 1880s the Great Eastern, sending more than 8,000 daily from such stations as Ilford, Forest Gate, Edmonton, and Walthamstow, had the largest workmen's traffic of any London railway, 1,884. The total of such tickets in South London appears to have been a modest 25,671 in 1882. The massive increase clearly occurred between 1880 and 1900. By 1894 there was a total of 6,750,000 fares in South London, undoubtedly encouraged, as in other parts of the metropolis, by the settlement of workers in hitherto marginal areas like Vauxhall, Battersea, and Clapham, and also facilitating such settlement. The Great Northern and Great Eastern, keenest on this traffic, maintained their lead, while the Great Western showed least enthusiasm, though the suburbs in its area were served by the North London Railway, essentially a commuter line with 7 million workmen's fare journeys in 1890.17. At all events it is quite clear that the habit of undertaking long journeys to work increased markedly in the 1880s and especially the 1890s, though it was generally agreed that the habit was mainly acquired by skilled and relatively well-paid artisans. 18 At all events even among such workers it was sufficiently novel for the Amalgamated Society of Carpenters and Joiners to draw special attention to the fact that the members of its Hammersmith area got jobs all over London. 19 Still, the journey to work by public transport was available. The radius of workmen's tickets, though under 8 miles in southwest London and 8½ in southeast London, was 11 miles in north, 12 miles in west and 21 miles in east London. More to the point, in South London the 2D fare was available within the limits of Battersea Park, Clapham Junction, Clapham Common, Herne Hill, South Bermondsey, Southwark Park, Surrey Docks, and the 4D fare from as far as Catford, Greenwich Park, and Plumstead in the southeast, Selhurst and Crystal Palace in the south, Tooting, Putney and Southfields in the southwest. Even had he been more mobile, the 19th century London worker could rarely have regarded the entire metropolis as his labour market, since he had only the sketchiest means of finding out what jobs it contained. If skilled, employers might conceivably advertise for him, or the union would act as a labour exchange, though in trades which were not themselves highly localised within the metropolis even the union would only give him very general guidance, say, a list of reports of the state of trade in the different branches, such as was common in the building trades, or permission to spend an increasing number of days in London looking for work without losing relief, as among the stonemasons. 20 If unskilled, all that lay beyond a tiny circle of personal acquaintance or walking distance was darkness. The unemployed labourer could make the rounds of the local works and yards, though his best chance, as is amply attested, was to get himself attached to the vague entourage of some foreman or ganger who, if he had jobs going, would find it convenient to have a number of workers to lay his hands on, or who might give preferential treatment to a familiar face. 21 In fact, both skilled and unskilled workers depended largely on hearsay, or on tips provided by or through personal contacts, both of which tended to favor localized patterns of the labor market. A Bermondsey laborer was not likely to look for, or to get, many jobs outside his immediate area. A Bermondsey bricklayer was more likely to get outside jobs, but even he would hear of jobs in southeast London rather than in, say, Paddington or Hackney. Thus a bricklayer, whose biography we possess 22, was the son of a Kentish bricklayer who migrated, presumably, since that is where most Kentish immigrants tended to go, to southeast London. In 1862 he worked round Croydon, the Crystal Palace and Woolwich. In the 1860s he founded and led the Woolwich branch of his union, though he also worked for a time in West London. In the 1880s he was secretary of his Greenwich branch. Clearly, southeast London remained his home base throughout. A carpenter, born in Harrow, 1849, was apprenticed in Notting Hill and joined the Ealing branch of his union in 1869, later transferring to Hammersmith, where he stayed until elected to the General Secretaryship in 1888. Clearly, he was primarily a West Londoner. There is plenty of evidence of this short chain of distance which normally bound the worker to his place of work, not least in casual occupations or irregular and jobbing work, which obliged him to be virtually within call on pain of losing opportunities of employment. In London, wrote John O'Neill, a shoemaker who has given us one of the few full-scale life histories of a worker for the first half of the century 24. Generally speaking, poor people cannot select their lodgings, being obliged in a great manner to accommodate themselves to the circumstances in which they are placed through their employment and other contingencies. He was explaining why he, a respectable man and teetotaler, was then living in a rookery. What, said R.L. Jones before an inquiry in 1846-25 has been the cause of all the hundreds and thousands of small houses in Blackwell and Poplar and all those places? The docks, which have brought the labor there. The laborer will not go away from where the manufactory is, however bad the occupancy of the dwelling may be, he still will be near his work. Such statements could be multiplied, for instance from the evidence of the Royal Commission on the Housing of the Working Classes in the 1880s, which, as we have seen, put this localization down largely to the absence of cheap public transport. For practical purposes the worker was tied to a radius of walking distance from his home, that is, to one of at most 3 to 4 miles. 26. What sorts of localized patterns existed in consequence of all this within the metropolis? There were, in the main, two, the pattern of districts. It is misleading to call them neighborhoods, for they varied in size, i.e. of the areas in which the worker lived and moved about freely, to which he belonged, and the much looser pattern of London regions. Woolwich is a good example of the first, the district, though perhaps an untypical example, for few London districts had so clearly distinct local wage rates and hours, normally lower and longer than elsewhere. 27 And such a clearly distinct economic and social structure. It was one of the two London areas in which cooperation took deep root with the Royal Arsenal Cooperative Society. The sub-area was in fact for certain purposes rather larger than Woolwich, but that need not detain us. South London is the clearest example of the second, the region. The district had at least a rough institutional equivalent of its labor market in the trade union branch. As Appendix I shows, the same localities provide names for the branches of a variety of trade unions, for instance, Chelsea and Kensington in West London, Lambeth, Greenwich, Woolwich, Camberwell, Battersea in South London, Stepney, Shoreditch, Poplar in East London. The connection between the Union branch and the district was indirect and sometimes tenuous, but insofar as the branch reflected anything of the surrounding area of the town, one may claim that it reflected the existence of a known major and often traditional nucleus of working-class life, distinct from its neighbors. 28 The region was unrecognized in theory, though in practice it kept breaking through. 29 The three main regions reflect a triple division of London which goes back a long way. Perhaps it echoes that between London, Westminster, and Southwark, and persists to this day, that between the North and West, the North and East, and the South. Thus three gas companies arose in the early 19th century to serve London, the Gas Light and Coke, whose area ran from Temple Bar in the east to Brompton in the west and Tottenham Court Road in the north, the City and London which served all points between Temple Bar in the west, Whitechapel in the east and St. John's Clerkenwell, in the north, and the South London. 30 The distinction between City and West End was well established. Cartage firms in the 1840s drew the line somewhere through the centre of Holborn and past Temple Bar. 31, and the autonomy of the South is a well-known fact. The fundamental reason for the maintenance of these frontiers may not be simply tradition and transport, but the very real division between the working-class areas of the city. The river was and is an unmistakable barrier, and north of it there was a wide wedge of business districts, the City and Holborn, and the belt of open spaces and middle or upper-class residential areas which stretches from the heights of Hampstead and Highgate down to beyond Regent's Park. Thus the London Union of Printers Pressmen could plausibly defend its subdivisions by the argument, from the East End, as a matter of course, it would take a long while for a man to walk to the West. 32 The centres of working-class life in the West, Westminster and Chelsea, Marylebone and Paddington, were hardly in the same city as those in the Tower Hamlets and Shoreditch. As for the South, it has always lived its own life. It had its specialised activities, engineering, the special types of docking done on the Surrey side, and it is not surprising to find that in 1889 two quite separate general labour unions developed on the two sides of the river, the Dockers' Union in the north, the Labour Protection League in the south. Of these regions the South was by far the most clearly defined. It was that part of London which conformed most closely to the general pattern of the provincial town, though it lacked a real town centre, for neither the Borough Road, which used to function as such, nor the Elephant and Castle, which tends to occupy this position today, were and are really suitable. 33 At all events the area enclosed by the big bend of the Thames between Vauxhall Bridge and the Surrey commercial docks formed a fairly compact whole. Eastwards it continued without a break into Bermondsey and Deptford, with an isolated outpost in Woolwich. In the west it came to possess a similar outpost in Battersea. Ideologically and politically its character was strongly marked. In a metropolis not much given to nonconformism, it contained a powerful body of lower middle-class dissenters, whose spiritual headquarters was Spurgeon's Tabernacle in Newington, as Bradlaugha's Hall of Science in Old Street was that of the Paynite Radicals in northeast London. Politically the area was strongly radical. In the LCC elections from 1889 to 1907, Walworth, Newington West, Bermondsey, Southwark West and Camberwell North voted Progressive without a break. Battersea, Peckham and Rotherhithe, on the outskirts of the area, Progressive all but once in 7 elections. Deptford, Greenwich, Lambeth North and Kennington voted Progressive all but twice. So far as the working class went, the South contained by far the strongest concentration of trade unionists in the metropolis, and before 1889 probably the only real concentration. It is no accident that it was the headquarters of mid-Victorian Union leaders, for Robert Applegarth, a Lambeth vestryman, lived there, and William Allen of the Amalgamated Engineers operated from his room at the Rising Sun, south of Blackfriars Bridge. 34 Since the south side was an important centre of engineering work, one might perhaps have expected it to contain the greatest number of organised engineers, 60 per centre or so in 1865 to 71, excluding Woolwich. 35 But it was less natural that by far the smallest of the three London regions should contain twice as many organised bricklayers as West London, and much more than North and East London, or that in 1871 7 of the bricklayers' 16 branches with just under half their London membership should be in the south. The carpenters, as Appendix I shows, had a marked connection with West London, but even they had slightly under a third of their members in the south. Most of the stone building of mid-Victorian London was certainly north of the river, but two South London branches of the stonemasons provided 633 out of 1,562 metropolitan members. Even more marked was the trade union concentration in certain large branches in the nucleus of South London, Southwark, and Lambeth. Among the bricklayers, 1,871, the Lambeth and Borough branches alone accounted for more than a third of their London members. The average branch membership of the carpenters was 58, their three Lambeth branches totaled almost 300. Southwark and Lambeth contained more than a quarter of all organised engineers in London. And so on. 36 It is evident that the South formed a peculiar sub-area of the London labour market. No other region of London was equally clearly defined, because none had equally clear geographical boundaries and compactness. In West London, the stretch of riverside which runs from Westminster to Fulham may perhaps be regarded as a comparable zone, but its working-class centres were much more tenuously connected with one another, as were the more northerly nuclei of Marylebone, Paddington, and Kensington. Northwest London voted overwhelmingly moderate in the LCC elections of 1889 to 1907, with the exception of Chelsea, whose ancient radicalism still survived, and North and West St. Pancras, which belonged socially with their eastern neighbours. But even these voted moderate in two elections. Western working-class London was therefore little more than a geographical category. The Great North and East London working-class area stretched in a large curved band from Camden Town in the west through Islington, Shoreditch and Bethnal Green, to Stepney and the riverside. Economically and socially it had three possible foci: the area of small craft production north and east of the city, Clerkenwell and Finsbury, Shoreditch, Bethnal Green, the riverside from the Tower to opposite Woolwich, and the railway works at Stratford, which formed the centre of a highly individual working-class community, a sort of northern analogue to Woolwich. 37 In fact, it had no common centre, being a congeries of small and often very localised communities. 38 This lack of definition emerged both from its political and its trade unionist complexion. The only areas which voted solidly progressive in 1889 to 1907 were the two divisions of Bethnal Green and Hackney South. On the other hand, St. George's, Stepney and Whitechapel had no overwhelmingly dominant political allegiance at all. As for the trade unions, the number of organised engineers in the whole of this vast area was only two-thirds of that in the South in 1865, and one-third in 1871, the corresponding number of organised bricklayers was a little more than half in 1865, one-third in 1871, that of the organised carpenters, a little more than half in 1865, not much more than a quarter in 1871.39. In fact, East London was a trade unionist desert, an amorphous zone of weak and fluctuating organisation united only by its general poverty. It will be clear that the regions were not simply areas of economic specialization, even though certain industries were virtually confined to, or absent from, a region. 40 In the 1890s the main centres of cabinet making were all in the north and east, Bethnal Green, Shoreditch, Hackney, Stepney, St. Pancras, and so were the main centres of boot and shoemaking, Bethnal Green, Shoreditch, Stepney, Hackney. There was very little tailoring in South London. Few trades had a distribution which quite cut across the three sectors, as did printing, which was concentrated in a central strip running from north to south, or upholstery which ran east-west from Bethnal Green to Paddington. The point was that, whether or not an industry was localized in a region, each region remained surprisingly autonomous. The river, for instance, was a rather effective barrier. In the 1830s even the city, which relied on daily in and outflows much greater than any other area, had not more than about 28,000 daily in migrants who crossed the Thames, and in the early 1900s it was still observed that on the whole the passage from one side of the river to the other, for work, is very small, in spite of the Blackwall Tunnel. 41 Consequently, even where unions or trades operated theoretically all over London, we find traces of regionalism. The stonemasons had continuously functioning branches throughout the 1860s in the south and west, but not in the north and east. The carpenters at the outset showed a similar pattern, while the engineers tended to be in the south, the north and east, but not the west. The amalgamated painters in 1880 and the metropolitan operative French polishers in 1867, operated virtually only in the west, while the amalgamated cordwainers in 1871 had no branches at all in the south. 42 However, while these had branches in the city and northeast as well as in the west, the two sectors were specialized and tended to quarrel, since they had totally different union policies. 43 John O'Neill, whose autobiography has already been quoted, only left his original home base in the city when work fell off as a result of the Great Strike of 1811, in the time of the Great Comet, as he says, to indicate the catastrophic nature of the event, and even then he only went away to work in the West End just beyond what is now Kingsway. 44. Nevertheless, though the distinction between the three regions was persistent and obvious, so obvious indeed, that the London County Council Planning Department was subdivided to fit in with them after World War II, there is no strong evidence that each region developed its own wage level or standard of hours. There were indeed marked variations in these within London, but on the whole they seem to have been over rather smaller areas than the entire regions. Thus the return of hours of work 1850 to 1890 quotes three different areas for London builders' hours: southeast, southwest, northwest; for cabinet makers, east, east central, northwest; for the cigar and tobacco trade, southeast, west central, east central; for engineering, southeast, southwest, east; for printing, southeast, west central, east central; and for areas for tailoring, west, southwest, west central, east central. 45 Some, but not all these areas coincide with the triple regional division. The most persistent sub-area was in the southeast, which, as has been suggested above, normally had somewhat lower wages and longer hours than the rest. A slighter tendency for parts of the East End, but not the entire north and east area, to enjoy less favorable labor conditions will be less surprising. On the whole, however, occupations spread all over London would most likely be aware less of these, than of even more localized and apparently capricious variations, such as are recorded in the monthly reports of the state of trade of the carpenters, which every London branch prepared separately, and which, while sometimes reflecting a general metropolitan conjuncture, at other times present a totally incoherent picture. 46. 3. We have briefly surveyed the metropolis as a single labor market and its internal subdivisions. It remains to say something about London's relations with its environs and with the rest of the country, from whose other urban and industrial areas it was separated by large stretches of agricultural land, but with which it was linked by the sea. One would expect the striking, high wage rate of London to have had a measurable influence on the wages, hours, and conditions of the home counties, and possibly also certain currents of rural immigration to have had a converse influence on parts of London. Ideally, it ought to be possible to construct a sort of relief map by plotting the various local standard rates of wages and hours in places round London, a map which might be expected to slope downwards from the peak of London wages, or upwards from the valley of London hours. Unfortunately, such a relief map cannot yet be constructed, partly because our information is not always complete or comparable, even in the period when the government had begun to collect statistics, and partly because the number of places for which we possess such figures in the area round London is simply not large enough to provide enough reference points for our purpose. The following observations, though based on representative data 47, are, therefore, correct in outline rather than detail. The sector of the home counties whose links with the London labour market were most patent and striking was Kent. The mere fact that every union which collected material about local conditions found out relatively much more about Kent than about any other neighbouring area speaks for itself. The carpenters in 1876-7 got information about 15 places in that county, as against 4 in Surrey, 1 in Hertfordshire and 1 in Essex. The bricklayers in 1890-1 about 14 Kentish places, as against 3 in Surrey, 2 in Hertfordshire and 5 in Essex. 48 It is equally significant that, when the London Dockers Union, which organised all workers within reach, expanded after the 1889 strike, the only area adjoining the metropolis in which it made immediate and massive headway was that along the line of Watling Street and up the Medway Valley. Within 6 months of the strike, the union had 15 branches with 3,500 members in a special Medway district. 3 months later it had 5,000 members in the Medway and Northfleet districts, and branches in Dartford and Sheerness. By the end of 1890, the union had reached Maidstone, though it spread no farther. 49 There is no sign of its expansion into contiguous areas in any other direction out of London. On the relief map, the effect of the metropolitan high wages would be most obvious and extensive in the same area, both in builders' and farm labourers' wage rates. It is reasonable to suppose that the markedly lower wage rates which long made South East London into a bridge between Kent and the metropolis reflect these strong links with Kent, that is, presumably the known tendency to draw on Kentish immigration for the London labour market. South of London, the active expansion of suburbia and the presence of Croydon, which was assimilated to the London wage level in the 1870s, at least among the carpenters, pushed a tongue of London influence into the country. Caterham, Redhill, and Reigate, and to a smaller extent Dorking, show it, though not as markedly as the Kentish places. This influence seems to have been distinct from that experienced by the Kentish neighbour, for the amalgamated house decorators, whose expansion in 1873 to 81 was demonstrably from Surrey outwards, expanded only very little into Kent, but very much into the area west of a line from London to Hastings. 50 However, this markedly southern and southwestern orientation, which is somewhat anomalous, may be connected with the well-known seasonal movement of house painters between London and the south coast resorts. Northeastwards there seems to have been a similar tongue of London influence licking outwards towards Epping and Romford. But in general, in that quarter, farming wage rates seem to have declined steeply towards the wage levels of Essex, and were much lower than those of any other area adjoining London. What little we know of builders' wages in that area, the union's information about it was fragmentary and geographically somewhat capricious, makes a similar impression north and westwards of London. The slope of wage rates seems also to have been somewhat steeper than in Kent. The London influence was less marked. The main impression is one of gradual encroachment by the suburban belt, with its attendant high wages, upon the generally flat plain of low-wage localities. For the bricklayers in the 1870s, the rather sharp border between the two zones ran between Twickenham and Egham, for the better organized carpenters farther out. The absence of trade union wage data from the Surrey-Hampshire border, except for Guildford and Aldershot, probably also suggests little contact in that quarter. North of London there is an equal dearth of information. Watford, St Albans, and Hertford seem to be the only places within the ken of the London unions, and of these only Watford, and possibly St Albans, reflected the influence of London in slightly higher WATE rates, but only at a rather late date. It is perhaps worth noting the feeble tendency of unions to expand westwards, or northwards, as witness the house decorators, and especially the carpenters, even though their initial strongholds were very strikingly in west and northwest London. Beyond this somewhat eccentric area immediately affected by the general London wage level, or rather by the level of unskilled and building wages, there stretched the tentacles which linked London labour with the remoter parts of the country. Except in special or highly migratory trades, we should not expect such links to be reflected in the crude mirror of wage rates and hours. Even quite large and steady streams of migration in or out of London, such as those of many groups of artisans, were hardly ever large enough to affect its wage levels in the short run. 51 Nevertheless, more delicate indicators can bring out, as it were, the pattern of London radiation. The most useful of these is the pattern of expansion of trade unions which grew out of local movements. The most obvious of London's long-distance links was the sea, which linked it to other ports and provided cheap and traditional transport for migrants such as the Cornishmen Lovat. The pattern of expansion which brought the typical West Country sect of Bible Christians from Devon and Cornwall to Kent and London without apparent intermediate stops, is typically seaborne. 52 Another traditional maritime link of London no doubt brought colonies of at least one Tyneside Union into the metropolis. Naturally, the London influence outside was normally much stronger than the provincial influence on London. And its limits are graphically shown by the expansion of the London-based unions among the waterside workers elsewhere. The area in which these unions, chiefly the Dockers Union, now the Transport and General Workers, became the chief or only organizers of waterside labor stretched from Teesside up north, round the east and south coasts and the Bristol Channel, to the borders of South Wales, though there, as on the east coast northwards from the Humber, the London unions shared the field with regionally based organizations of the same kind. 53 The London influence, as is clear from the records of the Dockers' expansion, did not spread simply along the coasts, but jumped to major centers, the intermediate areas being organized later, sometimes from the original colonies. 54 Overland, similar links are more tenuous. There is, as we have seen, evidence of expansion westwards along the south coast by the Painters' Union, though their case was probably untypical. There is also evidence of some links with the eastern counties, which will not surprise students of the patterns of migration into and out of London. The Navvies' Union, which was composed of migratory workers, had 51 branches in Greater London, and 12 outside, 3 in East Anglia, 1 in Bedfordshire, 1 in Hertfordshire, 6 in Northamptonshire. Northampton contained an abnormally high percentage of London-born inhabitants, 1 elsewhere. The new Union of Unskilled Railway Workers, the General Railway Workers' Union, had a markedly eastern orientation, perhaps because many London railwaymen were East Anglians. Thus in 1891 it had 10 branches in East Anglia as against 4 on the Great Western Line, and a scattering elsewhere. 55 However, until the subject has been much more fully studied, it is perhaps best not to read too much into such fragmentary data. The picture of the London labour market which I have attempted to draw will not be unfamiliar to students of 19th century London. Indeed, the lack of homogeneity in the great metropolis has often been used to explain the weakness or ineffectiveness of London's popular movements in the earlier parts of the century, and, since London was essential to the success of national movements, the ease with which the British ruling classes, secure in their capital city, fended off agitation outside. 56 There was no chance that London would imitate Paris. As Francis Place explained to Richard Cobden in 1840, London differs very widely from Manchester, and, indeed, from every other place on the face of the earth. It has no local or particular interest as a town, not even as to politics. Its several boroughs in this respect are like so many very populous places at a distance from one another, and the inhabitants of any of them know nothing, or next to nothing, of the proceedings in any other, and not much indeed of those of their own. London in my time, and that is half a century, has never moved. A few of the people in different parts have moved, and these, whenever they come together, make a considerable number, still, a very small number indeed when compared with the whole number. 57. Time and again the card of London disunity has been played in the political game, when London unity appeared to work in favour of the radicalism which was to be expected in vast accumulations of labouring people. The London boroughs were created in the 1890s to weaken the new London County Council, which had fallen under the control of the left. Their position was reinforced against the new Greater London Council, formed in the belief, which proved mistaken in the 1970s, that the inclusion of the outer suburbs would weaken the hold of Labour on the metropolis. The Conservative government of 1979 opted for the extreme solution of fragmenting London, thus depriving it, alone among the capital cities of the world, and at the cost of extreme administrative confusion and prospective expense, of any form of unified municipal existence. Yet, if we turn it upside down, the question of the London labour market has a wider significance, for it illustrates the obstacles which face the formation of a single British working class with a single unified movement. Historians are often tempted to take its existence, or its inevitable emergence, for granted. Yet, as we have seen, that is not what things looked like on the ground, even within the confines of a single built-up area, geographically not very large, and which was actually seen in some sense as constituting a unity, distinct from its surroundings. The metropolitan labor force was and remained fragmented and localized, its links with the rest of the country uneven and variable. The forces making for greater size and homogeneity, at least for particular occupations and strata, were not negligible, but their net effect for most of the 19th century was not dramatic, and still, as a subsequent chapter tries to show, sometime between 1870 and 1914, or perhaps even later, the complex set of pieces of the jigsaw puzzle of the Victorian laboring classes came to be fitted together into something like the recognizable, and recognized, picture of a single national class and movement. How a single class and movement was formed out of a pile of largely disconnected potential components, remains one of the major problems for research in the history of British labour. Its investigation, which takes us beyond the study of labour markets and work into the history of politics and institutions, culture and ideas, has a long way to go. 1964. Appendix I. Trade Unionists London. The following table summarizes the local distribution of the branches of 9 trade unions in London, 1850–92. 1 Friendly Society of Operative Stonemasons, 1859–71. 2 Operative Bricklayers Society, 1850–92. 3 Amalgamated Society of Carpenters and Joiners, 1860–76. 4 Friendly Society of Iron Founders, 1859–71. 5 Amalgamated Society of Engineers, 1851, 1860, 1868–71. 6 Amalgamated Society of Cordwainers, 1871. 7 Amalgamated Society of Tailors, 1877. 8 Amalgamated Society of House Decorators and Painters, 1880. 9 United Operative Society of Plumbers, 1892. Most of these unions contain 1 or 2 branches whose location cannot be identified, either because they are merely described as London or because they are named after public houses or parishes which may be situated in 2 or more divisions of the metropolis. Asterisk indicates branches of over 100 members. The following branches were not included in the London district: Stonemasons: Croydon, Ealing, Isleworth, Plumstead, Richmond, West Ham, Woolwich. Bricklayers: 1876–7, Belvedere, Bromley, Croydon, Hounslow, Tottenham, Twickenham, Woolwich. 1890–1, Brentford, Bromley, Croydon, Ealing, Edmonton, Penge, Richmond, Tooting, Tottenham, Twickenham, Wimbledon, Woolwich. Carpenters: 1860, Richmond. 1866, Barnet, Brentford, Croydon, Ealing, Greenwich, Richmond, Southall, Surbiton, Twickenham, Wimbledon, Wood Green, Woolwich. 1872–3, suburbs on, above, or below London Standard Weekly Rate. On or above, Norwood, Poplar. Is 8d. Below, Barnet, Bromley, Chilhurst, Forest Hill, Greenwich, Penge, Tottenham, Woolwich. 4s below, Croydon, Twickenham, Wimbledon. More than 4s below, Brentford, Kingston, Richmond, Southall. 1876–7, suburbs on, above, or below London Standard Weekly Rate. On or above, Barnet, Bromley, Chilhurst, Croydon, Deptford, Ealing, Forest Hill, Greenwich, Norwood, Penge, Poplar, Putney, South Norwood, Tottenham, Wimbledon, Woolwich, is 8d. Below, Brentford, Kingston, Richmond, Southall, Twickenham. More than is 8d. Below, Harrow, Taylors, Brentford, Bromley, Croydon, Greenwich, Kingston, Woolwich. Appendix 2. London regions and districts as indicated by the title of local newspapers. Source, May's British and Irish Press Guide, 1880. 1 Papers existing before 1860. South. South London Journal. North and East. South London Gazette. East End News. North and West. West London Observer. East London Observer. Chelsea News. Hackney Express. Marylebone Mercury. Islington Gazette. Paddington Times. Stratford, and Bow, Times. 2 total of local newspapers existing 1880. South. South London Papers 6. Bermondsey and Rotherhithe 1. Camberwell 1. Greenwich and Deptford 2. Southwark 1. Wandsworth and Battersea 2. Woolwich 2. Norwood 1. Sydenham 3. North and West. West London Papers 2. Bayswater 1. Chelsea 1. Hampstead and Highgate 1. Kensington and Hammersmith 2. Marylebone 1. Paddington 1. St Pancras 2. Acton 1. Kilburn and Willesden 2. Hendon and Finchley 3. North and East. East London Papers 3. Clerkenwell 1. Hackney 4. Holborn 1. Holloway 1. Islington 2. Seven Sisters and Finsbury Park 1. Shoreditch 1. Tower Hamlets 1. Stratford 2. Wanstead 1. Leighton 1. Tottenham 2. Walthamstow 1. Woodford 1. The political implications of armaments gave Woolwich a somewhat different electoral history. In 1851 the approximate population of each region was, in thousands 860 for the north and west, 950 for the north and east, 550 for the south. Thus the London hourly rate for bricklayers in 1906 was 10d. It was 10d as far away as Dartford and Swanley, 9d as far away as Rochester, Chatham and Tunbridge. Bricklayers' rates in 1906, Caterham 9d, Reigate, Redhill 8d. In 1876 the bricklayers reported only from Saffron Walden, in 1890, also from Colchester, Halstead, Grays and Brentwood. The National Amalgamated Union of Labour, subsequently merged in the National Union of General and Municipal Workers. 9. The New Unionism in Perspective. I. As applied to its period of origin, the 1880s and early 1890s, the term New Unionism suggests 3 things to a British labour historian. It suggests, first, a new set of strategies, policies, and forms of organisation for unions, as opposed to those associated with an already existing old trade unionism. It suggests, in the second place, a more radical social and political stance of unions in the context of the rise of a socialist labor movement, and in the third place, the creation of new unions of hitherto unorganized or unorganizable workers, as well as the transformation of old unions along the lines suggested by the innovators. Consequently, it also suggests an explosive growth of trade union organization and membership. The dock strike of 1889 and its aftermath illustrate all these aspects of the new unionism, and it therefore provides the most popular image of the entire phenomenon. It is interesting that the very similar union upsurge and transformation of 1911-13 has never generated any similar label, though it was quite as innovative and much more radical. This suggests that even at the time it was regarded as a continuation, or a second installment, of the process initiated in 1889. I believe that this is in fact the best way to see it. Point 1. A comparative study of new unionism in various countries during the period 1890 to 1914 implies that there were comparable trade union developments in them. Now the British case was at this time unique in Europe in one respect. Here alone do we find an already established and significant old unionism, rooted in the country's basic industries, to combat, transform and expand. This was notably not the case in the other country of old industrialism, Belgium. In Germany the free trade unions, though they had multiplied their membership almost fourfold since 1889, had by 1900 just about reached a numerical strength comparable to the old unions of Britain in 1887, 680,000 as against 674,000. In short, the continental new unionism of the late 19th century was new chiefly inasmuch as it established trade unions as a serious force, which they had not hitherto been outside some localities and the occasional craft trade, such as printing and cigar making. To this extent the new unionism of Britain is sui generis. Thus, on the continent, unionism developed simultaneously with the mass political labor movement and its parties, and largely under their impulsion. Its major problems arose when it became sufficiently massive to discover that the policies of trade union leaders, however socialist, could not be entirely congruent with the policies of the political leadership of socialist parties. Union membership probably grew faster than party membership and eventually exceeded it in size, except in such countries as Bohemia and Finland where the party consistently had more members than the unions, presumably because of the local impact of national sentiment. However, the party electorate greatly outnumbered union membership, except in Denmark up to 1913.2. On the other hand, in Britain, as we know, the Labour Party was itself a creation of the unions, and before 1914 the total vote for all Labour and Socialist candidates, whatever their affiliations, never amounted to more than perhaps 20% of union membership. While in Germany, even after the unions had grown to a larger size, and, according to some, density of organization, than in Britain, the Social Democratic vote was about double the membership of all unionists of whatever ideological persuasion, omitting only the organizations of salaried employees. 4. In certain crucial respects the new unionism of Britain and continental countries are therefore not comparable. However, there are analogies between the British and continental cases, insofar as the mass extension of unionism raised problems of strategy and organization which had not previously arisen. Moreover, in some respects all trade union movements experimented with the same solutions to these problems, though the British pattern, which was eventually to supplement a broadened craft unionism primarily by general unions, was not paralleled on the same scale in continental Europe. Conversely, neither the policy of forming the union movement into a relatively small number of comprehensive organizations covering entire industries, industrial unionism, nor the formation of local interoccupational bodies such as Bourses du Travail or Camera del Lavoro was notably successful in Britain. Britain and the continent are also directly comparable, insofar as initiative and ideas in the union movement came largely from the radical, and indeed theoretically revolutionary, left, though naturally in Britain the bulk of the leadership in older unions were not socialists and still less revolutionaries. Still, it is important to insist against skeptics like Clegg, Fox, and Thompson 5 on the disproportionately large role of the numerically small socialist movement in the British unions, particularly from the middle 1890s. The total membership of all socialist organizations in the middle of that decade may be generously estimated at not more than 20,000, and their paid-up membership at the time of the foundation of the Labour Representation Committee cannot have been more than perhaps 10,000, since they themselves only claim 23,000.6. Some of this British left, the Marxists and later the syndicalists, were undoubtedly guided by international ideologies and strategies, and, conversely, British trade union experience was taken note of on the continent. That movements in one industrial country thus claim to be influenced by the experience, the ideologies and strategies of others, is itself evidence for some comparability, even though it may be doubted whether British union history would have been significantly different if nobody in Britain had heard of revolutionary syndicalism, or Continental Union history would have been notably different if nobody in France or Germany had been acquainted with the British term "ca canny," go slow, point 7. However, such foreign or international models were not always mere colorful labels which national activists stuck on bottles containing strictly native beverages. The international Marxism of the 1880s had little to say about trade unions, except to demand comprehensive class organization and warn against craft exclusiveness, but from about 1906 the British objective of rationalizing trade union structure along the lines of industrial unionism was certainly derived from ideas and experiences drawn from, or acquired, abroad. In any case, the fact that union leadership and activism in this period were so widely identified with social revolutionary movements, and that trade unionism also came to develop its own international organizations, is itself significant. It must affect our assessment of certain novel forms of action, occurring internationally and much debated, such as general strikes. The most easily comparable aspect of new unionism is the general pattern of trade union growth through discontinuous leaps or explosions. 8 Such leaps occurred in most European trade union movements during our period, though not necessarily at the same time. If Britain and Germany both experienced such a leap in 1889–90, both movements increased by about 90% during this brief period, though the British movement from a base 5 times as large as the German. There is no British equivalent to the major continental leaps of 1903–4, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, and the Netherlands, or of 1905, Austria. Neither is there a real continental equivalent to the Great British Explosion of 1911–13. This should warn us against too close a correlation between trade union expansion and cyclical economic fluctuations, national or international. However, we may well ask ourselves whether there is much point in stressing the obvious, namely that trade union growth at a certain stage must everywhere be discontinuous. Only when unionism in a country has been recognized and institutionalized, or when it has reached a density, by voluntary recruitment or compulsory membership, which only leaves room for marginal growth or expansion and contraction in line with the changing size of the labor force, can we expect the curve of union growth to be smooth and gentle. In no country and no industry, with rare exceptions such as British coal mining just before 1914, had this stage been reached in 1880–1914. Growth must be discontinuous under these circumstances, because if unions are to be effective they must mobilize, and therefore seek to recruit, not numbers of individuals but groups of workers sufficiently large for collective bargaining. They must recruit in lumps. 2. Let us leave international comparisons aside for the moment and consider the British phenomenon of new unionism. 1889 unquestionably marks a qualitative transformation of the British labour movement and its industrial relations. Between the Great Dock Strike and World War I we observe the appearance of effective and permanent employers' organizations on a national scale, such as the Shipping Federation, the Engineering Employers Federation and the Newspaper Publishers Association. We encounter the first genuinely nationwide and national industrial disputes and collective bargains, the first interventions of central government in labor disputes, and indeed the creation of government offices designed to take care of the now constant interest of government in these matters. For during this period we also observe the first expressions of political concern about the possible effects of strikes and unions on the competitive position of the British economy. The appearance of a national Labour Party consisting essentially of trade union affiliates, and the welfare legislation of the years before 1914, are familiar to all. So far as the unions themselves are concerned, the most striking difference lies not so much in the increased size and changed composition of the movement, but probably in its economic effects. Broadly speaking, before about 1900 trade unionism served, if anything, to widen wage differentials between different groups of workers. After 1900, and especially after 1911, it contributed to the progressive narrowing of differentials. 9 Nevertheless, the actual innovations in trade union structure and industrial or occupational distribution, are not to be overlooked. If we compare the list of the largest unions in 1885 with that in 1963, as recorded by the Royal Commission of Trade Unions and Employers Associations of 1965-8, we see, Table 1, that only one of the 10 largest unions of 1,885 was still in the list 80 years later, the Amalgamated Engineers. Conversely, 7 of the 10 largest unions of 1963 were founded, or are the lineal descendants of new unions founded, during the period 1880 to 1914, the ancestors of the Transport and General Workers, General and Municipal Workers, National Union of Mine Workers and Electrical Trades Union were born in 1888 to 9, of the Shop, Distributive and Allied Workers in 1891, one of the predecessors of the National Union of Railwaymen, itself born in 1913, in 1889, and the National Association of Local Government Officers in the 1900s. Table 1, ranking list of the 10 largest unions, 1885 and 1963. 1885. 1963. Amalgamated Engineers. Transport and G Workers. Durham Miners. Engineering Workers. United Boilermakers. General and Municipal Workers. Amal. Carpenters and Joiners. Mine Workers. Amal. Cotton Spinners. Shop, Distrib. And Allied Workers. Amal. Tailors. Local Government. Officers. Northumberland Miners. NU. Railwaymen. Amal. Iron Founders. Electrical TU. OPER. Stonemasons. NU of Teachers. Boot and Shoe Operatives. NU. Public Employees. A new era in labor relations, or class conflict, was clearly opening. The shock of 1889 was temporary, but it precipitated permanent changes in attitude not only among unions but among employers, politicians, and government administrators, and it encouraged or even compelled them all to recognize the existence of transformations which had already taken place below the horizon of collective visibility. To this extent, the shock of 1889 was probably more effective than the much larger and more lasting explosion of 1911-13. That upheaval added 1.5 million members, or 66%, to the forces of unionism and was accompanied by 3,165 strikes totaling 60 million man-days lost in 3 years, a far greater concentration of industrial conflicts than in any previous period of the same length. The absence of adequate statistics before 1892 makes it impossible to measure the impact of the years 1889 to 90, but the membership of the TUC increased by 650,000, 80%, between 1888 and the peak year of 1890, with about 2,400 stoppages and 11 million man-days lost in 1889 and 1890.10. However, unlike the membership acquired in 1911-13, more than a third of the new membership of 1888 to 90 had been lost by 1893, largely by the collapse of most of the new unions of 1889. Their relative weight in the organized labor movement, impossible to estimate precisely given the absence of reliable official membership figures before 1892 and indeed the unreliability of the new union's own statistics, was pretty certainly rather larger for a moment in 1889 to 90 than in 1911 to 13, but the mean size of strikes was at most a quarter of that in 1911 to 13, though the number of strikes per year was substantially larger. Many small strikes in 1888 to 90 were not recorded at all. The size and impact of the 1889 shock was unexpected, but not in retrospect surprising. When industrial discontents have, for one reason or another, accumulated without being able to unload their charge of tension, the consequent outburst is almost inevitably large and dramatic, all the more so because in such situations the demonstration effect of the initial struggles is spectacular, especially if they are successful. The outbreak of mass unionism in Brazil and Poland in recent years illustrates this effect. On the whole, the strikes of 1889 were extremely successful. Of 1051 whose outcome is known, only 20% were lost, 45% were victorious, the rest settled by compromise. 11 This was partly because the moment of the trade cycle was well chosen for union demands, partly because in the pace-setting industries of the 1889 outburst, waterside labor and the gas industry, the mechanism which accumulated tension also created, or coincided with, unusual bargaining strength among the workers. For the gas industry, the arguments put forward several years ago still stand. 12 As for water transport, 1889 was a record year both for outward and homeward freight rates, which explains why this was a good year for the Young Seamen's Union to launch its national attack on a highly competitive industry. It was only defeated in Liverpool by the common front of the 16 Atlantic liner companies, sufficiently small in number to concert their action. 13 As for the dockers, Lovell has demonstrated how inflammable was the combination in London of a rapidly growing traffic, essentially loaded and unloaded by speeding up labor which operated by primitive manual methods, with pressure on the dock companies' profits which made them attempt actually to cut labor costs. 14 We may take it that the first of these two factors applied to most British ports. In short, employers had for many years relied on squeezing workers, who now found themselves both relatively more indispensable and confronting employers who could not afford to face the cost of lengthy disputes. John Mavor, who analysed the Scottish railway strike of 1890, summarizes the position. The strike, he thought, is best described as a revolt of labourers against the inefficient organisation of their industry. The Scots railways had grown too rapidly, without either adapting their structure or modernising their equipment, meanwhile indulging in cutthroat competition between their two main lines. Mavor observed, "There is not an unlimited number of highly skilled artisans from which efficient workers may be promptly drawn. The artisan class has come to consist of a great number of strata, skill being specialised highly, and even localised on each plane. This gives an increasing amount of power to certain strata of artisans. The widely extended paralysis caused by a strike of at most 9,000 men was a significant and serious circumstance. In fact, though the companies fought the dispute to a finish and destroyed the union, they could not afford to sack the strikers en masse. Only a little over 500 men of all grades in 3 railway companies were victimized. 15. Such was the situation in established industries and occupations. Insofar as the new unionism was the organization of unions in new industries and occupations, it was as yet largely symbolic. It symbolized the future, the shape of things to come. In this sense, the beginnings of white-collar, distributive trades and public service unionism, or the foundation of the electrical trades union, are significant. In the short run, such unions, if they survived, were as yet neither large nor successful. 2 conclusions can be drawn from this brief analysis. First, that the unions and strikes may have been new, but they were provoked by the fact that industry was the opposite of new. It had, by and large, kept pace with expansion not by modernization and rationalization, but by increasing the exploitation of its labor force in the old way. Rationalization was sometimes the response to the shock of 1889–90, not the other way round. No doubt the pressure on prices and profits during the long years of the Great Depression encouraged such a policy, while at the same time depression made organized labor disinclined to offensive action, and postponed any revival of unionism in industries which had been briefly organized during the great boom of the early 1870s, but had been unable to maintain organization. The first battles of the future new unionists in the middle 1880s had been precisely against this defensiveness of the old unions. As Tom Mann said in 1886, the true unionist policy of aggression seems entirely lost sight of. 16 And when the moment for successful aggression came, the example of success, or even the sight of hitherto inactive and demoralized workers going on strike, had a snowball effect. However, there is a second conclusion. The lasting success of new unions or of union expansion depended on the readiness of employers to accept them. As it happened, British employers were quite prepared in principle to do so. Of the employers' suggestions for preventing or settling disputes which the Board of Trade collected in 1889-90, only 20% were hostile to unions or again intransigent, and this percentage did not change, on average, over the next 6 years. See Table 2. The attitude of the civil service was, as we know, favorable to a strong but moderate trade unionism. Large employers, or those capable of coordinated action, were in a position to counterattack or resist old or new unions if these went beyond what they thought they could tolerate or afford. While a balance was normally recognized by both sides, a major explosion of trade unionism inevitably disturbed this in 4 ways. Table 2, percentage of employers' responses hostile to trade unions 1889 to 1895. Year. N. Percent hostile. 1889. 214. 20. 1890. 341. 24.6. 1891. 244. 23. 1892. 230. 16.5. 1893. 270. 10.7. 1894. 286. 27.6. 1895. 194. 18. Responses counted as hostile include demands for restricting agitators, legal banning of agitators, restriction of outsiders, measures to prevent picketing and intimidation, the legal prohibition of unions, protection of capitalists and manufacturers against them, and the exclusion of unionists from employment. Sources, calculated from P. Pilxiath, 1890, p. 445, Lskiath, 1890-1, pp 689 ff, Lskiath/I, 1893-4, pp 461 ff, Lski/I, 1894, pp 1 ff, Lski/I, 1894, pp 409 ff, XCII, 1895, pp 211 ff, Lski/I, 1896, pp 441 ff. First, it extended unionism to industries or types of workers to which or whom the old and essentially localized and sectional form of collective bargaining, hitherto dominant, was inapplicable. Thus on the docks unions had either to be mass closed shops or confined to small bodies of specialists, while on the railways the unit of negotiation was normally neither a single plant nor a locality but, ideally, the entire rail system of a company. Second, sudden and uncontrolled unionization could affect the labor process, either by lowering productivity or by cutting into managerial functions. Old unionists might intensify restrictive practices, inexperienced and undisciplined new unionists might simply work less hard, a very real problem in the London docks of 1890. Third, a vast extension of unionism brought to the fore issues which were by definition national, such as the 8-hour day or the principle of mechanization. Such issues were seen to require coordinated action by both sides as soon as unions were sufficiently widespread and extensively organized. Thus by 1893 even a simple wage reduction in the coal mines implied a simultaneous nationwide dispute, since the major coal fields, outside Wales, Scotland, and the North East, were now coordinated in the new Miners' Federation of Great Britain. Fourth, the sheer scale of such disputes had no precedent. Thus the Times commented, in 1890, à propos of a brief and successful wage strike by the Miners' Federation that 20 or even 10 years ago it would have been out of the question for 300,000 workmen to combine so perfectly as to stop work at one moment and to resume it at another. 17. A counterattack, spearheaded by large or newly federated employers, was therefore bound to develop, and it did so from 1890. It wiped out most of the new unionism, and made a second and delayed installment of the expansion inevitable. It was, after all, hardly conceivable that an industry like the railways would permanently remain without effective unions, except perhaps those of engine drivers. For two reasons, that second installment largely took the form of a revival or expansion of the new unionism of 1889, or of others formed along similar lines from time to time thereafter. First, because few attempts were made to eliminate unions altogether or to deny their right to exist. Nobody negotiated with the Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants and still less with the enfeebled General Railway Workers' Union, but they were not banned, and therefore capable of rapid expansion when occasion arose. They could therefore grow slowly, occasionally expanding and relapsing, as in 1897 when the so-called all-grades movement briefly doubled their numbers. Second, because of the discovery of the device of the General Union, which established its capacity to survive, not as an all-embracing union of unspecialized laborers, but as a changing conglomerate of miscellaneous local and regional groups of workers in particular industries, occupations, and plants. 18. However, the second installment differed significantly from the first. In the first place, it organized not only the empty spaces in the existing Victorian industries, but also new, technically and organizationally transformed industries. This is very clear in the metal sector. Of the million members added to the TUC between 1910 and 1914, about 200,000 were in the Amalgamated Engineers and in the Workers' Union, which, as Hyman has shown, was primarily a body of semi-skilled engineering workers. 19 Even without counting this union, the numbers in the metal, engineering, and shipbuilding unions rose by 50% between 1910 and 1913. In the second place, the economic and political setting of unionism had meanwhile changed fundamentally. Bargaining was increasingly industry-wide and industrial conflicts interlocked, not only because employers drew together when faced with coordinated unions, but because industry itself, and indeed all sectors of the industrial economy, were increasingly seen as strategically interlocked. Without entering into the debate on how far Lenin's analysis of monopoly capitalism applied to pre-1914 Britain, it is hard to deny that British capitalism between 1890 and 1910 grew in scale, and became more tightly structured in its organization than it had been in the 1880s. In short, while the outbreak of 1889 had consisted largely of a wave of local and generally not very large strikes propagated by chain reaction, the 1911 outburst was dominated by national confrontations, or battles deliberately engaged by national armies, as Asquith's memoirs vividly demonstrate. 20 The cotton industry, stronghold of the old localism and individualism, illustrates this transformation very clearly. The sensitiveness of government to labor disputes underlined and intensified this national and organized dimension of industrial conflict. Quite apart from the fact that employees in the rapidly growing public sector, as yet in local rather than central government employment, had become increasingly involved in trade unionism since 1889, public authorities had three reasons for intervening in, and therefore shaping, the pattern of trade unionism. They now operated under a largely working-class electorate, whose pressures and demands they had to take account of, if only in order to prevent the class polarization of British politics. They had for the first time to confront the problem of how to meet a general disruption of the economy or of national life by national disputes in particular industries, and especially in transport and coal. And from the 1890s on they were increasingly aware of the relative vulnerability of the British economy to foreign competition. British labour and industrial relations began to be seen as a relevant aspect of British national efficiency. This had not been so before 1880.21 from 1893 on, and especially after 1906, central government intervention in large disputes became a regular incident in the industrial drama, and since its major objective was rapid settlement, its net effect was to strengthen trade unionism, if only by providing it with official recognition. One might add that the government's wider social program had the incidental effect of providing new or weak unions with the means of surviving defeat. The National Insurance Act allowed them to acquire the advantages of friendly societies without high subscriptions, and therefore provided workers with a reason for maintaining membership. The war made this integration of unions into the administrative system permanent. Trade unionism in agriculture had virtually been wiped out after the 1870s, and was again destroyed after the 1889 explosion. It was not very strong in 1914, but it has never disappeared from the scene since then. The novelty of the new phase is reflected in the differences between the strategies of union reform in 1889 and 1911. In both cases the object of the reformers, largely drawn from the contemporary left or ultra-left, was to replace defensive by aggressive, sectional by class unionism. However, in the 1880s the alternative was extremely vague, as indeed was the strategy to achieve it, perhaps naturally so in view of the extreme paucity of socialist thinking about trade unionism. In retrospect we can see that the reforming program consisted of 3 points. First, new unions were to be created for hitherto unorganized labor, either consisting of the generally unskilled, believed to be mobile and interchangeable, or the occupationally more specialized for whom suitable occupational unions might be found. Second, the membership of existing craft unions should be extended to embrace the less skilled grades and negotiate for all, and third, the struggles of different groups of workers should be coordinated locally through trades councils and nationally through a radicalized TUC as well as through political action in favor of uniform and generally applicable demands such as the 8-hour day. The most significant result of this program was the invention of the General Union, but in a form which had been neither intended nor predicted, and which did not demonstrate its full potentialities until after 1911. By and large, the attempts to broaden the old craft unions failed. The TUC did not stay radicalized for long, and the trades councils, whose expulsion from the TUC in 1895 marks the end of the radical phase, remained on the margins of trade unionism. Indeed, they probably played a less active role in the second expansion than they had in the first. The second phase, on the other hand, was inseparably linked with conscious and well-considered attempts to rationalize and reform trade union structure and strategy, the former mainly by amalgamation and federation ideally aiming at one union for each industry. The attraction of industrial unionism for its main spokesman, like that of general unionism in 1889, may initially have been political. It could be seen as a version of class unionism against sectionalism, or even as a preparation for the syndicalist society of the future. However, the extent to which trade union structure and strategy were debated for the 20 years after 1906, the wave of actual federations and amalgamations which took place, the experiments in joint national union strategy and battle from the Triple Alliance of 1914 to the general strike, suggests that the stimulus for reform was by no means only ideological. Old and new unions now plainly felt the need to adapt themselves to conditions of industrial action which they recognized as new. This did not produce any significant general shift towards industrial unionism. In spite of the enthusiastic and persistent advocacy of this pattern of organization by the left, and even the occasional commitment of the TUC to it, as at Hull in 1924, the reorganization of the British Union movement along industrial lines was and has remained an unrealistic aspiration. However, about the major advances of the reform movement after 1911 there can be no doubt at all. The British trade unions were largely restructured, even though some of the major amalgamations did not take place until after the war, when the decline in union membership made rationalization more urgent. 3. At this point we return to comparative history. For the question of trade union structure arose, and was hotly debated, in all countries, but solved in very different ways. One major division is between countries which firmly opted for an essentially national unionism, with whatever concessions to local autonomy were necessary, and those which opted for localism or federalism, except in industries like the railways where it made no sense at all. The local and federal option, which clearly prevailed in France and Italy, was based on anarchist and syndicalist ideology, but essentially it represented the apparent irrelevance of the national economy for collective bargaining, or conversely, the potential strength of a purely local unionism, which is not to be underestimated in certain circumstances. Thus, building unions in the United States have always flourished by establishing local craft monopolies, since the building and public works market of cities is largely autonomous. Again, economic general strikes or extensive local sympathy strikes with one occupational dispute, are most likely to occur in towns, most typically port towns, whose economy is, as it were, topographically determined. In the early 1900s we find such strikes typically in such cities as Trieste, 1902, Marseille, 1904, Genoa, 1904, Barcelona, 1902, Amsterdam, 1903. Point 22 The relative insignificance of the national dimension in a country like France is shown by the fact that, according to CGT statutes, the minimum number of local unions needed to form a national federation was no more than 3.23. It is clear that in countries like Britain and Germany the local option took second place to the national or regional option, though the degree of centralization envisaged was variable, and that achieved was much smaller in practice than in theory. The second major issue was between craft or occupational unionism and various forms of more comprehensive organization covering a number of crafts or grades of skill within one industry, or more generally. The ideological history of industrial unionism remains to be written. We do not even as yet have an adequate history of the very concept of the specific industry, i.e. of what led socialists, no doubt following official statisticians and others, to draw up a list of unions each of which was to be ideally coextensive with the appropriate industry all of whose workers it was designed to organize. What, to mention the most systematic effort of this kind, led the Austrian socialists to envisage just 15 or 16 unions, somewhat inconsistently selected? So there is much we do not know. What we do know is this. First, that the struggle for a more comprehensive union structure was universal and directed primarily against craft and other sectionalism and its trade consciousness. Outside Britain this sectionalism was primarily confined to old handicraft occupations. To the extent that all unionism before, say, 1890 was old unionism, the problems faced in all countries were similar, though the solutions could be highly specific. In certain cases craft unionism could work successfully even in the most patently industrial industries, as on the American railroads where a complex of 32 unions, 14 of them of major significance, covered the industry in 1940. Conversely, under certain circumstances even a trade as enormously proud of craft status as the Amalgamated Society of Engineers could call for a more comprehensive recruitment of the occupational labor force, e.g. in Western Australia, as distinct from all other parts of the world. Point 24. Second, while a more comprehensive unionism advanced everywhere, it did not entirely succeed anywhere. Neither craft unions nor their correlative, laborers or general or indiscriminate factory workers unions disappeared totally, even in countries with strong national trade union centers committed to industrial unionism. All union movements thus developed as a mixture of narrower or wider craft/occupational unions, of industrial unions coexisting with them or absorbing them, and of general unions, but in different combinations. In the British mix industrial unions were not important, except for mining and railways. In the Norwegian mix general unions were temporarily dominant, though eventually, 1954, they were to cover no more than 5 to 6% of union membership 25, whereas in Britain they became increasingly important, especially when we consider that the recent tendency to form conglomerate unions, as by the merger of the engineering union with foundry workers and draftsmen, the electricians with the plumbers, is essentially similar to general unionism. In Austria general unions were absent. And so on. Thus the Norwegian union movement, committed to industrial unionism since 1923, in 1954 consisted of 43 unions, some of which can only be described as craft societies, e.g. the lithographic and photo engravers, the locomotive men, organized separately from the railway workers, and the bricklayers, organized separately from the building workers, not to mention the Union of General Workers. Industrial unionism has met considerable resistance even within the metalworking industry, where the internal pressures to build industry-wide unions in the 20th century have almost everywhere been stronger than in any other industry except railways, coal mining, and government employment. 26 Most unionism has remained mixed. There is a certain parallelism in this way between the British and continental movements. Thirdly, the most comprehensive industrial unions, if we leave aside mines, railways, and the public sector, were those founded and structured from outside and above, in effect as frameworks for subsequent expansion, like the Metalworkers' Federation in Italy which, before 1914, was nationally negligible. Evidently this implied both an influential working-class party and absent or relatively weak trade unions. The formation of general textile workers' unions, such as were common elsewhere, could hardly have been envisaged in Britain, where cotton had long been organized on its own. The relative success of industrial unionism elsewhere and its failure in Britain are thus largely explained. Fourthly, and for the same reason, general unions, though not absent in Europe, lacked the scope for development they had in Britain. Where most organizable workers could be fitted, if they wanted to, into some already notionally existing national union, there was room for genuinely unclassifiable laborers' unions, e.g. of the mobile navvies who formed the core of the Norwegian General Union, or for workers in factories who could not be readily attached to some already classified union. Such bodies, as we know, existed in Germany, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, but unlike the British general unions they were residual. As soon as enough workers had been organized in the relevant branches of activity, separate industrial unions, e.g. of sawmill workers or paper and pulp workers could be hived off the general association. The strength of the British general unions lay in their ability to penetrate any and every industry, to the absence of any other kind of union which could fill the spaces deliberately left empty by the refusal of craft unions to fill them. Quite often they would generate de facto industrial unions, but there was no particular reason why these should separate from the general unions within which they formed separate sectors or trade groups, such as the dockers in the Transport and General Workers' Union. This still leaves us with the question why, unlike Britain, industrial unions progressed on the continent, in spite of the already observed reluctance of skilled and craft groups, which was very marked, especially in the 1890s. For these groups, after all, still formed the natural nucleus of unionization, and it was among them that the most rapid advances were usually apt to occur. One reason, it may be suggested, was that much apparent industrial unionism or what turned into industrial unionism on the continent, was really the analogue of the so-called new model of the British unions in the 1850s and 1860s. It envisaged essentially the formation of nationwide, relatively centralized, amalgamations of fairly closely associated craft occupations. It is perhaps no accident that the two typical new model unions of mid-Victorian Britain, the Amalgamated Society of Engineers and the Amalgamated Society of Carpenters and Joiners, had their equivalents in the German woodworkers and metal workers, who were for most of the 1890s both the strongest unions in Germany, and the most strongly committed to industrial unionism. However, the case of the metal workers, or more precisely the machine builders, suggests another possible reason. Almost everywhere unions of such workers opted for industrial unionism, or rather the ones which chose this option eventually prevailed. This was because in metalworking the position of the skilled manual craftsman was increasingly vulnerable and, apart from a few protected enclaves, threatened by the advance of complex machine tools and mass production. Skilled metal workers were powerful, but not secure. The war years were to demonstrate that in all belligerent countries the armaments, i.e. metalworking, industries formed the front line of the industrial class battle. They did so precisely because here mechanization encountered self-confident, combative, often politically conscious skilled men who resisted downgrading. But the fact that the line between the apprenticed skilled craftsman, the skilled worker who picked up the trade, and the new categories of the semi-skilled workers, or those with only the narrowest range of skills, became increasingly hazy, made it advisable for unions of skilled metal workers not only to defend craft exclusiveness, but also to seek to recruit the growing mass of production workers whom they could no longer hope effectively to exclude. The two policies were sometimes in conflict. In Britain, rank and file resistance to broadening the amalgamated Society of Engineers into something closer to an industrial union was strong, and a constant brake on the reforming policies of the union leaders. Point 27. Where craft privilege was less entrenched and powerful, the forces favoring the broadening of the unions were stronger, or rather those resisting it were weaker. The weakness of craft unionism in metals, and the foresight of the continental pioneers of industrial unionism, based on a combination of feeble unions and radical ideology, is demonstrated by the eventual success of continental metal workers' unions, e.g. in France and Italy, in organizing the motor industry. In the United States, this industry was to be organized in the 1930s by a special industrial union, the Craft Union of Skilled Machinists having long been extruded from it. In Britain, the organization of the majority of automobile workers was in practice to be left to the general unions, mainly the Trans and General Workers' Union, leaving the unions of skilled workers in a minority, though they had proved in the struggles of the 1890s and 1900s that they were too strong to be overridden. In Italy and France, the choice was either between no union or the Industrial Union of Metal Workers, and indeed in Turin the FIOM won its first major automobile contract in 1906, when it succeeded in organizing 40% of all metal workers in the city. 28. The new phase of capitalism thus implied a change in union structure, but also in the distribution of trade unionism. Here also a comparison between the British and continental cases is possible and useful. Where mass unionism established itself, as it had not yet done in France and Italy by 1914, except for the Italian agricultural workers who formed 1/3 of all trade unionists in 191,029, its distribution had by 1914 changed both geographically and industrially. The general pattern of change shows a growth in the unions of transport workers, of factory workers, whether organized in general, industrial, or factory workers' unions, the rise of the miners, where these were not already well organized, and the expansion of the metal workers' unions. In Germany, for example, transport, metal workers, and factory workers formed 12% of the membership of the free unions in 1896, but almost 39% in 1913. The rise in Britain, from 33 to 39%, was less marked, because metals had already been strongly organized and grew rather slowly, by a little more than 100% between 1892 and 1913, thus concealing the quadrupling of the organized transport workers and the equivalent rise among general workers. In 1888, which is in many ways more comparable to the 1890s in Germany, transport and general workers had comprised perhaps 8% of British Unionists' American Samoa against about 25% in 1913.30. As for the regional distribution, it is clear that the German unions in the early 1900s were weak in the major industrial area of Rhine-Westphalia, with the fluctuating exception of the miners, but that their penetration into this region accelerated notably after 1907.31. In Britain, the old trade unionism was deeply rooted in the major industrial areas of northern England, though not of Scotland. The only geographical analysis is still that made by the Webbs in 1892, who found, roughly speaking, at least twice the mean density of national unionization in Durham, Northumberland, and Lancashire, from 20% to 100% above the mean in the counties of Derby, Gloucester, Leicester, the East and West Ridings of Yorkshire and South Wales, mean density, plus or minus 20%, in Cheshire, Northampton, Stafford, Suffolk, Warwick, and Scotland, and below the average everywhere else. 32 Whatever a comparable geographical study for 1913 would show, it seems clear that the Union explosion of 1911 to 13 made disproportionate progress in some hitherto rather weak areas, such as the dynamic new engineering regions of the West Midlands. This area now contained 40% of the strength of the Workers' Union, which now became one of the 5 or 6 largest unions in the country. 33. One final question has already been answered incidentally in the course of this paper, but is worth elucidating clearly. What was the role of the ideologically committed leftists who played so large a part in the union expansions of all European countries during this period? 4 observations may be made about this question. First, it must be repeated that neither Marx nor Marxist theory had anything very specific to say about trade union structure and strategy, as distinct from the workers' immediate economic and social demands. And this in spite of the fact that, as Haupt has shown, the bulk of the continental socialist parties initially developed closer to the British than to the German social democratic model, or more exactly closer to the Belgian model, in which the party consisted of a combination of political groups, unions, and other labor organizations such as cooperatives. Admittedly, the Great Depression of the 1870s and 1880s tended to shift the center of gravity of most such parties away from the enfeebled unions. 34 I have suggested that union strategy derived from socialist theory a general hostility to exclusive, craft or sectional unionism, but it also increasingly, especially after 1900, derived strategic ideas from the Marxist analysis of the concentration and mechanization of capitalist production. Second, with the rise of both mass unionism and mass working class parties, socialists who were primarily active in unions became increasingly distinct from socialists who were primarily active in the political party. This was most dramatically evident in trade union movements which, like the French CGT and anarchist or revolutionary syndicalist bodies in general, specifically rejected political, i.e. largely electoral, action. It was almost equally evident, however, in movements closely identified with the working class party, even though a union position was a very helpful springboard for workers who wished to launch themselves into a political career in markedly proletarian parties such as the SPD, and even though unions might wish, by strengthening their direct representation in parliamentary factions, to underline their dominant position within the party, as in Britain, 35 or their increased independence within it, as in Germany, 36. This divergence, often accompanied by friction between party and unions, arose chiefly from the functional socialization of both. Whether the union's daily work was or was not conceived as the overthrow of capitalism, it was not the same as the party's activity, which could therefore be conceived, according to taste and situation, either as an excessively radical diversion from the union's bread and butter tasks, e.g. by calling for political strikes, or as diversionary electoral activity distracting the workers from their direct assault upon the system. But it also arose from the differences within unions, such as the tensions between rank and file or local militancy and the increasingly assertive national organizations. Judged by revolutionary criteria, the leaders of national unions or union federations were excessively reformist, as indeed almost all were in theory or practice. This could apply even to syndicalist unions in the eyes of pure anarchists, as witness the struggles, during and after World War I, between these and the leaders of the anarcho-syndicalist CNT. Leaders were less radical than militants. Verzi, the founder of the Italian Metalworkers Federation, was expelled from it in 1909 as a reformist, and Boazzi, who replaced him, though not the most extreme of moderates, was decidedly no leftist, and was to be denounced by the young communists of Ordine Nuovo. 37. In fact, revolutionary slogans alone made sense chiefly where unions were too weak to do more than organize the occasional rebellions of the unorganized, or in the preparation of great industrial battles, or as a defense of rank and file autonomy, or of localized unionism against encroaching national bureaucracy and centralized strategy. This could lead to paradoxical situations, as in Britain, where the most socialist in origin of all unions, the gas workers, had by 1914 become distinctly moderate, while the rank and file of the far from revolutionary Amalgamated Society of Engineers resisted its socialist general secretary, the ILPer George Barnes, on the basis of the ideology of old craft exclusiveness, before discovering, during the war, a radical left-wing justification for their defense of craft rights. Classifying unions as right or left may make sense in terms of their support of, or opposition to, various political and party programs and proposals, but, as every student of British trade unionism today knows, things are rather more complex in reality. All we can say in general is that in the period 1880 to 1914 those unions which were associated with labor and socialist parties and movements, tended to maintain their party identification, in spite of friction between union and party or within unions. Third, we may claim that on the continent the strength and national presence of mass parties with mass electorates provided a framework into which unions could grow, and thus help to rationalize union structure. To this extent the role of socialists was indeed important and could be decisive. Nevertheless, it can be said fourthly, that the development of union structure and strategy were largely independent of the prevalent ideology, Marxist, anarcho-syndicalist or otherwise, except inasmuch as political consciousness provided trade union agitators, leaders and activists with confidence, persistence and dynamism. Structure and strategy largely reflected the actual economic and industrial situation in which workers had to organize, and the conditions, including those created by the past history and development of the working class, in which they did so. This is probably the main reason why syndicalism, though its appeal to labor militants and radicals was large and international in the years before 1914, was never really an international movement, as distinct from an internationally useful set of ideas. It naturally made a greater appeal in countries of weak or unstable unionism such as Spain, France, and Italy, but also Scandinavia 38, than in countries with strong unionism and fairly steady growth such as Germany, Britain, and Denmark. It naturally appealed to boomtown industrialization reminiscent of the Wild West, as in the South Wales coalfields or in provincial Norway, where masses of raw workers from the countryside or abroad flooded into a new industry which already had a union framework, unless these greenhorns were themselves organized by bodies opposed to socialism. It probably had a special appeal to workers whose essential frame of reference was the local community as much as, or more than, their industry or occupation, as in Spain, Italy, or France. Nor should we forget those special cases among local communities, the seaport towns, Marseille, Le Havre, Nantes, Genoa, Livorno, Barcelona, Belfast, Liverpool. 39 The varying appeal of syndicalist ideas can be explained, but it remains true, as Shorter and Tilley have shown, that ideological differences account for almost none of the differences in the propensity to strike or the forms of strike action in the country they have studied. Point 40. So it seems best to distinguish the various union movements of Europe not ideologically, but according to the phase and rate of industrialization they represent. We may thus distinguish between countries of weak or backward industrialization, such as France and Italy, countries dominated by the First Industrial Revolution, Belgium and Britain, and countries rapidly and massively industrializing along more modern lines, Germany, Scandinavia. None of them, except the workshop of the world, had developed craft or professional trade unionism which had succeeded in colonizing the basic industries of the country, certainly not Belgium, which perhaps lacked the large skilled sector of Britain. In fact, throughout this period Belgian unions remained unusually weak, barely stronger in 1913 than those of the much less or more recently industrialized Netherlands. Hence none developed the British pattern. The first group developed no mass unionism in this period, except in the public sector, perhaps in the mines and, a special Italian case, among agricultural workers. It developed fairly strong inter-union local centers of mobilization and cadres of craft workers capable of leading occasional battles. The third group ranged from countries suddenly plunged into a novel industrial development, like Norway, where modern industries were organized by a general union which virtually dominated the entire movement in the 1900s with 50% of total membership before spawning various industrial unions, to countries like Germany, where fairly strong craft-based unions extended their field, before other workers were organized in such unions as those of transport workers and factory workers. Once again, by 1913, this combination of industrial and general unionism dominated the field. Nevertheless, as already observed, in none of these countries was craft unionism eliminated. In the countries of Groups 2 and 3 trade unionism had, by 1913, begun to take its modern shape, allowing for subsequent occupational changes. In none of them, however, had it succeeded, with rare exceptions, in recruiting the majority of workers in any industry as a national whole. The trade union density in Britain, Germany, Denmark, and Norway at the end of World War I was to be between twice and 3 times the percentage of 1913, in Sweden and the Netherlands more than 3 times, in Belgium almost 5 times as high. One cannot conclude this survey without observing that in some cases, notably Britain and Germany, the strength of trade unions as a percentage of the labor force was higher than it has ever been since. In others, France, Denmark, perhaps Norway, it was not reached again before the middle or late 1930s. Ought we not to see the great leap forward of unionism during and after the First War as the logical continuation of the pattern of trade union expansion in the period 1880 to 1914? To this extent the new unionism of the period before 1914 reached its apogee in 1918 to 20. In this respect the British and Western European movements are, once again, comparable. And the measure of this remarkable international growth, and temporary radicalization, is also a measure of the historical significance of the phase of union development which is discussed in this paper. 1981. International conferences attended by secretaries of national union federations occur from 1901, an international secretariat existed from 1903, an international federation of trade unions from 1913. By 1912 we have records of 32 international trade secretariats for particular branches of unionism. However, such forms of international trade union coordination were not of much practical importance. The fashion for municipalizing public utilities and services swelled the number of publicly employed manual workers in this period. They were, in alphabetical order as given in the Handwörterbuch der Staatswissenschaften, 1902 edition, Article Gewerkverein, 1, Building, 2, Clothing, 3, Mining, 4, Chemical, 5, Iron and Metal, 6, Gas and Water, 7, Glass and Pottery, 8, Printing and Paper, 9, Commerce, 10, Wood, 11, Horn, Bone and Tortoise Shell, 12, Agriculture, 13, Food and Drink, 14, Textiles, 15, Transport, 16, Women's Industries. 10. The formation of British working class culture. Those who use the written word professionally mostly come from, or join, the upper and middle classes of society. The literature about the lives of those classes in the 19th century is therefore ample and, since it is largely written from within those classes, it illuminates aspects of their existence which it would be difficult to reconstruct from purely external documentation. We do not need to be historians to know a great deal about the culture and mores of the 19th century bourgeoisie. This is as true of Britain as of France. Compared with this knowledge, our information about the culture of the British working classes is fragmentary, uncertain, and problematic. In a sense we know less about them even than about the rural laborers and the marginal groups which can still be described as peasants in 19th century Britain, for their modes of life were easily visible, their patterns of culture customary and often fixed in public forms, from proverbs to festivals, and anyone born and brought up in the countryside would have or could have a good deal of knowledge of them. Thomas Hardy, the novelist, moved far away from his roots in the Dorset of the first half of the 19th century, but his novels about the common people of what he chose to call Wessex mirror this traditional culture of the rural society and its new tensions admirably, even if he did not always understand what he saw and recorded. But the new urban and industrial working classes lived in a socially, and sometimes topographically, separate world from the middle and upper classes. The two nations, as Benjamin Disraeli called them in the 1840s, were sharply distinct and had little human contact with each other. To cross from the life of one class into that of the other, even within the same medium-sized town, was to travel into a different and unknown country even in 1940, when the present writer found himself transferred from the status of student at Cambridge, to the status of soldier, billeted on a working-class family barely 10 minutes walk away from his college. Moreover, for the bulk of those who wrote and published, the major part of the male worker's life, his daily labor, was entirely unknown. Even novelists who deliberately wrote about the workers' lives, as Disraeli in Sybil, 1844, Mrs. Gaskell in Mary Barton, 1848, and North and South, 1855, and Dickens in Hard Times, 1854, remain, horrified, outside the gates behind which the actual labor of the working classes took place. 1. For the most part, therefore, we see the 19th century working class from the outside, as a subject for debate, of social inquiry, of reportage and fictional documentation. The quantity of such writing is enormous, and the quality often very high, especially in the period when the social problem attracted particular attention, as in the 1830s and 1840s, and from the 1880s to 1914, but its limitations are obvious. And when workers wrote publicly about themselves, in the pamphlets and periodicals of the labor movement and in relatively infrequent memoirs and autobiographies, they often spoke in untypical voices by virtue of the fact that they belonged to the anomalous minority which wrote for publication. Even when the sons of workers began to become professional writers themselves, in the early 20th century, they remained untypical not merely by their social origin but in relation to their family environment. It would be unwise to generalize about the working class from the writings of the first major British novelist of proletarian origin, the miner's son D.H. Lawrence, 1885–1930. The image of 19th century Britain derivable from the printed page is therefore profoundly uncharacteristic. For this was a country in which, even in the second half of that century, a large majority of the population consisted of non-agricultural manual workers, perhaps 70% or according to the estimate of the statistician Dudley Baxter in 1867. And very little was known about their lives by non-workers. When a substantial number of urban workers were given the parliamentary vote by the Reform Act of 1867, an enterprising working-class journalist named Thomas Wright offered the middle classes what were in effect a series of guidebooks to this unknown majority under such titles as Some Habits and Customs of the Working Classes, 1867, and The Great Unwashed, 1868. The historian must therefore reconstruct the culture of the majority of the British people by his researches. A great deal of this work has already been done, particularly since about 1960, and the process of exploration continues. Until the 1950s this process of exploration was delayed, because labor historians tended to concentrate on the study of the ideology, the programs and organizations associated with the working class movement, and on the history of its most visible struggles and mass activities, from the British Jacobins, Owenites and Chartists, to the new socialists of the late 19th and 20th centuries, from the trade societies of the 18th century through the strikes and trade unions of the 19th, to the general strike of 1926. Yet, except at occasional moments, the world of the militants and the national ideologists and leaders was not the same as the world of the majority, who take their lives much as they find them, of what some trade union leaders, when they are regretting a lack of interest in their movement, call the vast apathetic mass, just plain folk, of what the working classes themselves describe, more soberly, as the general run of people. 2. The writer of the passage just quoted, himself a member of the first generation which produced intellectuals of working class origin in substantial numbers, that which reached adulthood in the 1930s and 1940s, is one of the pioneers of this relatively new inquiry into the lives of the working class, as distinct from the labor movement. Of course it should be clearly understood that the two were and are organically linked. Most workers might have been neither militants, nor even organized, but, especially from the late 19th century onwards, the world and culture of the working classes is incomprehensible without the labor movement, which for long periods was its core. The term the working classes or even the working class appears in the political language of Britain in the years after the end of the Napoleonic Wars. The first great movements which can be properly described as labor movements, both by their sense of class consciousness and by their procedures and programs, e.g. trade unions, and cooperative societies, also become important and prominent in the post-Napoleonic decades. Indeed, the Chartist movement, 1838–48, 3, which was held together by powerful bonds of class consciousness as well as the demand for electoral democratization, may well have mobilized a larger proportion of the non-agricultural workers than any other movement before the end of World War I. To this extent E.P. Thompson was right to call his great book The Making of the English Working Class, even though it concludes in 1830. Yet, in fact, this uniquely early appearance of the working class on the national scene reflected not an industrialized society, but a society in the first phase of the first of all industrial revolutions. Even within the cotton industry, pioneer of the factory system, the mechanized loom was only just appearing in many towns during the 1830s and 1840s, while the hand loom weavers, rapidly declining, had reached their numerical maximum, about 250,000, as late as the 1820s. The factory itself was virtually confined to parts of the textile industry. The so-called Factory Acts, providing a minimum of protective legislation, were not extended beyond the range of this industry until 1867. Indeed, until the end of the 1840s the British population remained predominantly rural, though from 1851 there was a small, but rapidly rising urban majority. Consequently industrial centers remained isolated, though regionally concentrated, and many of them, e.g. in the Midlands, in a pre-factory stage. Men and women adapted to their new conditions of life by modifying the traditional ways of village and pre-industrial town. Lancashire workers enforced the traditional holidays of their localities, the so-called wakes, by a massive absenteeism which obliged the masters to close their factories, characteristically called mills, and celebrated these holidays, until the 1840s, with the traditional religious rituals and fairs. Weavers, miners, and seamen, probably the largest single group of British proletarians until the Industrial Revolution, invented traditional folk songs in the old style about their new lives. In the 1950s enthusiasts were to rediscover, collect, and record what remained of these industrial folk songs. It is also true that new modes of struggle and organization were adopted, the strike, the trade union, the Society for Mutual Aid or Friendly Society, which also functioned as a center of sociability. However, even these had a lengthy pre-industrial pedigree. The Trade Society of Skilled Workers, which became the trade union of the 19th century, may or may not have descended directly from the old craft guilds, but its very vocabulary still reflects its pre-industrial origin. It organized the members of a trade or craft, its members described themselves as journeymen, artisans and skilled still call themselves craftsmen. To this day union members address each other not by some modern term but as brothers. And it was this age-old experience of pre-industrial organization which provided much of the framework for the organization of the new proletariat, and the typical militants of the new movement were, with some exceptions, a pre-industrial or semi-industrial elite. Of the worker members of the Manchester Mechanics Institution, in the very heart of the new industrial Britain, only about 15% were textile workers, almost 60% were from the handicrafts and building trades, and the rest were handicraftsmen who happened to build machines. Figures are averages for 1835 to 38.4. Many elements of what were later to be the characteristic lifestyles, culture, and movements of the working classes may be traced back to this first phase of the Industrial Revolution, particularly in the original factory and mining areas of North England, not least the very industrial landscape itself, as Frederick Engels described it unforgettably in his Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844. Some of it still survives. Much of it, whether built then or not much later, survived until the middle of the 20th century, as late as 1939 4 million families still lived in houses built before 1865. Industrial centers long remained communities, either because they never ceased to be villages, as in the case of most mining settlements, or because they retained the character of neighborhoods even when they grew into the typical industrial town, which was of medium size, say 50,000 to 80,000, or even when these towns merged together into the vast built-up areas in which, even in 1881, 40% of Englishmen and Welshmen lived: London, Lancashire, Manchester and its surrounding towns. The West Midlands, Birmingham and the so-called Black Country, West Yorkshire, Leeds, Bradford, etc., Merseyside, Greater Liverpool, and Tyneside, centred on Newcastle. For the geographer these might form single conurbations, but even today the physically invisible distinction between Manchester and Salford is perfectly clear to their inhabitants. The history of the labor movement is full of modest militants whose entire life, apart from a spell of youthful wandering and visits to congresses, was passed in the place of their birth or some nearby township. Among the miners even some nationally known leaders remained rooted like trees in their native village. It is not easy to trace the heritage of this early period of industrialization, though we can detect it here and there, as in the custom, rare in 19th century Britain, for married women to work in the cotton factories of Lancashire. However, one important element surviving from that era was to be the dissident Protestant sects, nonconformists, whose most spectacular period of numerical growth coincided with the troubled decades between Trafalgar and 1848. Almost certainly these sects did not convert a majority of workers, except in Wales, where religious dissent functioned as a national symbol, as Roman Catholicism did among the Irish immigrant labourers. These national groups were consequently the only ones among the British working classes to show interest in religion en masse, for the relative religious indifferentism of the labouring classes was already noted in the religious census of 1851. There were indeed sects, such as the Primitive Methodists, which clearly had a particularly strong appeal to workers, but their major success was in industrial villages, as among coal miners. 5 However, religious dissent was strikingly important in the formation of working-class elites, at all events in the geographical regions where the sects were particularly strong. 60% of the first substantial group of Labour MPs in 1906 claimed to have come from a nonconformist background, and even in 1962 50% of Labour MPs came from the sects. Except in some regions, notably London, active atheism was not of major significance even among the militants. The typical British anti-clerical of the 19th century was a nonconformist. Nevertheless, it is impossible to trace the characteristic patterns of working-class culture as a whole back to the period before 1848. They emerged in the course of the next 30 years in which industrial capitalism became the common and accepted way of life of the labouring classes and, in Maurice Dobbs' words, the working class began to assume the homogeneous character of a factory proletariat. 6 And it was not until the 1880s, or at the earliest the later 1870s, that these patterns took the permanent shape which they were to keep until the dramatic transformations of the 1950s and 1960s. The well-known discontinuity of the history of the British labour movement demonstrates this. The great political ferment of 1815 to 48, the vast mass mobilizations of the Chartist period in the 1840s, disappeared. The continuous development of the modern labor movement and Labour Party only began again with the rediscovery of socialism and the so-called new trade unionism of the 1880s. The intervening decades were unlike either what went before or what came after. They were, however, crucial for the formation of the later working-class culture in three respects. First, they taught workers that capitalism was both national and, at least for the foreseeable future, permanent. It was neither a temporary historical catastrophe, like some foreign invasion or occupation, nor a coalition of local economic tempests from which escape into quieter regions was possible. Trade unions learned, in the 1840s and 1850s, that during depressions it was useless to send their unemployed members on tramp to look for work in some city where prosperity reigned. The fluctuations and movements of the economy were national. Second, the pattern of industrial Britain, of the mechanized, but still normally quite small, factory, the mine, forge, shipyard and railway, became dominant, and not merely a regional anomaly of Lancashire. Several of the major industrial areas, the coal fields of Durham and South Wales, the shipbuilding centres of Scotland, and the North East, had hardly been developed before 1850, while industrial revolution began to transform formerly artisan-dominated manufacturing centres. The factory came to Birmingham, the great steel works to Sheffield. Third, the characteristic stratification of the working class developed. It was the joint product of an archaic form of industrialization and of the value system of a confident liberal bourgeoisie, which became dominant as counter-ideologies lost their hold among the working classes with the decline of the pre-1848 mass movements, and of economic expansion. At the top of the working class hierarchy there was an aristocracy of labor recognized and recognizing itself as a stratum superior to and to some extent separate from the rest. Its members saw themselves as distinguished by craft, ideally learned in apprenticeship, and hence skill, from the laborers, and even those who clearly possessed neither craft training nor craft skill, assimilated themselves to the craftsman stereotype. Indeed both could do so because both had effective trade unions, and with some exceptions, of which cotton spinning, a monopoly of males, was one, most unions in the 1870s rested on the irreplaceability of certain kinds of manual skill, acquired by long training and experience. See chapters 12, 14. The labor aristocracy was respectable, a key term in the social vocabulary of 19th century Britain. It was flattered by the ruling class as the intelligent artisans, and indeed, the feebleness of a petite bourgeoisie of the continental type and the extraordinary lack of a stratum of white-collar workers and petty officials in Victorian Britain. In 1871 the business of the greatest trading nation in the world employed a mere 200,000 in commercial occupations, made the artisans the core of what was sometimes described as the lower middle class. And yet, as recent research has shown once again, it saw itself as a working class, even in some respects as the spokesmen and leaders of the rest of the manual workers. And necessarily so, because its economic advantages and status depended on the capacity to organize, in trade unions, in consumer cooperative societies, in societies of mutual aid and insurance. By these means, and only by these means, could it maintain the relative exclusiveness which separated it from the laborers, and safeguarded itself to some extent against insecurity. It was existentially linked to those below it, though it had to keep them at bay. The labor aristocracy provided the model for a rather larger stratum of workers, estimated by contemporary middle-class observers at anything up to half the manual working class, though probably somewhat smaller, of those with reasonably regular earnings and who formed in the works of Charles Booth the recognized field of all forms of cooperation and combination, i.e. of labor organization. However, it should be remembered that before the early 20th century the actual percentage of workers in trade unions was, outside specific skilled occupations, regions, and industries, not more than 10 to 15% of the male workers, 1901. The remainder ranged from those classified vaguely as unskilled labor, but who included many groups such as most railwaymen, who could have been organized by forms of trade unionism other than the prevalent type of craft union, to the large marginal population and sub-proletariat of the big cities and those forced to shed all self-respect by accepting the only form of social security available, the penal poor law. The autobiography of Charlie Chaplin gives a vivid picture of what being a pauper meant. 7 Social inquiries at the end of the century revealed that something like 40% of the working class lived on or below the so-called poverty line. Lastly, the decades after 1848 laid the foundations for the subsequent working class culture, inasmuch as, with the exception of the poor law, some legal control of working hours and conditions and, after 1870, the provision of state elementary education, they left the provision of goods and services for the working class almost entirely to its own voluntary organizations and to the, generally small, entrepreneurs who could make a profit out of supplying the poor. The working class culture which became dominant in the 1880s reflected both the new and fully industrial economy, the growing size of the working class as a potential market, and the striking improvement in average real wages during the period of rapidly falling living costs, c. 1873 to 96. From about 1890 on, it also increasingly reflected a growing class consciousness and the changed, and greatly increased, role of the state in national life. The growing size of the working class was the natural result of an economy still largely based on manual labor. Thus the rise in the output of coal, the overwhelmingly dominant source of energy, required a proportionate increase in the number of coal miners, so that by 1914 something like 1.25 million men, plus their families, were required by the British economy for this purpose alone. The growing class consciousness was the result not only of the increased class tensions in the period of the so-called Great Depression, 1873 to 1896, and the period of rapid industrial change thereafter, but also of the dramatic rise in tertiary employment. A new lower middle class, essentially composed of white-collar workers, inserted itself between the old artisan stratum and the middle class. Since its economic situation was not obviously superior, its main object was to segregate itself as sharply as possible from the working class, both in a lifestyle much more modeled on that of the middle class and by means of a militantly conservative, patriotic, and even imperialist ideology. The labor aristocracy, while maintaining its economic advantages over the rest of the working class, found itself increasingly pressed into a common stratum with the rest. When its actual industrial privileges came under pressure from mechanization, several of the most characteristic labor aristocratic groups of the middle decades of the 19th century were, after 1914, to move sharply to the left in self-defense. They were, notably in the metal industries, to become the main base of left-wing movements. The culture of the British proletariat which was then developed is the one made familiar by the writings of both sociologists and intellectuals emerging from working-class families around the period of World War II, and even more by the British mass media of the 1950s and 1960s, some of which, notably television, had a strong populist bias. In fact, it probably did not change substantially until the transformation of the material life of the working classes by full employment, high wages, and the new consumer society in the 1950s. It may be argued that the old culture probably reached its peak between 1945 and 1951, for this was the period when trade union membership, as a percentage of the labor force, the electoral strength of the Labour Party, both in absolute terms and as a percentage of the total electorate, attendance at football matches and cinemas, and perhaps also the mass circulation newspaper appealing specifically to a proletarian audience, were at their maximum. The term culture is here used in the wider sense familiarized by social anthropologists, for culture in the narrower middle-class sense, i.e. literature and the arts considered as a self-contained phenomenon, were part only of the lives of a section of the working class, generally, but not exclusively, the politically conscious and active, and that part of the younger generation which completed a secondary education. For the British workers as a whole, the word book was a synonym for a magazine. Theatre meant the cinema, though also still to some extent the music hall. Pictures meant the cinema. This working class culture was so firmly established that it is difficult to forget that it had specific chronological origins. Football as a mass proletarian sport, almost a lay religion, was the product of the 1880s, though northern newspapers began to notice even at the end of the 1870s that the football results they printed to fill up space, attracted readers. The game was professionalized in the middle 1880s, and in that decade it developed its pattern, the league matches, the knockout competition for the cup, the almost complete domination of the game by players of proletarian origin, paid a wage, like all workers, though a higher one than the rest, the curious binary opposition which divided industrial cities above a certain size into rival parties supporting rival teams, Sheffield United against Sheffield Wednesday, Nottingham County against Nottingham Forest, Liverpool against Everton, Glasgow Rangers against Glasgow Celtic, with a strong note of Catholic against Protestant, or Irish against non-Irish in nationally divided cities, etc. The typical seaside holiday of the working classes, the holiday resorts specifically associated with them, notably Blackpool in Lancashire, also took shape in the 1880s and 1890s. The famous little flat-peaked cap, which became the virtual uniform of the British worker at leisure, it is still recorded in a comic strip about traditional male proletarian values in the Northeast. Andy Cap, appears to have triumphed in the 1890s and 1900s. Even the fish and chip shop, the universal provider of standard ready-cooked food until the 1950s, was not invented before 1865 in Lancashire. Indeed, it is often forgotten that even the domestic kitchen range did not enter working-class homes to any extent before the 1860s. Even the characteristic shape of the workers' week, characteristically known abroad as la semaine anglaise, did not fully triumph until the 1870s, when the practice of paying weekly wages on Fridays made the weekend, or rather Saturday, into the main day for leisure activities. Puritanism excluded ungodly forms of entertainment on Sundays, though not the custom of many an adult male worker staying in bed all morning reading the type of newspapers that featured meticulously accurate reporting of crime, sexual assaults, and all forms of sport. Saint Monday, the Declaration of Independence of the pre-industrial worker and artisan, still flourished in the 1860s, when it was still the biggest day of the week for galas, fêtes, and anniversary demonstrations in Wolverhampton, for rowing races on Tyneside and for foot races all over England. It was not until the 1880s and 1890s that the High Street, the main shopping street of working-class cities and districts, could begin to take the shape it was to keep until the rise of the supermarkets. It was the product both of the discovery of a mass consumer market among the working class and of imperialism. The first led to the factory production, from the 1870s, of shoes, sold in branches of multiple shops, and, a little later, of men's clothing. Cheap women's wear and cosmetics did not become big business until between the wars. It also led to the factory production of cheap jams, sauces, and pickles, part of a major transformation of food patterns. The second factor, imperialism, produced chain stores, national or regional firms with numerous branches. Lipton's had 500 such shops by 1914, selling groceries from overseas and cheap frozen meat from Argentina or the Antipodes. The cooperative stores were reluctant to stock this, for the British artisan preferred good British meat, and could afford it. The fortunes of these chain stores rested largely on the sale of Indian and Ceylonese tea, which was first packaged on a mass production basis in 1884. After 1900, even more exotic products such as the banana were seen in popular greengrocers and fruiters. Colonial fats were the basis of the soap empire of Lever, colonial cocoa of the, mainly Quaker, entrepreneurs who supplied the unlimited appetite of the British and especially Scottish working-class child for mass-produced chocolates and sweets. Clearly British workers did not lose their regional, even local, characteristics, as market researchers know even today. 8 Indeed, unlike the British middle classes, British workers never completely abandoned local dialects for a standard English language, and even today one of the few groups of prominent citizens of Britain whose accent can be immediately localized is that of the trade union leaders. Nevertheless, the pattern of working-class life and culture which emerged in the last decades of the 19th century was remarkably standardized. Nor did it change fundamentally, though between the wars it was enriched by new consumer goods, better housing, and new forms of leisure. After 1918, municipal housing, previously negligible, became common. In 1939 about 10% of the almost 13 million dwellings in Britain had been built by municipalities, almost all since World War I. At the same time, the vast house-building boom of the 1930s introduced a substantially new element into urban housing, the owner-occupier. Between the wars about 4 million of them appeared, not quite half of them workers. 9 New council estates and working-class suburbs with gardens, often, as in London, remote from the centre, developed. The privatization of working-class life had begun. Meanwhile the great cinemas rose, palaces of temporary dreams in which to forget the years of depression and unemployment. Their very names, Granada, Odeon, suited their opulent decor, though the wonderful Baroque variety theatres, which had reached their peak between 1890 and 1914, still held their own, at least in the city centres. Another dream world was provided for the working class when in 1919 the first of the so-called Palais de Danse opened its doors. Both cinema and the jazz-influenced dance were cultural imports from the United States, as well as symptoms of the emancipation of working-class girls. For the Palais was where girls went to meet boys, and the picture palace where they went together, as, increasingly, did husbands and wives. At the same time the football pools, which offered large prizes for the correct prediction of the results of the week's matches, added a new dimension to proletarian intellectual activities. Although the middle class condemned the universal passion of male British workers for betting as immoral and ruinous, for most workers, who rarely wagered more money than they could regularly afford, winning was merely a possible reward for the pleasure of passing hours, in the case of the pools mainly at home, studying form and testing their powers of rational prediction. It was probably the only form of regular study of men who did not read books. Finally, there was radio, uncommercialized, paternalist, but unquestionably by the end of the 1930s the most universal medium for popular culture, because the most domestic. Radio marked the beginning of the transformation of life for the most permanent victim of proletarian culture, and indeed industrial life, the married working-class woman. For most of them a narrow house in a narrow street was not merely the center of their lives, but the setting of virtually all of it after marriage. Their social contacts, outside the household, were largely confined to neighbors, neighborhood shopkeepers, kinsfolk who very often lived close by, and perhaps a few outsiders such as the rent collector, or the insurance man who called weekly to collect the small payment which would normally achieve no more than the cost of a good funeral for the dead. In the house she would, unless the children were very small, pass much of the weekday alone, while the men were out at work and children at school or in the street. Her solitude might be relieved by an occasional gossip with neighbors or in the corner shop. She was still excluded from the new possibilities of work, in industry, shops and offices, and of leisure, which opened before the unmarried working-class girl from the 1880s on. Marriage ended them. In 1914 only 10% of British married women worked for wages, and even in 1931 only 13%. In return, the working-class wife was the center of the family, the focus of its emotional relationships, the crucial influence, as all autobiographies make clear, on her children. She spent the money the men earned. In some industries or regions, as among some groups of miners, the man would hand his wages to his wife on payday and she would return part of them to him as spending money for himself. More commonly he would give her a sum for the weekly housekeeping and leave her to manage as best she could. She established the visible status of the family by the curtains and potted plant in the front window. In better-off families this was the parlor, never used except on special occasions, and by the never-ending battle to keep soot and grime at bay by scrubbing, polishing, and color. By 30 she would have lost most of her sexual attraction, and would have stopped trying. In classical proletarian areas like South Wales even in the 1960s spending on women's clothes is low in general and spending on cosmetics and millinery lower still. 10 by 40 she rapidly becomes the shapeless figure the family know as our mam, our Hogarth. By 50 she would probably be in persistently poor health, vainly kept at bay by patent medicines or a bottle of something from the doctor. After 1911, when a rudimentary form of national health insurance was introduced, she had probably begun going out with boys at 16, been courting regular at 18, reached the culmination of her life on the day of marriage. The rest of her existence was sacrifice. Not that the working-class male was commonly in good physical shape. A century of primitive industrialization left him small and dark, lined and sallow about the face by the time he has passed 30, our Hogarth. In the early 20th century 12-year-old boys at, middle-class and aristocratic, private schools were on average 12.5 centimeters taller than those in state schools. When conscription was introduced for the first time in 1917-18, only 36% of the recruits could be classified as fit and healthy, while 41.5%, in London 48.5%, had marked disabilities or signs of past disease. Small wonder, since in the poorest areas of Leeds, 1902, half the children had rickets and 60% carious teeth. Nevertheless, the life of the working-class man was more varied than the married woman's, since much of it was spent in the sociable environments of work, and the even more overwhelmingly masculine leisure centers of the pub and football match. The two institutions were closely linked, since sport, expertly discussed, was overwhelmingly the most usual subject of conversation at the pub. Male sociability was inseparable from alcohol, in England overwhelmingly beer, in Scotland also hard liquor, whiskey, though convention distinguished clearly between the social glass and festive or intoxicating drinking. In fact, between the early 1870s, when it reached a peak, and the 1960s, heavy drinking was clearly on the decline. The classic working-class pub was the local where men would tend to drop in regularly, generally in ones or twos after work or after the early evening meal, for a longer or shorter respite from labor and domesticity. As alternative forms of leisure for the young increased, the working-class pub became increasingly, once again until trends reversed in the 1960s, a fortress for men over 30. Where, in all this world of cramped, enduring, stoic and undemanding men and women, do we find class consciousness? Everywhere. The lives of British workers were so impregnated with it that almost every one of their actions testified to their sense of difference and conflict between us and them. They were not clearly defined, except in workshop or factory, although the virtual fusion between landed aristocracy, capitalist, and a new lower middle class into a united conservative party between 1886 and 1922 made exact definition unnecessary. After 1922 the Labour Party replaced the Liberal Party as its rival, though there were only two short-lived and powerless Labour governments before 1945. Britain was a two-class society with a two-party system which reflected it, and everyone knew it. Yet while the rise of an independent workers' party based, as its name shows, exclusively on class allegiance was a crucial development of the 20th century, or more exactly of the interwar years, the class consciousness of British workers cannot be measured by the Labour Party vote alone, if only because it never, even at its peak in 1945-51, won more than a bare majority of proletarian voters. There were no doubt areas in Britain, notably in the coal mining districts, or in industrially specialized provincial towns, where the working class and the organized labor movement were indeed almost identical, but they were not the norm. Three things characterized the class consciousness of British workers: a profound sense of the separateness of manual labor, an unformulated but powerful moral code based on solidarity, fairness, mutual aid, and cooperation, and the readiness to fight for just treatment. The historian A.J.P. Taylor has written of the general strike of 1926. The voluntary recruitment of the First World War and the strike of 1926 were acts of spontaneous generosity, without parallel in any other country. Such nobility deserves more than a passing tribute. The strikers asked nothing for themselves. They did not seek to challenge the government, still less to overthrow the Constitution. They merely wanted the miners to have a living wage. They went once more into the trenches, without enthusiasm and with little hope. 11. But generosity is the wrong word. It was the moral conviction that people had the right to fair treatment, to a decent wage for a hard life, to fair shares even of poverty, which dominated them. And it was the knowledge, acquired in a century of industrialization which turned Britain into a country of proletarians, that workers must help each other against them. In most cases that help was small, informal, often pitifully inadequate. The state, the law, the authorities belonged to them, except for local municipalities controlled by labor. A vast amount of working-class life until 1914, and even until 1945, was lived in a network of mutual aid and trust largely independent of the law. In workshops men knew that even the infirm and elderly had a right to earn a living, and their mates saw to it that they could. Neighbors helped each other. Complex systems of mutual trust operated smoothly without sanctions, as in the system of cash betting on horses outside racecourses, which stretched into every factory or working-class street. Technically it was illegal, unlike the credit betting of the rich, though generally tolerated by the police. Yet it functioned perfectly, and, what is more surprising, without any significant involvement of organized criminals. Like the more organized and political forms of working-class action, it symbolized a certain sense of class independence, but above all the creation of a social space outside the control of the powerful and rich. Its ambitions were small, but it knew how to set limits to their power, through a mixture of formal struggle and informal non-cooperation. British workers may have not aimed to overthrow the wages system, but no other working class has achieved the degree of de facto workers' control on the factory floor which became characteristic of so many large British factories. The politically conscious elite of militants constantly regretted that the ambitions of the masses were not greater, their interest in ideology not more pronounced, even though the great mass of the militants themselves, the activists in Union and Labour Party, were not revolutionary enough for a generally Marxist fringe which has, ever since the rediscovery of socialism in the 1880s, operated on its left, usually with greater influence in the trade unions than in electoral politics. The present chapter, I repeat, is not concerned with them, if only because their history and social composition has not yet been satisfactorily investigated. They were probably not very different from similar elites in other countries, even those which contained far more people calling themselves Marxists. They were overwhelmingly, until the 1950s, a proletarian elite, not only because relatively few middle-class intellectuals were socialists, and not only because the social and educational system kept intelligent young workers largely in manual labor, but also because leaving one's class even, sometimes, to become a foreman was a sort of betrayal. And, as elsewhere, the organized labor movement was not only a form of struggle, but also for so many of its militants a form of self-education. However, able and devoted though the militants were, they were a minority, though between the wars when the Labour Party had perhaps 250,000 male members and almost 200,000 women members, a substantial minority. Such, then, was the culture of the British working class on the eve of its crisis and change. The 1950s and 1960s transformed it, though, by integrating it into the modern British consumer culture they also transformed that culture itself. In the past 25 years the British working class itself has changed profoundly. Today less than half the British occupied population consists of manual workers, and with the exception of the great complex of metalworking and electrical industries, the ancient strongholds of working class culture, coal, textiles, shipbuilding, the railways, are dying or much diminished. More than half of all married women work for wages today. The young working class militants have gone to school and are now young professional militants. The most characteristic Labour member of Parliament today is not a miner or railwayman, but a lecturer in some college aspiring to the status of a university. Not the windy beaches of Lancashire but the sunny coasts of Spain see the annual holiday mass migrations of the British proletariat. Fish and chip shops have given way to take-away food. In material terms the gain is enormous. Since the 1950s, for the first time in history, most workers in Britain have been able to live a life worthy of human beings. In non-material terms, a way of life is ending or has ended. And, like Britain itself, anchored in the 19th century, the British working class is in danger of losing its bearings. But its present situation and prospects are a subject for the reporter and the sociologist. They are not yet a subject for the historian. 1979. This chapter was originally written for French publication. Thus the crucial incident in his The Mayor of Casterbridge, 1886, is the sale of his wife by a farm worker, Michael Henchard. But historians, notably E.P. Thompson, have now established that such sales of wives were a form of marital separation far from uncommon in the 18th and even part of the 19th century, whether or not they traumatized the subsequent lives of the people involved in them, as they did Michael Henchard's. However, with very rare exceptions, such as the, now almost extinct, quarry workers in North Wales, all workers in all industrial areas of the United Kingdom by the early 20th century spoke English. The bulk of Labour Party members were affiliated to the party through the trade unions. In many cases only a minority of trade unionists were thus affiliated. Individual membership did not exist before 1918. The numbers in the smaller left-wing organizations were far smaller. 11. The Making of the Working Class 1870 to 1914. If I call this chapter The Making of the Working Class, it is not because I wish to imply that the formation of this or any other class is a once-for-all process like the building of a house. Classes are never made in the sense of being finished or having acquired their definitive shape. They keep on changing. However, since the working class was historically a new class, not recognized as a social or institutional collective by itself or others before a specifiable period, there is some point in tracing its emergence as such a social group during some period. That is what E.P. Thompson attempted to do in a book which instantly and rightly became a classic. 1. On the other hand, the working class of the 1820s and 1830s, assuming the name is already applicable, was patently very different from the so-called traditional working class about which cultural observers, sometimes of proletarian parentage like Richard Hogarth, began to write bittersweet elegies in the 1950s. The famous fustian jackets of Chartism were still a long way from handicap. It is the emergence of the handicap working class which is my subject here, the British proletariat, which came to be recognizable not only by its headgear, about which I shall have something to say, but by the physical environment in which they lived, by a style of life and leisure, by a certain class consciousness increasingly expressed in a secular tendency to join unions and to identify with the class party of labor. It is the working class of cup finals, fish and chip shops, paletodonts and labor with a capital L. Since the 1950s this class has both contracted and changed, though the 1950 theorists of classlessness and embourgeoisement were wrong in predicting its dissolution. A lot of it is still there. The transformations since 1950 have been profound, nevertheless. However, these more recent developments of and within the working class are not my subject here. I have joined a number of people in the labor movement in discussing the nature and implications of these changes elsewhere. 2. But my title is also both a tribute to and a critique of E.P. Thompson's remarkable book. In one sense, Thompson was right to date the emergence of the working class in British society in the early 19th century, for by the time of Chartism the image of British society expressed in Asa Briggs' language of class was already formulated, and it was formulated as a Trinitarian image of landlords, bourgeoisie, and labor. And this image already implies the conceptual absorption into the working class of all sorts of social strata which still existed in fact, but had, as it were, become socially invisible. The considerable body of people who played so large, and often so conscious, a part on the social stage of other countries under such names as peasantry, petty bourgeoisie, small craftsmen etc., appear to be absent in Britain. By the time of Chartism, such terms as artisan, journeyman, craftsman, or for that matter virtually all terms associated with the ancient world of independent small producers and their organizations, denote something like the skilled wage worker rather than the independent producer, while, conversely, the term manufacturer, which previously referred vaguely to the labor force, came to be monopolized by the industrial employer. Polarization of terminology indicates economic transformation. If the words trade and tradesman, when used by workers, came to mean primarily industrial skill, the same terms in middle and upper class usage, came to denote exclusively the function of retailing. The classic handworker, artisan, or artigiano who both made and sold, disappeared into the gap between. But if the Thompson period is in this and some other ways crucial for the emergence, the making of the English working class, Thompson seems to me to be wrong to suggest, for he does no more than this, that the labor classes of the period before, or even during, Chartism were the working class as it was to develop later. In spite of the striking, and by international standards, quite exceptional continuity of the trade union movement with its pre-industrial artisan past, most of the work since Thompson has shown how dangerous it is to read the proletariat, the labor movements and the ideologies of our century back into the post-Napoleonic decades. Indeed, the lack of continuity between the labor movements before and after Chartism, the generation gap between the socialism of Owen and the socialist revival of the 1880s, is so obvious, that attempts to explain it still keep historians busy. Some of our organizations may be very old and the occasional bit of folklore may have survived, but the truth is that the continuous history of British labor movements, including their historic memory, only begins long after the Chartists. If the living tradition of the movement reaches back beyond this, it is because labor historians have disinterred the remoter past and fed it into the movement, where it has become part of the intellectual baggage of the activists. Owenism, Chartism, and the rest, and the working classes of that early period, are of course the ancestors of the later British working class and its movements, but they are in crucial respects different phenomena. In this sense the working class is not made until long after Thompson's book ends. 2. It is hardly surprising that the working class of the powerful and broad-based late Victorian economy was very different from the laboring classes of the period before the railway network had been built. We need not waste time in establishing so obvious a point. In 1851 there were more shoemakers than coal miners, 2.5 times as many tailors as railwaymen, and more silk workers than commercial clerks. 3 The workshop of the world was not yet what Clapham called the industry state, either in scale, pattern, or technology and industrial organization. If Lancashire had found its industrial pattern, Birmingham, Sheffield, Tyneside, and South Wales were only finding it or about to find it. The question is rather how the development of the new and broadened industrial economy affected the working class. It did so in a number of ways. In the first place, it greatly increased in absolute size and concentration. If total percentage employed in manufacture, mining, and industry did not increase much between 1851 and 1911, and hardly at all until the 1890s, but transport did, it now constituted a much larger and more concentrated mass. 4 In 1911 there were 36 cities of over 100,000 inhabitants in Britain, compared to 10 in 1851, and they contained 44% of the total population compared to 25%. Between 1871 and 1911 Merseyside increased by about 3/4, and Tyneside almost trebled in population. The mean size of the establishments in which people worked also increased, though in industries which had established their pattern early, this may not have altered the general order of magnitude. Whether or not the 400 or so miners who formed the mean labor force in a Yorkshire and Glamorgan Monmouth mine in 1912 were much bigger than before, pits of that size had long been familiar, and the 220 operatives in the average cotton mill of 1906, though larger by a quarter than in 1871, hardly transformed the character of such establishments. 5. On the other hand, we cannot but be struck by the rise of large industrial concentrations where none had existed before. There is nothing before the 1850s to compare with mid-Victorian Tyneside, where we already find in the 1860s perhaps 12 shipyards employing a minimum of 1,500 men each. Armstrong's already had 6,000 to 7,000 in their Elswick works. But by 1914 it was to be 20,000, or about 3 times as many. Just so the Great Western Railway's works in Swindon trebled its 1,875 labor force to reach 14,000 by 1914. There is a qualitative and not only a quantitative difference between Barrow-in-Furness in 1871 to 2, when the town's largest shipyard and engineering works employed 600 men each, and the Barrow of World War I, in which Vickers employed 27,000 engineers and 6,000 shipbuilders. 6. In the second place, the occupational composition of the working classes changed substantially, as witness the rise of the railwaymen from less than 100,000 in 1871 to 400,000 in 1911, and of miners from 500,000 to 1.2 million in the same period, while the total male population of England, Wales, and Scotland only increased by 60%. And so, plainly, did its age and sex composition, with the decline of school-age employment from 30% of all children in 1851 to 14% in 19,147, and the modest, but novel, penetration of women into factory industries other than textiles. The changes in the manual skills of workers are less plain, and still the subject of much debate. Yet it is undeniable that in 1875 the largest national trade unions by far were the Amalgamated Engineers and the Operative Stonemasons, followed, in that order, by the Boilermakers, Amalgamated Carpenters and Joiners, Amalgamated Tailors and the Cotton Spinners. After 1895 the TUC was notoriously dominated by the big battalions of coal, now nationally organized, and cotton, and by 1914 by the Triple Alliance of coal, transport, and railways. Moreover, even the powerful groups of labor aristocrats relied increasingly, and necessarily, not on the indispensability of irreplaceable manual skills, but on job monopolies guaranteed by the strength of organizations which kept out others who might quite easily have done their work. Hence the crucial issue for labor during World War I was to be dilution. In the third place, the growing national integration and concentration of the national economy and its sectors, and the growing role of the state in both, transformed the conditions of industrial conflict. Let us merely remind ourselves that the industrial dispute as a national strike or lockout, does not exist for practical purposes before the 1890s. Indeed, Cronin has shown that the strike itself only came into its own after 1870. For that matter, the negotiated nationwide collective agreement is absent before 1890, except in parts of the cotton industry where the nation coincided with sections of Lancashire. By 1910, as Clegg, Fox and Thompson point out, there were such agreements in engineering, shipbuilding, printing, iron and steel, and footwear, as well as equivalent mechanisms elsewhere. Moreover, the direct and urgent interest of government in industrial relations is shown not only by the establishment of the Labor Department of the Board of Trade, 1893, and the growing scope of its activities, but by the direct intervention of senior politicians in labor disputes, Rosebery's incursion into the coal lockout of 1893 being the first major example. 10. In the fourth place, and here we leave economics for politics, there was the widening of the franchise and mass politics. What proletarian voters might think and want, was henceforth a major preoccupation of politicians, and conversely, what central government could be got to do was of much more practical concern to workers, even though they took a while to wake up to this fact. When politicians, I am quoting the Edwardian Churchill, thought that the main problem was how to stop party politics turning into class politics, workers were also more likely to be struck by the potential of national class politics. Belonging to labor, i.e. to manual labor, took on a political dimension it had not had since Chartism. These developments are important, because without them it is difficult to understand how that aggregate of microcosms which constituted the British world of labor, that collection of often strictly self-contained little worlds, could transform itself into a national phenomenon. Take a late and rather extreme example, that of W.P. Richardson, 1873 to 1930. He was born and lived all his life in Usworth, County Durham, worked for 30 years in Usworth Colliery, married a local miner's daughter, presided over Usworth Parish Council, directed the Usworth Colliery Primitive Methodist Chapel Choir and wrote a column on poultry for the local paper. It is safe to say that if, say, Manchester had been wiped out by an earthquake, it would have made no practical difference to him. Yet this man, who was as rooted in his village as any Herefordshire milkmaid, helped to found the local ILP branch, joined the board of the Daily Herald, championed the nationalization of all mines and was to become the national treasurer of the Miners' Federation. This is by no means as natural a development as it may seem in retrospect. For miners of Richardson's generation it became both easier, and in many ways essential, to see Usworth not only as part of the Durham coal field, but of a national coal industry, and that being a miner implied being a member of a national working class whose specific political and social aspirations were expressed in an independent party of labor with its own newspapers and specific programs. An older figure like Henry Rust, 1831 to 1902, never really reconciled himself to the fact that the miners of West Bromwich and Darlaston had anything to gain from joining the rest of the Midland miners, let alone the National Miners' Federation. 11. Given all this, we should expect the working class itself to change. But how and when? Let me take the simple and apparently frivolous case of Andy Cap. When did this particular headgear, the flat cap, become characteristic of the British proletarian? It was certainly not so in the 1870s in London, for Jules Valles, the communard refugee, specifically complained about the lack of the local workers' class consciousness, because they did not, unlike the Paris artisans, wear la blouse et la casquette when off work. 12 The illustrations and photographs of the 1870s and 1880s show a mixture of headgear and, incidentally, as Keir Hardie's Deer Stalker demonstrates, even caps were not yet standardized. Yet by 1914 any picture of masses of British workers anywhere, on or off duty, reveals the familiar sea of flat-peaked caps. The detailed chronology of this transformation awaits research on the rich iconographic material. But it is evident that within a matter of a couple of decades or so, the British male workers had taken to wearing a badge which immediately stamped them as members of a class. And moreover, they knew that it did. The argument of my paper is that the so-called traditional working class with its specific patterns of life and views of life did not emerge much before the 1880s and took shape in the next couple of decades. I should perhaps also add that this was also the period of the emergence of the middle class as we know it, which is very different indeed from its early and mid-Victorian predecessors and from the upper bourgeoisie of the establishment. The sudden rise of the cap is paralleled by the equally rapid rise of the old school T13 and the even more sudden rise of the golf club. 29 golf courses were laid out in Yorkshire in 1890-5, before 1890 there had been just 2.14 however, though the restructuring of each of the two main social strata of Britain is not separable from the other, this is not my subject here. 3. The 1880s are familiar to every labor historian as the decade of the so-called rebirth of socialism in Britain, but the phenomena I am here concerned with are statistically more significant than the ideological shifts among the few hundred people who, in the 1880s, constituted the British socialist organizations and their sympathizers. They are more massive even than the beginnings of the transformation of trade unionism in this decade, known as the New Unionism. I pick out the 1880s, because the substantial transformation of the material conditions of working-class life and of what might be called the social and institutional compass bearings of the working-class course across the territory of national life, were hardly visible before then. I am not claiming that they were not present. It is easy to play the well-known historian's game of pushing origins backwards, especially into a period as curiously lacking a definable working-class profile as the decades after Chartism, a period when it is often still hard to decide whether time off for working men meant the weekend, the famous semaine anglaise of which continentals dreamed, or the traditional Saint Monday. 15 Thus, to take a familiar landmark in the map of the traditional working class, the fish and chip shop originated, probably in Oldham, in the 1860s, and a local firm began to manufacture ranges exclusively for fish frying in the first half of the 1870s. In 1876 this was still described as a petty trade, whereas by 1914 there were something like 25,000 fish fryers. 16 Other innovations of the 1880s can be traced back to the 1870s. Football already had a modest subterranean life as a proletarian spectator sport in the later 70s. Professional agents and national booking of music hall artists seems to have developed in that decade, which also saw the birth of a professional trade press for the pop music business. 18 It is not my intention to claim patent rights on the basis of priority for any decade, but simply to point out that, whatever may be the case in the 1870s, the new pattern emerged on the national scene in the 1880s and cannot any longer be overlooked, though both contemporary middle-class observers and subsequent historians have long succeeded in overlooking it. Three factors affected the workers' material conditions of life after 1870, the dramatic fall of the cost of living during the so-called Great Depression of 1873–96, the discovery of the domestic mass market, including that of the well-paid or at least regularly employed workers for industrially produced or processed goods, and, after 1875, the so-called by-law housing, under Section 157 of the Public Health Act, which in fact created so much of the environment of working-class life, the rows of terraced houses outside the old town centers. All imply or were based on, the modest, patchy, but plainly undeniable improvement in the standard of life of the bulk of British workers, which is not a matter of dispute even among historians. The crucial point about this improvement is not the mere rise in real incomes and consumer expenditures, but the structural changes which mediated them. These are most spectacular in distribution, i.e. in the relative decline of retail markets and small shops and the rise on the one hand of the co-ops, whose membership increased from about 500,000 in the late 1870s to around 1 million around 1890, and 3 million in 1914, and, on the other, the rise of the multiple shops which were to give the British high streets their characteristic appearance between the 1890s and the rise of the modern supermarket since the 1950s. 19 Nor should we forget the rise and institutionalization of hire purchase, which made possible the transformation of the working-class interior. Its history has been neglected, though work is in progress. Here again the 1880s and 1890s seem to have been crucial. The dates of the key cases which cleared up the legal and financial confusion surrounding this growing practice are 1893 and 1895.20, but distribution and manufacture cannot be separated. The mass production of tea in standardized packets dates from 1884-21, and the new jams and preserves which changed the working-class diet, were manufactured in those factories which are chiefly known to labor historians as the scene of the early struggles of women factory workers. As for housing, the major development was not only that somewhat bigger and better houses were now built, but that there was growth of segregated working-class streets and quarters, and indeed, especially with the massive development of cheap public transport in the 1880s, even some segregated working-class suburbs, mainly inner suburbs. I shall say something about the effect of this growing residential segregation later. As for working-class suburbanization, we may as well note that it tended to fray or cut one of the strongest existential links of the working-class community, that between where people lived and worked, but probably only in London. By 1905 the LCC estimated that 820,000 workmen were making extensive journeys to work every day in London. The most spectacular transformation, of course, was in the pattern of working-class leisure and holidays. I need hardly remind you today of the rise of football as a national, and increasingly proletarian, spectator sport, and of the development of a male football culture, finally consecrated by the attendance of the King at the Cup final from 1913. Nor that the emancipation of football from, or rather against, middle and upper class patronage took place in the 1880s, with the triumph of Blackburn against the Old Eton Ians, the open professionalization of the game in 1885, and the formation of the league in 1888, incidentally on the model of the system established earlier in the USA for professional baseball. 22 The 1880s are clearly equally crucial in the development of the working-class holiday. The first volume of Herapath's Railway Journal, in which the index lists holiday traffic as such, is 1884, and the paper's comments deserve to be quoted. Year by year the holiday traffic at Easter, Whitsun, and August is growing in importance. Its dimensions have not yet swelled so far as seriously to affect dividends, but it is easy to foresee a time when this will be the case. We may never turn Easter into a carnival, but our toiling masses seem determined to turn it to account as a substantial holiday. 23. The growth of the links between the mill towns and Blackpool can be traced through Bradshaw. In 1865 there were only 2 trains with third-class carriages daily between Bolton and Blackpool, in 1874, in 1875 12, in 1880 13, in 1885 14, but in 1890 23. But there is at least one more general and less labor-intensive way of estimating the growth of the holiday business, for an annual return by the Board of Trade under an Act of 1861 enables us to measure the amount of proposed investment in piers and harbour works, many of which can be identified as pleasure or promenade piers, those characteristic structures of English seaside holidays. 24. The table, Table 1, breaks down the proposed investment into that destined for primarily middle-class and working-class resorts, omitting doubtful cases. 25. Table 1, projected investment in pleasure piers 1863 to 1899. This necessarily crude index shows the rise of working-class resorts from the later 1870s, but above all the enormous spurt in proposed investment in the 1890s which, for the first time, pushed the plans for investment in working-class holiday entertainment massively above those for middle-class resorts. We may illustrate this by the classic example of Blackpool, where the first real signs of action are in the 1860s, with the opening of the North Pier. It cost little more than half of what was spent on that of Ventnor, Isle of Wight, the second pier, and the first theatre. With the 1870s we are clearly getting into substantial business. The Winter Garden, which was to cost £107,000, was started in 1878. But the Blackpool we know best is that of the 1890s, that of the Tower, the Great Wheel, the Victoria Pier on the South Shore, the extended promenade, the Opera House, 1889, the New Market, Free Library, Town Hall and, for good measure, a special bench of magistrates and a coat of arms. Now everyone knows that British workers, unlike the English middle class which developed a high degree of standardization in this period, notably in its speech, did not lose its regional or even local identity, its local peculiarities, tastes, and pride. And yet it is equally clear that the new pattern of life was more nationally homogeneous than anything before. At the coalface miners might insist on wearing the working clothes of regional custom. Even in World War II, the Board of Trade's attempt to replace these by standard utility garments caused a considerable uproar from the unions. Yet outside work, the miner, like most of the rest of male workers, wore the same clothes from Blyth to Midsummer Norton. The worker identified with his local team against the rest of the world, indeed in sufficiently large towns with one of the two moieties, city or united, forest or county, which between them define the citizen of Manchester or Nottingham or wherever. Yet the pattern of the football culture was the same everywhere, give or take an extra dose of emotion, and it was a national pattern, or to be more precise a pattern of the proletarian nation, since the map of the Football League was virtually identical with the map of industrial England. It was national even in the symbolic annual conquest of the public space of the national capital by the two local proletarian armies which invaded London for the cup final. Since the later 1860s there had been regional collective rituals of the same kind, notably the miners' annual demonstrations of which the Durham Miners' Gala has survived, perhaps just because, unlike the others, it had exactly this characteristic of a symbolic occupation of a local capital by the miners, but not yet national ones. A single, fairly standardized, national pattern of working class life, and at the same time one increasingly specific to the working class. It is the segregation of the British manual workers' world which is so striking. 26 In the first place it was a growing residential segregation, due both to the exodus of the middle and lower middle strata from formerly mixed areas, the process has been traced for the East End of London 27, and to the construction of new, and de facto single-class urban quarters and suburbs. Some of these new quarters, buildings, or estates were intended for the working class, such as the Queen's Park Estate in Paddington, most for the new suburbanites who were, quite correctly, identified with the new white-collar lower middle class, and Villa Toryism, the sort of people who, as the Cornhill magazine supposed in 1901, would naturally live, if they could, in one of the clerks' suburbs of London, Clapham, Forest Gate, Wandsworth, Walthamstow, or Kilburn. 27 Others would not be specifically designed for a social stratum and a class lifestyle, but would become so either because the rents precluded poorer tenants or, more likely, because in fact the lifestyles of manual workers and black-coated employees of comparable income increasingly diverged. By the early 1900s the residential separation of the better-paid workers, the artisans, and the new lower middle class was by no means universal. The better type of popular dwellings, 5 or 6 room houses, were still reported as being inhabited indifferently by artisans, clerks, insurance agents, shopmen and the like in Birkenhead, Bolton, Chester, Crewe, Croydon, Darlington, Derby, Hull, Newcastle, Oldham, Portsmouth, Preston, Sheffield, South Shields, and Wigan, but in a number of places the absence of workers from such accommodation is specifically noted, or it is described as being inhabited more frequently by clerks, shop assistants and the like than by people of the kind usually included in the term working classes. 28 These included Birmingham, Bradford, Bristol, Burton-on-Trent, Gateshead, Grimsby, Halifax, Hanley, Huddersfield, Kidderminster, Liverpool, or at least Bootle, Manchester, Middlesbrough, Northampton, Norwich, Nottingham, Plymouth, Reading, Southampton, Stoke-on-Trent, Walsall, Wolverhampton, and most of outer London. Since the better housing was commonly the more recent housing, we may reasonably suppose that segregation was increasing. So, of course, and for the same reason, was the segregation between the better-paid artisans and the lower-paid, even though their cohabitation is still noticed in several towns, Norwich, Nottingham, Preston, and Stockport for instance, and though the concentration of the working class in the inner zone of cities and their reluctance to move too far away from work, which is noted in various towns, meant that the working class belts, though residentially stratified, formed a coherent quarter. The Shaftesbury buildings in Battersea, which were a stronghold of artisans, and of Battersea socialism, were, after all, part of that area between Lavender Hill and the river in which the bulk of the working class are housed. 29. In the second place, workers were segregated by expectations. As Robert Roberts says, before 1914 skilled workers generally did not strive to join a higher rank 30, but in fact even the chance of improvement within the stratum below the accepted middle class was diminished by two developments: the increasing use of formal schooling as a class criterion, not to mention a way out of the manual working class, and the decline of the alternative way forward to self-respect and pride, the training and experience of the all-round craftsman. Workers were increasingly defined as those who had no education or got nothing out of it, and the contrast between those who left school and those who stayed, or those who got jobs on the strength of schooling and those to whom it was irrelevant, a contrast sometimes between fathers and sons, though not so much between mothers and sons, C. D. H. Lawrence, intensified the felt differences between manual and non-manual workers. On the other hand, the fairly extensive deskilling which took place in the last 30 years before 1914 created the frustration which Asquith, the government's chief industrial conciliator in those years, thought so important. The young worker does not like to admit to himself that he is not being trained as an engineer or a shipbuilder or a house builder, but to become an operative. But in a brief time to the majority comes disillusionment, and when once a man is disillusioned, bitterness is a very natural result, an antagonism to the system which he deems to be the cause. 31. The horizons of the skilled worker were thus increasingly bounded by the world of manual labor, and those of the less skilled even more so. In spite of their differences, they were pressed into a single class by their exclusion from the rest of society. In the third place, Workers were segregated by the divergence of lifestyles, of what workers do from those of other classes. Thus it seems clear that as football gained mass support, it became increasingly a proletarian activity, both for players and supporters. No doubt primarily an activity of the more skilled or respectable workers, but insofar as support for the team united all who lived in Blackburn or Bolton or Sunderland, and insofar as football became the main topic of social conversation in the public bar 32, a sort of lingua franca of social intercourse among men, it was part of the world of all workers. Again, the peculiar working class form of betting which plainly increased enormously from the 1880s on was spectacularly proletarian. It was, as McKibben suggests, the most successful form of working class self-help in the modern era. 33 An illegal, but almost totally honest network of financial transactions stretching into every proletarian street and every workshop. The same class distinction increasingly separated the Sunday paper, of which the News of the World became the ideal type, until the later rise of the proletarian daily, both from the quality press and from the new lower middle class press pioneered by Northcliffe. And then, as I have already noticed, there is the cap. And finally, the working class was not so much segregated as alienated from the ruling class by two developments which, together with the fall in real wages, Asquith made responsible for the labor unrest of 1910-14. These, he told the cabinet confidentially, were the conspicuous display of luxury by the rich, especially demonstrated by the use of the motor car, and the growth of the mass media, which made for greater national coordination of news and activity. 34 I quote Asquith not as proof that the plutocracy, the phrase belongs to the Edwardian political vocabulary, flaunted itself any more in the Belle Epoque than under Queen Victoria, though this is possible, but as evidence for the belief that the wealth of the rich was now more visible and more resented. What all this amounts to is a growing sense of a single working class, bound together in a community of fate irrespective of its internal differences. A class in the social and not merely in the classificatory sense, a body within which it would be absurd any longer to speak of the class of miners as distinct from the class of cotton workers, as Keir Hardie had still done in the early 1880s. 35 And this indeed explains how a period which provided plenty of reasons for growing sectionalism and infighting among groups of workers, one thinks of the shipbuilding industry, could also be a period when workers increasingly saw themselves and acted as labor, with a capital L. The history of that capital L remains to be written, like the history of the working class as a singular rather than a plural noun, but there is little doubt that the transformation becomes noticeable in the 25 years before 1914. And indeed, even in purely economic terms, from 1900, and even more from 1911, a convergence rather than a divergence between local, regional, skilled, and unskilled wage rates becomes observable. As Hunt has shown, until 1890 trade unions and the whole environment of industrial relations in Britain helped to sustain differentials, between 1890 and 1910 they exercised no clear influence in either direction, but by 1911 they were a force helping to reduce differentials. Politicians were aware of this class consciousness, of what Chamberlain, in 1906, called the conviction, born for the first time in the working classes, that their social salvation is in their own hands. 36 If party politics was not to be identified with class conflict, one now had to pay one's respects to the supremacy of class when appealing to workers on the grounds of party. The Ronda, as both its MP, the Liblab Mabon and the local paper, proclaimed, was labor in every aspiration, but the point of this observation was of course to argue that it was not only labor, since men cannot live by bread alone. The Ronda mining electors are nationalists, they are nonconformists, etc. Edwardian political rhetoric had to use a language, and in particular the word labor, to bind their supporters into the established pattern of politics. 37 From which they threatened to escape. Where, as in Ulster and in Salvage's Liverpool, the appeal to religion and nationality was sufficient, class did not loom large, or to much effect, in the language of local politics. 38. Paradoxically, class initially made its way into labor politics by a back door. Insofar as a man was seen as a class representative, he was in fact seen as outside the arena of party politics, even though as an individual he might be liberal, Tory or, more rarely socialist. 39 This meant not merely that socialists and non-socialists could collaborate happily in the new Labour Party, or that the solidly liberal minors could transfer to Labour without changing their views. It also meant that Tory workers who would not vote for Liberals, could vote for Labour men. This was commented on when Will Crooks won Woolwich in 1903, a seat so hopeless that the Liberals had not even fought it in 1900, and it was significant in Lancashire, where workers were politically divided, even though Joyce's factory politics were already in rapid decline in the 1890s. It was the Lancashire coalfield which had much the largest majority for affiliation to Labour, and in 191340 the notoriously unradical cotton unions voted in favour of the political levy by a substantial majority everywhere except in the Tory working class stronghold of Oldham. 41. Yet we must ask whether this could have happened if the common interests of workers as a class did not already seem, even in politics, more important, or at least more immediately relevant, than other loyalties, as they clearly were not in Liverpool and Belfast. Very soon a choice for Labour had to become a choice against other parties, not a way of bypassing party politics. It may well be that the stagnation of the Labour vote after 1906 reflects the difficulty of taking this next step. The 1914 war was to remove this difficulty. For this step implied the Socialists' view of the Independent Party of Labour, which was fundamentally different from the earlier struggle for independent Labour representation in Parliament. This had essentially been a demand that there should be some workers in Parliament who could speak directly for the special interests of manual labour, as railway directors spoke for the railway interest or ship owners for shipping. The trouble with the Liberal Party was not that, as a national party, it opposed this, on the contrary, but it could not understand that the new concept of independent labour implied more than a handful of authoritative workers or ex-worker MPs, a Joseph Arch, a Byrd, even, why not? A John Burns, who spoke for Labour as Cobden and Bright had spoken for Lancashire manufacturers. It implied that workers should only vote for class representatives. As Ramsay MacDonald explained in 1903, so soon as there is a labour movement in politics, the very meaning of labour representation must change, for labour politics was the expression of the needs of the working class. Not, he added characteristically, as a class, but as the chief constituent of the nation. 42 But the class struggle could not be so easily eliminated from working class politics, least of all at a time when it was conducted with growing acrimony on both sides. This brings me to my last point, class consciousness. I have deliberately avoided identifying the sentiments and opinions of the mass of workers, so far as we know them, with those of the avant-garde of activists and militants, because the two were plainly not the same. Activists were imbued with the spirit of nonconformity at a time when dissent was on the decline. They actively disliked much of the new working class way of life, notably the football culture. One could compile a large anthology from the writings of contemporary socialists expressing hatred, ridicule, and contempt for the stupidity and sluggishness of the proletarian masses. Whatever the implications of class consciousness for the militants, the masses were not living up to their expectations. And yet it is equally wrong to see the working class simply as an apolitical stoic underworld, a ghetto comprising most of the nation, or at best as a force which could be mobilized in defense of their narrow economic interests as potential or actual trade unionists. They also acquired a consciousness of class. I do not want to make too much of the conversion of a smallish minority of workers to socialism, though this is not negligible, nor even of the astonishing success of this minority and its organizations in getting itself accepted as a cadre of leaders and a brains trust from the 1890s on. Labor movements need leaders and leaders need training. Since the revival of socialism, the organizations of the socialist left have provided by far the most effective mechanisms both for bringing together the self-selected elite of able, intelligent, dynamic, and innovatory workers, mainly young workers, and by far the best schooling for them. In our period such people started their careers as SDFERs or ILPers or syndicalists, Just as between the wars the future leaders of national trade unionism started in the Communist Party. They were accepted as leaders by people who did not share their views, because they were the best and they had relevant as well as apparently irrelevant ideas. But there is clearly more to the political transformation of labor than this. What we have to explain is the transformation of the miners from a body notoriously immune to the appeal of the socialists to what has been called the Praetorian Guard of an explicitly socialist Labour Party. Point 43. What we have to explain is not only why this happened in areas of embittered class battle like South Wales, but in areas of no notable industrial militancy like Yorkshire, not only in coal fields where miners were doing poorly, like Lancashire, but in some where they were doing well. Unlike the progress of the trade union movement in our period, which doubled in numbers and then, after a couple of decades, doubled again to reach over 4 million in 1914, the progress of class consciousness is almost impossible to chart. The rise of what is even by our standards mass unionism and, in 1910-14 mass militancy, certainly indicates some transformation, but its exact nature is unclear. Electoral indicators fail us, partly because other workers are not so identifiable as voters as the miners, but mainly because the statistics of the independent labor vote are obscure before 1906 and not significant from then till 1914. It is only from 1918 on, when labor suddenly appears with 24% of the total votes cast, rising to 37.5% in 1929, that voting labor can reasonably be used as an index of political class consciousness. At that point it becomes possible to say that large and growing masses of British workers regard voting labour as an automatic consequence of being workers. Before 1914 this is not yet so. In 1913 even 43% of the miners still voted against paying the union's political levy to the Labour Party. 44.